Instead Boys, girls, and enemies of all shapes, sizes, colors, and orientations. Welcome to the one and only Alec Gunter stream. My name is Alec Gunter. I'll be your host this evening, as every evening that we stream. Hello, everybody. Welcome in. It's good to be back, as always. Always nice to see everybody in the chat. We got MB Pal, Seagull's Nest, Comic Zans, Dragon the Axolotl, Grays, The One Noob That Could, Glitchmaster in the YouTube chat. We got Princess Sneechta and Jazz Dog in the site chat. You too can be in the site chat and show up on the screen right next to me if you go to alecgunter.com/live. You can also find the link in the description of the YouTube video. That reminds me, I forgot. First of all, I have to figure out my YouTube chat bot situation because I really need to get commands working in there. And second, I need to make sure, actually, I need to test my Streamlabs thing. Test alert. No, it's not working. Hold on, I gotta message White Nervosa again. Did you get a chance to take a look at notifications yet? There we go. Also the Kirby hat. I love the Kirby hat. It's a great hat. It matches the trans theme too. I'll post on my twitter.com. Shadow the Hedgehog. A small dick. It's the size of this walnut. What's up, Lady Nova? Hello, Glitchmaster. Nice drip. Thank you. Thank you. I think this is a pretty cool shirt. Right, baby. All points, no quit. I love this song so much. It's my favorite song in the playlist. If you have not watched, what is it? Real-Time Dubs? I think that's what it's called. Real-Time Dubs. Sonic Adventure 2 of the Real-Time Dubs is okay. I will say that Eggman carries it. The guy who voices Eggman that you're listening to right now carries that whole thing. But even then, like, he takes a minute to warm up to his role. But every time he's, like, talking, it is so fucking funny. Where they really did well, Real-Time Dubs, is their Shadow the Hedgehog. Shadow the Hedgehog, Real-Time Dubs, from beginning to end, is a masterpiece. Because Eggman's in it, and he's hilarious. But then I think even more funny than Eggman is the guy they call Satan. And I can't remember his real name. He's like the Lord Shadow of Darkness or whatever he's called. But he plays like the biblical Satan in there. And it's so funny. Because he's like, they line up the cutscenes. Like, it does, like, what's happening in the story in the Real-Time Dubs is not what happens in the real story. You know what I mean? Like, they improvise and they're like, he's like, okay, you did the sinning wrong. Actually, since Eggman was a bad guy and you killed him, it was actually one of the best things that you could have done. So I'm gonna have to need you to do it again. We're gonna run around again here. Because, like, the whole point of Shadow the Hedgehog is you keep restarting the run, you know, to do, like, the neutral run and then the evil run and then the good run. So every time he restarts, he's like, listen, you keep fucking this up. I don't know how you keep doing that. And then he gets so mad at one point, he's like, go to space! And then he, like, appears in space, and it's so funny. The guy who plays that voice is so funny. His name's Alfred. The guy who plays, Eggman is named Alfred. We are pissing on the moon again. But yeah, if you haven't seen those, I'd highly recommend giving them a look. So before we get started, there are a lot of reacts that I want to do. But I'm also on the fence about whether or not I want to cover the Moist Critical... what the fuck's the guy's name? The pedophile? Moist Critical and then that other pedophile drama. Because that guy literally was like, yeah, we should be allowed to marry, like, teenagers. Sneeko, thank you. I kind of wanted to cover that, but I'm not... Hey, Leftist Al, how you doing? I kind of wanted to cover that, but I'm not sure, because I feel like everybody and their mom has already covered it. So, like, what am I going to add to the conversation? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what I'm going to add to it. But I do have some other things I want to cover. Hello, Seagull. Welcome to the site chat. As I said, if you're just coming in, you too can be on the site chat over here in this space, in this general area. I'll be more likely to look at you, and you'll also get to appear on the screen. So, yeah, come on over and join us. And you also might get... I hear that a certain Sake Tanuki sometimes comes into the chat and gifts lots of subs. And if you get gifted a sub, here's the thing. If you get gifted a sub in site chat, you automatically get free access to early access videos. Now, you also get that in YouTube chat, but people don't gift in YouTube chat as often. They do it usually in site chat. So if you get gifted a sub in site chat, you get access to early videos. And you can get that on my Discord. So that'll be a month's worth of free early access content for you if you come on the site chat and get gifted a sub. Which, as you can see, there's a lot of blue names. In fact, I don't think there's a... Okay, there's... Yeah, there's not a single blue name that's appeared yet. Sorry, not a single name that's appeared yet that's not blue. So it's pretty cool. I haven't seen anything on that. Okay, maybe we can go over that. If we do go over that, it'll just be really quick. Like, I hardly even feel like pulling up the videos, honestly. You know what? We're doing it. Let's do it real quick. We're doing a quickie segment. Dubsy likes the quickie segments anyway. So in case you haven't seen, if you've been living under a rock or you have a life outside of the internet, one of the two, Moist Critical and a guy named, a silly fellow named Sneeko got into a little bit of an argument, right? And the argument basically came down, like, Moist Critical reached out to Sneeko, I believe, just to ask him about his views on, like, underage marriage, because Moist Critical, from my understanding, was just trying to, like, get, and for all intents and purposes, I'll be calling him Charlie from here on, because that's his real name. So Charlie went to ask Sneeko about his views on that. And he didn't understand that he was walking into a debate session, right? He just thought he'd be having a conversation, clearing some stuff up. He didn't want to think that Sneeko actually was, like, you know, okay with underage marriage. He was wrong. Sneeko is 100% fine with underage marriage. He uses his, the fact that he's a Muslim to cover that up, like he's a Muslim convert. And, you know, what I've noticed about Muslim converts is that they're very weird about that, right? They're kind of like libertarians in that way. Now, not all Muslim converts are like that, but, like, I've noticed a trend. It's very interesting. So Sneeko's pretty out and open with the fact that underage marriage is fine. You know, if a 14-year-old marries a 60-year-old, it's totally fine with him because the 14-year-old would be sexually developed. And that's pretty disgusting, actually. It makes me want to throw up. And it also makes Charlie want to throw up. And so Charlie and Sneeko were having this conversation, and essentially what happened was Sneeko made these views clear, and then he asked Charlie, well, do you think that a child should be allowed to, like, cut their dick off, right? For gender affirmation or whatever. Charlie affirmed, yes, I think that's fine. So optically, this, I can understand how this might look bad, because you shouldn't be doing, like, barring, like, extreme circumstances where the alternative is, like, the child is literally going to harm themselves or something. You should not be performing sexual surgeries on, like, sex affirmation surgeries on minors. You just shouldn't be doing it. But what was lost in translation is that Charlie did not actually think that anybody was stupid enough to think that that's actually happening in any significant capacity. Like, the number of times that has happened is so fleetingly small that it may as well be zero. Like, you're talking the most extreme of extreme circumstances where the alternative is that the child literally, like, let's say it's like a 14, 15-year-old, and they're like, okay, like, if I don't get, like, they're literally self-mutilating, and, like, if I don't get rid of this body part, I am going to die, type thing. Like, that's the only circumstance in which it would be acceptable, right? But Charlie didn't understand that that was what Sneeko was referring to. Like Sneeko was literally referring to that. What Charlie was trying to say is, I am fine with trans children being affirmed in their gender, right? So I made this funny, I just like to talk a little bit about, like, my take on this, because I feel like that speaks for itself and doesn't need any deeper analysis, right? It does not need it. Yeah, base Charlie, right? Base Charlie and cringe Sneeko, to say the least. Creep Sneeko even, weirdo Sneeko, who thinks that teenagers should be allowed to get married to 60-year-old grandpas, which is disgusting. So I made this funny little meme that ended up going viral on Twitter. It's got 178,000 likes. I said Charlie's saying children can identify as a different gender, which that's his clarified real position that he holds, right? That's the position that he holds, is that children can identify as a different gender, go into certain medical treatments that are appropriate for their age group, and that's all fine and good with him, which is great, because I agree 100% with Charlie. Sneeko, on the other hand, thinks that you should be allowed to marry a child. Now, people on Twitter have been focusing, and people on the internet in general, have been focusing on the fact that Charlie insinuated that he thinks that it's fine when children get their genitals chopped off, whatever, what have you, right? When that's not what Charlie really meant. He came out with a clarifying video in which he, like I said, clarified his position on that. People are still being very disingenuous about it. And most of the comments, so I made this meme, and then most of the comments that are like getting mad at it essentially boil down to this meme, where it's like, oh, they're both bad, oh, they're both bad, right? Okay, no, okay? Yes, it's bad if you believe that children should just be allowed to walk into a gender affirmation clinic, sit down on the operating table, and get a surgery done. Yes, that's bad. I still don't think that's as bad as being allowed to, like, marry a child, first of all, okay? I still don't think it's as bad as that. And second of all, let's say that it is, right? That's not Charlie's position. His position is children can identify as a different gender. That's his position. So then this one popped off, of course. And people are like, well, I didn't say it's equally as bad. You're implying it, you dumb fuck. You're implying it. When you sit here and say both of these things are bad, they can both be bad at the same time, you are implying that they are equally bad. Okay, shut the fuck up. You are brain soup. All right? Your brain is soup. I do not have to take you seriously. That's why I made this meme instead of arguing with these dipshits. Okay? Now, if you are one of these dipshits who think that these are both equally bad positions, you're more than welcome to hit me up on Discord. I do take debate requests. I do take conversation requests. So hit me up on Discord. You can go to my Discord section where it says conversation. I think it's discussion requests is what it is. And you can leave your request there. Alternatively, you can join the Discord and just DM me directly. I take DMs directly. I'm okay at answering them, so especially if they're from new people. So the people that I actually care about, my friends, sometimes I ignore them. I apologize to my friends. But new people, typically I pay attention to those. So if you have any problems with anything that I've said here, which I believe to be incredibly reasonable, you can hit me up there. So like I said, there's not a whole lot to delve into here. That's the basic premise of the drama. If you want to go see the videos, you can see them for yourself. I'll leave a link in the description, I guess. I'll go seek them out and leave a link. If Dubsy, if you could remind me to do that, I'd really appreciate that. Dubsy's my editor, for those who don't know. And that's really all I have to say on this, unless chat has anything to add. I think they are close to as bad. The difference is that you have one. Let's say that is Charlie's position. The difference is that I guess, okay, I can see where you're coming from, but it's not Charlie's position, okay? And I think a crucial difference as well is that you're taking advantage of a child in a sexual situation, you know what I mean? Like I said, I do think that there are certain circumstances, like if a child is literally self-mutilating, where that might be necessary. So I still think that child marriage is worse and child rape is worse, okay? I still think that's worse. Because at least in the first instance, you have medical professionals backing this decision. You know, if it's a medically backed decision by a team of professionals, I just don't think that people should interfere with that. What are your thoughts on puberty blockers at a young age? Puberty blockers are A-okay with me. They're great. They're reversible. In fact, I've made the assertion before that in an ideal society where there is no gender and puberty blockers have like zero side effects, which they do have side effects. You know, you have to weigh those, okay? But most are reversible. My position is that really I think it's the ideal situation that we should hold off puberty as long as possible, because that would give people more time to decide. Like, okay, if you think that it's bad to literally inject a child with testosterone, you should also think it's like a pretty unfortunate happenstance of nature that we start natural testosterone production at the age of like as young as 10 you know, or even younger sometimes, like 8, right? You know, like it can start really young. Plus, we use them for precocious puberty and have been using them since like the 80s. So like there's no problem with puberty blockers whatsoever. They like make your bones like slightly less dense, which you can compensate for with calcium and vitamin D. So I just don't see a problem with it. I regret never having puberty blockers as a teenager. When I came out, now I have to do a lot more to fix it. Yeah, exactly. Puberty blockers literally stop you from needing more care later on, like more surgical care. It'll stop you from needing facial feminization or you know, masculinization, if as far as I think that's a thing, where you make your jaw more square, you know. It stops you from needing breast reduction surgeries or even like certain bottom surgeries. It'll stop you from needing like more invasive bottom surgery sometimes. I could be wrong on that one. From what I've heard, it's actually a little bit easier if you're not on puberty blockers for bottom surgery, but they're getting better about that. That part I could be wrong on. All right. So anyway, that's the bottom line of the position. Like I said, short segment. Have at it, Dubsy. Bum, bum, bum. Sneak has to be one of the most miserable and pathetic internet figures I've seen in years. He's pretty gross, man. He's pretty disgusting. Oh, you guys want to see some more crochet stuff? I forgot to show you this one last time. This one is going to be... I made the beak a little bit too big, but this one's going to be not too. And this is like the first time that I've really worked with wires. So I got a little wire right here for his feather. So that one's going to be not too when it's done. I haven't worked on it in a bit, but I plan to. That one's pretty cool. And then I'm really proud of this one. This one's coughing, if you couldn't tell. It's not done yet. I got to put some felt for the eyes and mouth. But you can see that it's got all the knots there. It feels really nice. I like it a lot. The only problem is that it takes a while to like put all these knots in. So I might not be making a lot of these. Yeah, coughing, yeah. Spelled with a K, of course. Not too is cute. I agree. So this one will be up on the market soon. You can look forward to that. What is up on the market right now, though? I have something very exciting to show you guys. So you guys might remember Sfeel, right? I have one more blue one. And I say blue for a reason. So I have another blue one here. And then you can also get different colors as well. As you can see here. Let me see if I can hold all of them at once. Here we go. So I've got more colors. Spherical seal-like pocket monsters, if you will. For sale on my Etsy shop. We have aquamarine, white, lavender, and pink. There they are. There are the boys. The mark on the chest looks great. Thank you. Like I said, I really like this one. It feels nice in your hand. What about shipping overseas? Unfortunately, if you live overseas, you cannot order it. I just haven't figured that out yet. I've tried shipping overseas exactly once, and it did not go well. I'm sorry. Right now, shipping is only United States. I will try to work that out, though. If I have enough demand, I will try to work that out. But yeah, we've got different colors now. So you can get a pink one, lavender, white. White has the blue spots on it instead of white spots, of course. So they all have spots on them, but that one has blue spots. So it's basically just reverse Sfeel. Aquamarine. So that one's like a little bit greenish. And then, of course, the original blue. So they're all ready to go. I have the packaging ready for them. All we need to do is get the sales. So if you go to, I'll type it in chat right now. Etsy.com/shop/Gunter Grabs. Or you can type !shop. That you can find the link in my description of my YouTube video. Or you can type exclamation, I believe it's !shop, !Etsy, thank you. Oh, it's both. I think. Yeah, !shop and !Etsy both have the same thing. Cool, both work. My last spheals sold really quickly. My last spherical seal-like creatures sold very quickly. So there's only one of each here, so get yours before they're gone. Get them before they're gone, folks. Alright, I'm gonna ditch those. But yeah, I've got a lot of side projects I'm working on. I'm still working on the Muse. Still haven't finished those. But like, I'm trying to do more of my own stuff rather than just, you know, copying patterns that I see. So like I came up with a pattern for this sphere. This is my pattern. So I think that's pretty cool. Same with coughing. And not to. It's not hard. It's just like a sphere, but with like the extra markings. So, but it's still like I like coming up with my own stuff. So there you go. There's your update. Yeah, Gunter Original. There you go. How are you feeling today? I'm feeling okay. I was a little bit bummed after my workout, and when I say bummed, I don't mean like mentally. I just mean like I was having some nausea for some reason. For some reason, I feel like I have a little bit of exercise. What is it called? Exercise intolerance, just a little bit. And I don't know, like, it's hard to tell whether it's exercise intolerance or I'm just out of practice. It's probably the latter, but it feels like exercise intolerance because I'll get a little nauseous, I'll get a little headache. But here's what I will say. I've been feeling a lot better lately, and that's because I haven't been drinking and I haven't been doing edibles as much, although I might do a little bit tonight. Just as a treat. Just as a treat. Might do a little bit tonight. And then I've been eating healthier. That's the big thing, is I've been eating a lot healthier. I have snacks now, like grapes and bananas and apples. I got some hummus with some like little garlic bread chips that were really good. But it's all much, much healthier than it was. I've been watching your videos for about a couple weeks now, and you didn't strike me as a Pokemon guy, but now that I know that, it just makes you that much cooler. Hey, let's go. Let's go. I love me some Pokemon. Even if I can recognize that the games are getting repetitive. I've been doing a lot of Poke Rogue lately, if you guys know what that is. It's a browser game. I've been playing a lot of this lately. If you've never played Poke Rogue, I recommend it. At least once. You basically just like get encounter after encounter like this. 200 is the max on the classic mode, so I'm almost there. And then you get an item afterwards. Which I know for a fact I already did this battle, but whatever. Before we roll that. Give me the PP up on the dueling beat. Okay. But you guys get the idea, right? Will I switch? I don't think it matters. I'm quitting anyway. I just wanted to show you real quick. It's really fun. Not too cute. Oh yeah, I already read that. Yeah, he is. The spherical bird-like pocket monster. Not pocket monster, sorry, pocket creature. The spherical bird-like pocket creature is cute, yes. The legally distinct spherical bird-like pocket creature. Snorlax. Yeah, we actually have Snorlax in the back here too. Oh right, it's not. I don't want to move my camera, but we have Snorlax sitting back here. You can kind of see him if I move the chat here. I don't want to go grab him right now, just because he's big. But you can kind of see him back here. There's his foot. But yeah, I need to fix him up a little bit before I get him ready for sale. Just some, because he was one of my first amigurumi projects. I gotta touch him up. Fruits are lovely. Fruits are very lovely. I was gonna reach for my devil fruit that I made. Here, I'll show for those who don't know. This was one of my first projects here. It's a little devil fruit. It's got a very nice feel to it. I might sell this one too. I don't know. It's a little squishy. It's fun to play with. Yeah, I've been really going crazy with the amigurumi. It's really fun. That was before I started using the big yarn. I like the big yarn. Big yarn. Despite my better judgment, I want to get my hands on a durian. I've heard those are stinky. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, stinky. Uh-oh, poo-poo, haha, stinky. That was a great meme. Alright. But yeah, I worked out today. Just a real quick life update, I guess, before we get started on the segments. I worked out today, which was cool. Katie is currently out of town, but she made me a lot of soup for the weekend. She takes good care of me. She made me lots of soup for the weekend, which was very nice of her. Oh yeah, I'm going to visit my nephew tomorrow. My nephew. It's weird. It's still weird to think about, man. I talked to my sister and my brother-in-law about it because this is their first kid, and it's the first of like any of us to have a kid, like any of my siblings. And so I talked to her a little bit, and I talked to her husband-in-law more, or husband-in-law. My brother-in-law, her husband, about it, and he's like, it still doesn't feel real. So, just interesting. It's really cool. So I'm gonna visit him tomorrow after, hopefully, we talk to Halo Guy 7, which I actually gotta message him and make sure we're still on for tomorrow. Okay, just making sure we're still on for tomorrow. Okay. And I think I'm going to do things a little bit differently with Halo Guy 7 tomorrow than I would normally do in like a debate. You guys got to trust me. I just want to like get to know him a little bit. That's all. Like, I want to humanize him a little bit, you know, just so we can, like, really contrast that with, like, how insane some of his memes are. You know what I mean? I feel like we really got to, like, make that contrast of, like, yeah, you know, anybody could fall into this, right? Like, any normal person could just fall into this. Because it's true. Any normal person can fall into that mentality, and I stand by that. And if you don't believe that you're one of those people who can, I did. Okay? I did. I was in Fat People Hate, the subreddit. So I fell into that. Of just like thinking that you're better than other people. To the point of like literally wanting people to die. You know? That's just for shit that like they often can't control. It can be really bad. Yeah, fat people hate. That was years and years ago, though. I think I was still in college, so it was like my 3rd year of college. No, I think it was like my 1st or 2nd year of college. It would have been like almost a decade ago now. True, it was indeed a glow up. Yeah, fat people hate was basically just Nazis, but like for fat people. But there were often actual Nazis there as well. And what's funny is that was before I even got into like really good shape. And that's not like a real friend group either. If you think you're forming friends there, at least it ain't jailbait, that's true. But it's still bad. Like if you think you're forming friends there, no you are not. They will cast you out without a second thought. Same if you're like an anti-fur. There's Nazis in a group centered around hate of a specific demographic. Yep. Who would have guessed? Tumblr in action. That sounds cool. That sounds normal. I mean, I don't like Tumblr. There's a specific brand of like Tumblr posting that I find really cringe. Where it's like, not me doing this thing again. Oh no. And then you have like a reply to that that's like a really stupid pun or a joke. Like, or Tumblr art too. Where they have like red patches on like the cheeks and the nose and the elbows and the knees and the belly, and like they just put red patches everywhere, and it's like almost like it's hard to describe. It's like every character, every single character is like a little bit too chubby. You know, like which no shade. Like if you like drawing chubby characters, good for you. But like everything was like that. Like there was almost like a universal Tumblr art style. So like I'm not a Tumblr fan, but yeah, I don't obsess over it or anything. Same with TikTok. Like I'm not a TikTok fan, but I don't sit here and like scroll through TikToks. Unless it's conservative TikToks, then it's really funny. Okay. Alright. I guess I owe you guys some juice, huh? I mean, you already got a little bit of juice. You guys are drinking pretty good tonight. You guys are drinking pretty good tonight. I already gave you guys a little bit of juice. Oh yeah, another thing that I thought about talking about was was it a boxer that everybody thought was trans, but not really. Hi, Alec has the same name as my best friend. That's true because I am your best friend. Definitely not parasocial there, but that's pretty cool. It's funny because people hear the name Alec and they're like, "Oh my god, that's the same name as this person," or like, "That's my name." You know, like we're always super surprised when we see somebody else named Alec. It's fun. We demand juice. Yep. Gato. Hey, Milo. Hey, buddy. You can't see him. There he is. Who's good boy? I love you. I love you, buddy. I can actually see him better looking at the screen. He's just a little guy. He's very busy today. He always gets a little sad when Katie's gone. He's Katie's baby. But he'll be fine. He is quite the handsome lad. Not quite a tuxedo cat. He does not don a tuxedo. It is a cowpatch cat, I believe. Cowpatch cat pattern. Yeah, he works a 9 to 5 making biscuits. That's true. I'm gonna steal that cat. No, you won't. No, you won't. Is that a threat? I take that as a threat. I think not. Boy, it's a good thing my email inbox was not open on screen. I really got to be more careful with my tabs. I mean, I have a button to immediately end stream, but, you know, I still got to be more careful. Taxes. Wait, wrong chat. Yeah. Also, my email is mostly just full of spam right now, so whatever. All right, it's juice time. All the juice for all the little kitties.
So, last week...
Son of a bitch.
So...
Hold on 1 second. All right. So there's this funny guy named Bad Empanada. And if you don't know who he is, I barely know who he is. I know that he's gotten into it with Vosh. He's a Vosh hater. I know that he is a tanky, I'm pretty sure. I don't know if he's a self-ascribed tanky, which would be really cringe, but I know that he has some tanky tendencies, which you'll be able to see today. This is his channel right here. I think he describes himself as a leftist, but I'm not entirely sure. He's batshit insane. Okay, cool. So he's batshit insane, apparently, according to chat. I don't know a ton about him, but what I do know is that chat was really wanting me to go over one of his takes, wherein he endorses Trump, which is very interesting because I wouldn't think that a leftist would ever endorse Trump for any reason whatsoever, because Trump is a populist fascist, as many of you probably know. Hey, Alec, really cool about being an uncle. It is really fun. Oh yeah, I'm looking forward to it. All the joy, none of the responsibilities. Exactly. He's doxed and harassed multiple people. So I don't have proof on hand that he has doxed and harassed multiple people, but I am willing to take your word for it, Jazz Dog. But for the purposes of this segment, I do not have the evidence of that on hand, so that is alleged. He has allegedly doxed and harassed multiple people, according to Jazz Dog, who I unironically trust a lot. So I believe him. So Biden drops out. I endorse Trump for president 2024. Let's see what this take is all about.
So last week, I just gone about my business, doing a nice stream, having fun, talking about the Trump assassination, which waited until the end of my stream to almost get assassinated, which wasn't very nice of him. And then I end my stream, and Biden drops out the same fucking night. He drops out again.
Hell.
They're plotting against me. Joe Biden and Donald Trump are plotting against me to ensure that the things that I need to talk about on stream happen after I have already...
Pretty sure this is sarcasm. He wouldn't actually support Trump. It should still be interesting anyway. We'll see. He called it, I support Trump. We'll see.
Stop streaming every time, and I'm sick of it. I am so fucking sick of it. So now we have Kamala Harris, who is doing like a Hillary Clinton.
I actually just learned he's mispronouncing it. I was pronouncing it Kamala. It's pronounced Kamala. Dumbass!
It's in anyway. Sort of branding. Pokemon Go to the go to the
Joke
polls
being,
except
I also
2024. It's absolutely horrible. It's generally the worst thing I've ever seen. Everything about Kamala Harris, her campaign, the people who support her, give off even more secondhand embarrassment than Biden did when he was like fumbling all of his words and like forgetting where he was. Did you guys know that Kamala is brat? Oh my fucking god! The American impulse to like do every...
How is Kamala worse than how is Kamala worse than Biden, like in any capacity? I don't understand. Like, so far, she's shown to be better than Biden at speaking, has more electability, is just more lively, you know? But even besides that, she's shown to be better than Biden on Israel, the Israel-Palestine thing, right? Brat? Yeah, I've seen that going around. The brat thing, I don't get it. Yeah, she does seem a lot better than Biden. She tried to run to the left of Biden in 2020, if I recall correctly.
Everything possible to whitewash someone actively committing genocide. They just can't help it. American liberals can't help it. I've never seen anything more indicative of the fact that any change in the world will happen fighting against Americans than with Americans than that. Americans simply cannot take a principled stand against anything. They cannot demand.
We've seen protests, we've seen protests on college campuses, literally that conservatives were like up in arms against. Like they had to, literally, they were coming, conservatives and liberal conservatives, like the conservative-leaning liberals, were coming out in droves to condemn these massive protests that were taking place. Public opinion in America is shifting against Israel. So I feel like this is a really doomer approach to this. Of course, there are still Americans that support Israel, and it might even be the majority. I have not looked at the polls or anything, but from my understanding, the zeitgeist is shifting.
And anything from their politicians.
Zionism is dying.
They don't care to. As long as they do the TikTok dance and they say the right, liberal sounding mumbles, they will.
Oh, what he's saying here, there is some truth to this. Like I've said, the presidency is a popularity contest. It always has been. It always will be.
Scold you for not enthusiastically voting for the genocidal cop. Americans cannot, they don't condition their votes on anything.
The genocidal cop. Once again, she did call out Netanyahu, just like Lydia Nova's saying. She called him out, and she said, Netanyahu, what was, I don't know her exact words, so I'm paraphrasing. But essentially she said, we support Israel, but Netanyahu does have to push for a ceasefire.
Basically, Americans don't do politics. Americans have politics come to them. They have no political strategy. Not they don't have a political strategy, it's that they're unwilling to do it because they just generally don't care about anyone aside from themselves and their friends. That's all they care about, even if they even care about their friends.
That's fine, but you can still work with that. You know what I mean? Let's say that that's true, that Kamala only cares about herself. You can still work with that. She wants to win the election. And so she's going to appeal to the most popular ideas, which she's been doing. So we can still work with that. I'm fine working with that.
They're not even willing to exert political pressure. They're not willing to say, I'll vote for you, but only if you do this. They're only willing to say, oh, I'm going to vote for you no matter what.
He's saying the voters. Wait, is he saying the voters only care about themselves? Yeah, he's saying sorry, I misunderstood. He's saying Americans only care about themselves. I mean, to an extent, but right now, this rhetoric is really bad because you're going after the common man, the common person in America. You know what I mean? You're going after the common voter rather than the core of the problem, the actual rot. You're going after the symptom, not the rot. You know what I mean? That's, I don't know. I just feel like that's not good messaging, man.
To them. They have no political strategy. Not they don't have a political strategy, it's that they're unwilling to do it because they just generally don't care about anyone.
Even when other political activists and commentators talk about voters not voting or being really stupid and complacent and whatever, they usually leftist and progressive people usually attribute that to capitalism, right? The conditions of capitalism, whereby people only care about themselves out of necessity because they're trying to survive day to day. Most Americans are just trying to meet every bill that they get, living paycheck. I don't know if most Americans are living paycheck to paycheck, but certainly a lot of them are. Most Americans don't have $500 or $600 in the bank for an emergency. Most Americans have some kind of financial crisis right now. Maybe not a serious one. I'm in debt almost $100,000. It's not going to come at me tomorrow, and I'm chipping away at it. But I would consider that pretty bad financially. Most Americans are pretty bad financial straits. So that's why they usually only care about themselves. So you're going after the symptom, not the actual rot, is my point.
Aside from themselves and their friends. That's all they care about, even if they even care about their friends. So they're not even willing to exert political pressure. They're not willing to say, I'll vote for you, but only if you do this. They're only willing to say, oh, I'm going to vote for you no matter what. Do literally anything you want. Kill as many kids.
Yes, I will vote for Kamala no matter what. I will vote for Kamala no matter what. Because the alternative is Trump. And Trump will kill more kids. Okay? If you have a choice between, Kamala will allow for the death of 10 children or Trump will allow for the death of 100. One of them is going to be president at the end of the day, man. So I'm going with harm reduction. And you can stand on your laurels and say, oh, well, I don't think that you should kill any kids. At the end of the day, one of those two is going to be president, man. One of the two.
In Palestine as you want, I will vote for you, babe. They don't do politics. They don't care to do politics. They take whatever they're given, they lap it up, and they lap it up enthusiastically. They turn fucking Joe Biden into like an epic meme, like full supportive meme. Haha, Dark Brandon.
Listen, it's understandable to be this upset, right? At like the state of the current like voter populace. It's understandable. So I don't want to take away from that. But once again, you're misdirecting your anger, man. You should be angry at the conditions that led to this, not the voters themselves. Okay? It's really important that we direct our anger appropriately as supposed leftists, like you claim to be.
Now doing it with Kamala Harris again, in, you know, her own different way. Obviously, it's not the exact same meme, but
Kamala.
They try to claim that they are supporting these politicians reluctantly when they also make it very obvious at the same time that they're doing it enthusiastically. And at the end of the day, they simply do not actually care about what they do to people in the rest of the world. And that is why we need to stop treating Americans like they're people who we should win over to our side. The world will be improved by fighting against Americans, not by fighting with them. At this point...
That's really fucking stupid, man. Of course you want Americans on your side. What the hell are you talking about? That's so stupid.
Callous indifference of Americans in general to the fact that the people who they enthusiastically vote for are doing genocide, and they can't even won't even try to demand the most basic of electoral compromise from them. They're just taking what they...
Okay, here's the thing. If you fix the common person, like the common Americans' conditions, like their personal conditions, you have to meet them where they're at, man. So if you fix their conditions first, then they might be more inclined to care about other things. Okay, this is like taking a drug, like let me think of a good example real quick. Okay, this is like taking somebody who's homeless and saying, did you know that trans people are actually under genocide right now? Which they are. Okay? You think that homeless person is going to care? Unless they're trans, of course. But do you think, let's say that it's a homeless white dude, cis white dude, right? Do you think he's going to care? Of course not. He's fucking homeless. He has no time to care about that. He doesn't care. Because he's trying to, like, make ends meet. Okay? So, failing that he's actually a trans guy or he has trans friends or whatever, which might be the case, more than likely, he's not going to give a fuck about trans people. Because he's just trying to have his own needs met. And that's understandable. Okay? He might even be transphobic. But it's still understandable that he wouldn't give two shits and a fuck about trans people. Because he's trying to make his own needs met. So if you meet his needs first, then maybe you can start convincing him. This whole, like, oh, and giving up on Americans thing, what are you going to do? Declare war on him? Go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, just declare war on America. See how that works for you.
They're given, they're lapping it up enthusiastically while posting epic Kamala's brat dancing TikToks. At that point, you have proven far beyond any doubt that you are the enemy. And quite honestly, if you get Donald Trump, perhaps you deserve him. Perhaps the downfall, the suffering, the destruction that he will cause to your country.
Okay, so he's doing the accelerationist take. Got it.
Is precisely what you deserve and precisely what the rest of the world needs for your shithole genocidal country to finally decline, which would be the greatest thing to ever happen for the rest of the world in hundreds of years.
Okay, so yeah, he's going for the accelerationist take, which basically just means that he wants millions upon millions of people to suffer for, like, the sake of his revolution. Okay, go start the revolution, man. Go start it. Go join the what is it called? The counter. Sorry, not the counter. The Revolutionary Army or whatever it's called. I can't. There's a word for it, and I can't think of it. But go, like, try to start an insurgency and see how that works out for you. Otherwise, just stop bitching.
But Trump supports all.
Otherwise, you're just one of us, man.
Good. Maybe you deserve the bad.
Is he American or is he? He has kind of an accent. Where is he from? Does anybody know? Like, I'm not trying to dox him, but like, what country is he from? Is he an American? Or is he like British? Because if he's British, that's hilarious. Because your country's falling apart at the seams, man. You're like worse than America right now. Australian? He's Australian? Oh, gotcha. He lives in Argentina? Oh, okay, gotcha. I don't know much about Argentina or Australia, to be honest.
Bad things. Maybe the bad things for you are actually good for the rest of the world. You know how you always treat the suffering of the rest of the world as something that just needs to be ignored while the policies that benefit you and your friends are what needs to actually be focused on. Well, I think the same way, except inverse. I don't care about anything.
This is just like whinging about how people aren't doing enough. Yeah, you're right, they're not. But like whinging about it and whining about it and pointing the finger at them is not going to help. That's not going to get them up off their asses and light a fire under their ass, man. It's just not. You know what will help? Meeting their basic needs, which is something that is more likely to happen under a liberal leadership than under a conservative one. Okay? You're picking your battleground. Everybody thinks this, right? Everybody thinks that like a vote for Kamala Harris is a complete endorsement of everything that she stands for, when that's simply not the case. When you vote for the president or for any position of power, what you are doing, I need you guys to reframe this in your brains if you haven't already. And especially if you're having conflict about voting for a liberal, okay? What you're doing is you're picking your battleground. Okay, you're picking your battleground. Would you rather have a battleground on would you rather have a liberal battleground or a conservative battleground? Okay, this is strategy. If you really want to like do this on like a communist level, whatever, if you're really a communist or an anarchist or whatever, you have to strategize. It is so much easier to organize and to push for progressive policies like universal basic income, like Medicare for all, like homes for the homeless, right? Like a universal housing program, stuff like that. It is so much easier to push for all of those things on a liberal battleground than on a conservative one. Insanely easier. Okay? So you're just shooting yourself in the foot if you really do care about the things you say you care about by either allowing Trump to win or even helping Trump win. So fuck you, man.
Anything, except the things that the USA does that affect people internationally. I don't care about Donald Trump's policies that hurt you and your friends.
Wow.
So as far as...
Just come out and say it. Hey, fuck you too, man. I don't give a shit about you, but I do give a shit about your friends at least. You know what I mean? You know what? I take that back. I do give a shit about you. Even with your dog shit opinions, I think I'm more leftist than you. You know why? Because I think even with your dog shit opinions, I think you still deserve a house. I think you still deserve food on the table and a roof over your head. I still think you deserve free healthcare. I still think you deserve all these things, even with your dog shit opinions. So fuck you.
As far as I'm concerned, they're both the exact same. You get Trump? Honestly, fuck yeah. Trump's going to ruin your country on the international stage. It's going to be fucking awesome. The second there is anything resembling like a global revolution or like a globe-spanning conflict, the average like watermelon...
The second there's a global revolution, you're going to be first on the front lines, right? Right, buddy? Right, buddy? Right, buddy? Right? You're going to be the first one. You're going to load up! Strap up, boys! You're going to be front line, right? Up against the tanks that the U.S. will roll in. Right? You'll be the first on the chopping block, right? Right, buddy? Right, buddy? Right, bad empanada? Right? Of course you won't. You're a fucking pussy. You're a pussy, man. Of course you won't. Look at you.
Username. I swear I support Palestine.
No shot.
Somehow cannot vote against Palestinian genocide. Liberal is going to voluntarily sign up for the military and go and shoot brown people firsthand. Can't trust them. Maybe a bit of Trump is what they need over there. Maybe a bit of Trump is what they deserve. Maybe a bit of Trump is what the rest of us need. Because Trump will be a disaster.
Sure.
Not just for you, but for your country's power in the world, for your country's prestige in the world. And you know what? I'm all here for it. I'm here for it. You don't care about me and everyone else in the world who's not an American? Whoop, I don't care about you then. The fact that like the American...
I just said I care about you. Fuck you, though.
Electoral political engagement, even within the spectrum of electoral politics, they're just pathetic. They do nothing. It would be so easy, if they actually care, to organize a movement to condition their vote on immediately stopping the genocide in Palestine. It would be really easy to get the Democrats scared about that. But it would require organization. It would require actually having...
Yeah, you're right. So if you care so much about the Palestinians, come move here, right? Because you understand that America is the primary country funding Israel, right? So you move here and start organizing. You move here and start organizing that process of getting people to withhold their votes unless they flat out are against Israeli apartheid. Oh, you won't do that? Oh, that's too hard for you? But guess what's not too hard, right? Is a revolution. Right, man? So fucking pathetic.
Principles. It would require being willing to take real action, just by maybe not voting, or at least threatening not to vote. They won't even do that. They happily announce months beforehand that they will vote blue no matter who. They can do anything they want, and they will vote for them anyway. They ensure that there is absolutely even less of an incentive than there would be otherwise for them to change what they're doing, for them to change course. The most basic milquetoast political...
Politicians are still beholden to the opinions of their constituents, even if they know that even if they know that their constituents will ultimately vote for them, they still have to give them some reasons to vote for them. Because if Kamala Harris came out tomorrow and just had Trump's platform and just said, hey, you know, actually, I'm fine. She did her like her hearty laugh, you know, and she was like, I'm actually fine with Project 2025. Guess what? She would lose the votes because it wouldn't fucking matter. The more good things you do, the more you galvanize the average voter. Okay? Like, by the way, what he's saying is wrong. Like, voters have been galvanized by Kamala Harris and her running. You know? Like, the average voter is very stupid. Don't get me wrong. They vote on optics, right? And that's why you have so many more voters coming out in favor of Kamala than you do in favor of Biden. But all that being said, like, knowing that, they still have to appeal to their base with good policies. And they do. They demonstrably do. Kamala has appealed to the base with... She doesn't have a platform yet, but she actually has come out in favor of a ceasefire and pressured a little bit, not much, but a little bit, Netanyahu towards a ceasefire. Okay? This whole video is a meltdown. I agree. So she has been listening. Some of these politicians do care, all right? And I'm not saying that Kamala is like perfect or anything, but some of these politicians do care a little bit about some things, all right? Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, if like, you're just an accelerationist. You just want bad things to happen to people that you feel haven't done enough in your eyes. Even dictators take the will of the people into account. Exactly. No matter who assumes the Republicans are worse than the Democrats, it's not literally no matter what, but as long as they're better than Republicans, and they really, really are, then you should vote for them. Yeah, we're constantly moving the, what is it called? The something window. But I always forget the name of it. Something window. Help me out, chat. The Overton window, thank you. We're constantly moving the Overton window left. Okay, and that's happened throughout history. You can look back at the Overton window and the way that it has shifted leftward gradually over time to be more and more progressive. We have gay marriage now. You know, there's a whole like trans outrage right now, but that's going to die down. I promise you, it will die down. It has to, like, the public just has not bid down on that. So it's going to die down. The Overton window shifts more and more and more left. You never heard of it? So the Overton window essentially refers to, so you have the political compass, right? The Overton window is like a space within the political compass wherein you have like the extreme left of the Overton window and the extreme right of the Overton window, and where that window sits and how big it is dependent on current political conditions. So for instance, the Overton window would have been like in the times of like chattel slavery in America, it would have been like way on the left to be completely in favor of black people having equal rights to white people. Like that would have been way left on the Overton window. But today, that's pretty central. That's pretty central. Like that's a centrist position is that black people, well, not anymore, but I digress. Essentially, it's a centrist position, a normal position, mind you, that black people ought to have equal rights to white people. So that's not considered progressive anymore. That's just like basic. So that's what we mean when we say the Overton window. And it's constantly shifting toward the left over time. Unless you let accelerationism take over, at which point you would need a revolution. And some people believe that revolution is the only answer. I don't think that's the case. I don't. Okay? And even if it were, I'd rather push that off as long as possible, to be honest with you. Because I certainly don't want to participate in a fucking revolution, or my kids for that matter, when I have them. My nephew, I have a nephew. I wouldn't want him to be in the fucking revolution. Lives are lost. Okay, sometimes thousands, millions. So maybe let's not do that. Like, if you really do care about people dying, here's the thing. Like, you don't give a shit about people. Like, you claim to care about Palestinians, but I don't even believe you care about them, because you can't care about like the lives of like other citizens just because they have it better. Like, you just claim that their lives don't matter as much as the Palestinians' lives. All lives matter. Okay. Oh God, don't clip that. But all lives are important is my point. So if you can't care about the average American, then I can't really trust you to care about the average Palestinian.
Action of, I will support you if you do this.
All lives matter.
Them. They do nothing. And if that's too much to ask of them, well, honestly, I'm telling my viewers right here, vote for Donald Trump. Vote for Donald Trump. I want you to vote for Donald Trump, because that is what Americans deserve. If they are unwilling to even...
How many views does this video have? 14K. Cool, man. You're telling 14K people you've now told to vote for Donald Trump. Good job.
Ask the most basics of the Democratic Party. If they are unwilling to say, okay, Kamala, despite you being a cop, despite you being a piece of shit, as long as you pledge to end the genocide, to take real action against Israel, the second that you are sworn in, I will vote. I'll vote 10 times for you. I'll do electoral fraud for you, baby. I don't care. If you're not willing to just say that, if you're not willing to condition your vote on that one thing, no matter, you're just so callous.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to drop a really fucking hot take right now, and it's going to be sizzling, I promise you. Palestine's not the only fucking issue right now. It's really not. Okay? Domestically, trans children are dying because of conservative policies. All right? It's not nearly in the numbers, and it's not nearly as brutal, but it is happening. Okay? And I care about Palestine. I do. I really fucking wish that Netanyahu would stop his bullshit over there, but it is not the only issue that exists. I'm so fucking tired of leftists thinking that the only issue that exists is Palestine. It's not. All right? Domestically, issues matter as well. Domestic policy fucking matters. So even if we did have another Biden and he would do nothing different in Palestine from what Trump would do, guess what he would do? Better domestic policy. It's called fucking harm reduction. It's called being pragmatic. You have no sense of being pragmatic. You have no sense of picking your battles, of minimizing the conflict as much as you possibly fucking can until you get somebody in office who actually does give a shit about Palestine. You have no sense of that. You're a fucking moron. You're brainlet with a sub 50 IQ. You're a troglodyte, an amoeba. You're like a little amoeba swimming around, constantly trying to like galvanize people to your side so you can infect an entire group of people into thinking your horrific ideas. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. And I still think that you deserve basic rights because I'm not a freak like you are. But fuck you.
So hateful. Such a piece of shit. That honestly, make America horrible. MAH. No third. Yeah, it doesn't really work. There's not, Maha.
I care about Palestine. No, the fuck you don't. Shove it up your ass.
America horrible again? Well, I guess it's
go to the front lines if you care so much. Go to the front lines.
Acronym. But Americans, you should strategically vote for Donald Trump to make yourself suffer more. That's what I'm saying. Americans.
He cares about Palestine so much. He's sitting in his air-conditioned little office, right? Right? With his expensive-ass microphone and headset and computer setup. So that he can bitch about how people should vote for Donald Trump, who will objectively be worse for Palestine. That's how much he cares about. That's how much he gives a shit about Palestine, right? Fuck you, Abad Empanada. Fuck you.
Vote against yourselves. Vote against your own interests. Vote for your own suffering. Honestly, vote for fucking RFK. Vote for RFK. Even worse. At this point, I don't care. It's so simple to be like, okay, let's create like a block of like a few million people who will play.
He talks a big game for someone out of draft range. Dude, you don't even fucking live in the U.S. Stay the fuck out of my elections.
To not vote for you unless you do X. That's how you put political pressure on the candidate to do X. They won't do that. They literally say or they already said 1 or 2 years ago, I'm voting blue no matter who doesn't matter what. And anyone who doesn't, I hate them so much. I hate them. If that's you, you deserve Trump. You deserve Trump. It really is that simple. At the end of the day, it's people who
I
are
deserve Trump, I
pretending
guess.
to be for the things that they claim to be for. The reason why they vote for the Democrats is simply because the Democrats benefit them. They do things that make them feel comfy. They don't want more than what the Democrats do. They don't want to organize.
Yeah, you know what we should do, because Democrats only do the things that make them feel comfy, is make them like as uncomfortable as possible. That'll galvanize them towards our side, right? Right, man, right, man, right. That'll make them want to be more progressive, right, man, right. That's a good idea.
In the Democratic Party, they want to push. They don't want to push the Democratic Party left. All they want to do is pop up every election cycle and try to shame others into voting for the Democrats no matter what, and they disappear. Next election cycle, they show up again and try to do the same. It's happened, you know, most of you should be old enough to have seen this happen 3 times in a row now. You deserve Trump at this point. You deserve him. If you want to prove you don't deserve him, well, you got 2028. In 2028, there's your chance to actually fucking organize. Do something to stifle your country's disgusting acts all around.
Here's my call to action. Just to spite Bad Empanada, if for no other reason, just to spite this asshole, go vote for Kamala. Go vote for Kamala, just to spite him, because I hate him.
On the world, which have currently killed at least 200.
Here's the thing. I feel like in many ways, I respect less an accelerationist progressive than I do a conservative. I respect them less. Because I feel like the average conservative is like too stupid to understand what's going on, you know? But the average progressive, the average left, quote unquote leftist, should be cognizant enough of the material conditions in order to understand that, yes, a liberal is better than a conservative for a myriad of reasons, including Palestine, including but not limited to Palestine. Okay? If you want things to get better in Palestine, guess who's not going to make that better, sweetie? It's Trump. It's Trump, okay? If you really actually do give a single solitary fuck about Palestine, you will not be telling your audience to vote Trump. Fuck you, man. You don't care about Palestinians. You don't give a shit about Palestinians. Disgusting. Disgusting worm.
It's obvious at this point.
Hiding behind the Palestinian people. Hiding your accelerationist policies behind the fucking Palestinian people who are experiencing a goddamn genocide. How fucking dare you? Why don't you go there yourself? Go to Palestine. Go to Palestine. If you care so much about Palestine, go there.
And then once they're in office, you're going to do nothing but can fucking support them wholeheartedly. Not just support them, you're going to like turn them into like an epic meme. Like a super hyper positive meme. Like they're some sort of fucking Jesus Christ-like figure. And I've had it. It's done. I've had it with you. The rest of the world has had it with you. Whatever happens to you, perhaps you just deserve it. It's that simple. You can't fucking condition your vote for the genocidal cop on the genocidal cop stopping the genocide. You're not willing to organize to a sufficient degree to put enough pressure on her.
She's already shown a proclivity toward stopping the genocide. She's already shown pressure toward Netanyahu. Okay? She's already shown that she's at least optically willing to engage with our side, which is better than what Biden did. If you can't take that, if that's not acceptable for you, you're the type of guy who would literally like be hanging off of a cliff by a branch, and when the branch snaps, you see another branch below you and you don't grab it. You cross your arms, you're like, this branch won't support me the way that I want it to. I won't grab it. It'll just snap again. I'd rather die. Like, that's you, dumbass.
Where she will actually make some sort of concrete pledge to stop Israel in some way, then
hello, Biggity
quite
Dog.
simply,
Welcome.
I don't see why anyone else should give a shit about you either. At the end of the day, it's not just that either. It's not just like this tit-for-tat exchange, because
why should I give a shit about you, man? What have you done?
Not doing that. You hurt them.
What have you done except tell your audience to vote for the person who will objectively be worse for the Palestinians? Fuck off.
You're causing them pain, suffering, death. They're not doing anything negative to you. So for you to...
No, okay, that's such BS, man. The average American person is not causing pain and suffering and death to the people in Palestine. That's not their fault. And that's horrific messaging if you want to pull people over to your side. When I first joined the progressive left, like leftism, you know, and I almost became a tanky, whatever, I had like this deep-seated guilt about like going to McDonald's or about like supporting Starbucks or whatever, you know what I mean? Like they like, it's like a cult. It's like they literally inject this guilt into you when you're just trying to live your goddamn life. Because like you felt bad about supporting, quote unquote, these organizations. And yeah, sure you are. But those organizations are literally built so that they consume you. You have no choice but to support them. It's called no ethical consumption under capitalism, man. And right now, people's tax dollars are in fact going towards Netanyahu's genocide. That is true. All right? What the fuck am I going to do? Not pay my taxes? Guess what? If I do that, I go to jail. I'd rather not go to jail, man. I deserve a good life too, just as much as Palestinians do. I'm sorry, that's just true. My life is not worth less than theirs. Okay? It's simply not. So I'm going to take care of myself first. And in that way, it's more pragmatic anyway, because I get to sit here. Let's say that I didn't pay my taxes. Guess what happens? I go to jail. And then I can't sit here with my audience, right? My audience, it's about as big as yours. And tell them, hey, you guys should support Palestine. You guys should be telling your politicians not to support Israel and to send more money to Palestine and aid them. And tell Netanyahu, his fucking disgusting genocidal ass, to stop. You should be pressuring them. You should be. You should be, okay? Call them. Annoy them. Make their phones ring off the hook. Show up at places where you won't get in trouble for showing up, right? Like, annoy the shit out of them. Seriously, do it. Like, if you have the opportunity, go annoy your politicians and tell them to annoy the people above them and so on, to stop supporting the genocide in Palestine. And I can tell you to do that. Guess why? Because I pay my fucking taxes and I'm not in jail, dipshit. If I didn't pay my taxes, sure, my measly amount of money wouldn't go toward their genocide. But then guess what? Nothing changes. At least here, I can actually affect some change. Okay? So shut the fuck up. The only change you're affecting is telling people to vote for Trump. You would literally be doing more if you went to the front lines in Palestine. I suggest you go there.
To like come out and be like, how dare you?
Then you can actually help them.
So do you support Trump? When you're the one actively hurting them through your inaction is disgusting. Screw
shut the fuck up. Piss on it. Go piss on it.
Elections in a row.
Shove it up your ass.
If you haven't learned by now that they don't mean
You're literally hurting the Palestinians. Fuck you.
We're way further left than we're letting on. But, you know, we're super far left, just like you. It's just that we have to reluctantly vote for
No,
this
you're not far
Democrat
left.
now.
You're literally conservative. You're telling people to vote for Trump.
Once the threat of the fascism is
you
gone,
want Trump to win,
we can
you're
take
conservative.
real action. And the threat of fascism isn't gone.
Real action, like voting for Trump.
It's better than ever.
Right?
Liberals enabling fascism.
Real action, like voting for Trump, right, man?
Nothing ever. The way to stop fascism is to organize something
is
that can
to allow
stop
it,
not to vote for
the way to stop fascism is to let it take over in the United States, actually, if you really think about it. Oh, that's big brain time. Big brain time,
like,
baby.
90% Hitler over and over again to avoid 100% Hitler. Like, the
yes!
way to stop
I
is
will!
To build something else.
What, 10 times out of 10, 100 times out of 100, and 1,000 times out of 1,000, if it's between 99.9% Hitler and 100% Hitler, I will take 99.9% Hitler. Okay? If somebody tells me, hey, if I'm chained up in a basement, and somebody tells me, hey, here's your 2 plates. On this plate, you have 5 grams of shit that you must eat. On this plate, you have 5 kilograms of shit that you must eat. Guess what? I'm eating the 5 grams. Okay? Because I'm not a fucking moron like you are.
Or to at least actually use your collective political power to
he
put
has to
pressure
be
on
enough.
90% Hitler to be 80% Hitler. But if you can't even do that, you've had 8 years to build something alternative. You haven't done it. You haven't even tried. You've actively bullied others.
What have you done? What have you done? I'd love to see your record, man. Let's see it.
Into not doing it.
Apparently you dox people. That's what you do.
That is around the corner for you because you've done nothing to fight it. Even
Allegedly.
though you know fully well how to. That's the end. America, number 0. Boo.
What a disgusting worm. Oops, my bad. What a disgusting worm. Fuck you, man. Seriously. I think I've said all I need to. Bad Empanada is genuinely not sane. It's maddening listening to him. He literally comes off like an insane person. There are plenty of bad people who hadn't had computers, microphones, and do live streams. That means you're a bad person for doing that too. True. I am a very bad person for doing that. Finally, some quote-unquote left-wing content you can disagree to. I'm fine with this type of left-wing infighting. Because he's not even left-wing at this point.
Just gone about my...
He's not even left-wing at this point. He's literally telling his audience to vote for Trump. That's not left-wing. Fuck you, man. Like, nothing that he's saying will genuinely help Palestine in any way. It's like what I've told people. Biden, during the debate, said, we're working toward a ceasefire. Hamas just needs to agree to it, which is a lie. Because Hamas did agree to it. Netanyahu's the one that wouldn't. Okay, so he was still pulling defense for Israel, and he lied doing that. But guess what Donald Trump did? He told the truth. Guess what he said? He said, actually, what Netanyahu's doing is good, and he should continue to do it. They stand by the genocide. I'd literally rather have the public opinion be like, well, actually, genocide. This seems obvious to me. I'd rather have people think that genocide is bad than that it's good. That seems obvious to me. Like, Biden can at least understand the optics that the genocide is bad. The optics of the genocide is bad. Even if he's still a lying piece of shit about it. But Donald Trump is like, no, the genocide's good. Let them do what they want. It's good. Netanyahu's great. Netanyahu's great, isn't he? Let's get that guy in. Good idea. The guy who's literally said he will let Netanyahu do whatever the fuck he wants. Good idea, man. Big brain time. I'm a dipshit and even I know this shit. Jesus Christ. All right. I'm going to take a short break, go to the bathroom, get a sippy sip of water, and I will be right back. Yeah, horseshoe 3 at work. Good point. All right, I'm back. I like BE. How? How? He's not seriously telling people to vote for Trump. I don't. I highly disagree. I highly disagree. I think that everything that he said there is rhetoric that could be taken as like he literally said Americans deserve Trump. Oh, hi Cherry. How you doing? What you drinking? I told myself if I was a good boy today and went to the gym that I could get a little drink. So I'm having what is it? Fireball. Fireball with Dr. Pepper. It's the non-American leftist view. As a non-American, I can get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. It's accelerationist. Favorite song. Just catching up with the leftist infighting. I don't consider it leftist infighting because I don't consider Bad Empanada leftist. He's a tanky piece of shit. I guarantee he's like pro-Russia too, isn't he? Chat, if you guys know, tell me whether or not he's pro-Russia. Hi, baby. Hello. Say hi to everybody, or not. Straight to the lap. Is this song a rant that was then songified? It's a rant from a. It's a rant from a parody of Sonic. It's Eggman. If you look up Eggman's speech, or like Eggman piss on the moon speech, that's what it is. That's fair. I don't generally associate with him, Haas, or Hinkle. Yeah, it's just not. Yeah, all those people are like fake leftists. Like I said in my segment just now, they hide behind Palestine. They hide behind Palestine and like other certain policies to be like, look at me, I'm a real leftist. No, the fuck you aren't. You have no idea what you're doing. It's one thing. Okay. I think okay, so I still don't like I still don't like it when people say I'm not voting for Biden or I'm not voting for Kamala because of their stance on Israel. I still don't like it when people do that because Trump is objectively worse for Palestine, okay? Trump is just objectively worse. So I still don't like when people do that. But what I will say is somebody like my sister who's like, I'm not voting for the Democrats because of their support for Israel, but you can go ahead and vote if you want. I'm just not doing it. The liberals have been really bad with Palestine, guys. Really bad. Okay? So, like, there was a time when I was like, what the hell am I going to say to these people? Like, you can go back and look at my videos. I'm like, what am I going to say to convince somebody who's, you know, got family, and let's say that you're like an American who's got family or friends in Palestine who, like, are either in danger or have literally gotten injured or killed. I'm not going to convince you to vote for Biden. No shot. Or Kamala, for that matter. It's just not going to happen. My problem was with the people who have platforms, who are actively going out and saying you should either not vote or vote against the liberals, which is what a Bad Empanada did. Yeah, I'm trying to get used to Kamala. Nobody's ever corrected me before. Like, I got corrected on that Matt Walsh video I uploaded. And now I'm trying to fix it because Kamala's the correct way to pronounce it, but I'm going to be messing up a lot. Pretty sure he used the Ukraine is full of Nazis line. Nice, nice. Yeah, I'm not like a big Ukraine guy, and I don't know like a ton about the conflict over there, but what I do know is that Putin invaded Ukraine. So I'm fine with supporting them. I'm fine with supporting Ukraine against an invasion. I feel like that's the leftist thing to do. Bow, 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 bow. I also support Ukraine because, hello, they border my country. Thank you, Cherry. I appreciate it. I also love the hat. Been a minute since we've spoken. If Ukraine falls, I wouldn't be surprised if Russia attacks me next. Yeah, Putin is a deranged maniac. And Ukraine was attacking Donbass before the Russians invaded. Is that true? And also, I still don't agree with a full-scale invasion. Russia has the right to defend itself against outside attacks, just like any nation would. But it doesn't mean you get to invade the entirety of the nation. You just don't get to do that. The J.K. Rowling versus the main Khalif thing. I have heard about that, and I thought about covering it, but I don't know what I would say about it. I mean, Amain Khalif is literally a woman. Like a cis woman. Born and raised a cis woman. Don't act like America and NATO is supporting Ukraine for pure reasons. It doesn't matter if it's pure reasons. I'm a pragmatist, okay? So if they're supporting Ukraine against an invasion of, like, I don't think America's pure or anything. This idea that like, oh, you're okay with America sending weapons to Ukraine. Don't you know that everything that America does is bad all the time? No, it's not. No, it's not, okay? America's terrible. But sometimes they do good things. And you should support those good things. Even if it's just by happenstance. I don't like the term natural woman, Kermit Thorson. I prefer cis woman. Trans people are also natural women. Because it's a gender thing, right? It's okay. I understand what you meant. Transphobes do not care how cis you are. If you don't fit in their tiny boxes, it's not good enough. My voice is enough. I'm always a trans woman to them. Yeah, it's just crazy because they've been attacking cis women. Like, there are videos of them attacking cis women in the bathrooms because they think they're trans. When all they did was go in and try to use the fucking bathroom. And in a woman's bathroom, guess what? It's all stalls. Like, you don't even see genitalia generally in there. Like, you can, don't get me wrong, it's possible. But generally, you don't. You go into the stall, you piss, you leave. Well, you piss, then wash your hands, preferably, then leave. What is AFAB? Assigned female at birth. That is, it's a little clunky, but that's the terminology we use for like somebody who was born typically like female, and then they transition later. And AMAB is assigned male, yes. So most trans women are AMAB, most trans men are AFAB. And then if you're non-binary, you can typically be either or. We can always tell, crowd. Yeah. Yeah. Still on their game, right?
A perfect shot. I would expect nothing less.
If Ukraine invaded a part of Russia unprompted, I disagree with that. But I still don't think it's okay for Russia to be doing what they're doing in response. It's a disproportional response. Because it's not like the citizenry of Ukraine was responsible for that. That was the Ukrainian government. Okay? So you defend, and Russia has a better military by far than Ukraine does. So if they just wanted to defend themselves, that's fine. I'm not against Russia defending themselves from outside forces, just like I'm not against Ukraine defending themselves from outside forces. I'm not defending Ukraine's actions if they did invade something unprovoked. I'm not very good at foreign politics, so I don't talk about it generally, so I'll drop it. AFAB, AMAB is a good term since it also includes people who are intersex. Yeah, I just think it's a little clunky, like just in how it comes off. That's all. All right, we got more segments to do. More seggies, more segs. Segs. Ugh, excuse me. All right.
I've had a few.
God damn it. It always happens. Okay, so we hear it all the time. Why I left the left. Why I left the left. You know what we don't hear enough of? Why I left the right. I've already told my why I left the right story a couple of times. I grew up a conservative. I was born and raised a conservative Christian, right? I was pretty fervently a conservative Christian, especially in my teen years. I didn't think that global warming was real. I literally argued against it like for a 6th grade project. Like it was really cringe. I thought that Glenn Beck was the bee's knees. I literally had a Glenn Beck book. And then I became a liberal like in college, but I was still against being... I was still against abortion in college, but I was like kind of a liberal in that sense where I was like, okay, I like progressive policies, but not that one. Not abortion. Abortion was my big turnaround. So I got at the time, my girlfriend pregnant. And, I had a really bad, basically a mental break. And it was especially made worse by the fact that we broke up a few weeks later or maybe a few months later for other reasons. And that was like my turning point. I basically just like was wrought with guilt over this decision that we made together because I helped her with the abortion. And, I was wrought with guilt over it. And I'm like, oh my God, like I did the thing that I'm not supposed to do. Right. So I kind of learned the hard way. And that was really that. And then also my sister kind of dragging me into the leftist sphere. It's impressive how good Gunter is at speaking. Thank you. It's not that impressive, but thank you. I appreciate it nonetheless. So anyway, my point in all this is I am now a leftist, a progressive, I usually call myself. I vote liberal. I advocate for progressive policies such as Medicare for all that good stuff. So the reason I'm bringing all this up is because we're going to watch somebody else who is a former conservative, who is actually an evangelical. I grew up Catholic. Now, she grew up evangelical, so it's going to be a little different. But she explains what changed her mind. So I want to take a look at this and just... Now, mind you, I believe that Neko Suris, friend of the show, was also a evangelical. More or less grew up in a cult, if I understand correctly. Correct me if I'm wrong. But it's, I always love hearing people's stories. So I want to hear her out and just kind of commentate over it. It's going to be a short one, so... here we go.
I've had a few people ask this question of what triggered my shift in thinking when it came to the 2016 election, voting for Trump versus coming to see the light. Around that time, I had already begun seeing inconsistencies within the church, particularly when it came to how they viewed the LGBTQ plus community versus how they were handling like actual sexual predators and infidelity in the church. And there were a lot of inconsistencies and things that weren't making sense. So I definitely think I was at the beginning of my deconstruction era. However, I still voted for Trump. And
I will admit, I also voted for Trump in 2016. I was very much on the fence, but like I had heard, like I was the median voter basically. So I had heard about like Hillary Clinton and her email shit, and I just didn't like her vibes. It was a vibe check thing. It was literally vibes. And I voted against Hillary Clinton and for Donald Trump. So for that, I apologize. I'm sorry. I'm part of the reason that Ohio went red. I'm so sorry. My bad. But I'm a changed man now. And I voted for Biden in 2020, and I will be voting for Kamala in 2024. So there we go.
A few days after he was elected and we started getting information on who he was going to be appointing into his administration, there were people that he was appointing that had very obvious ties to white supremacy organizations that had been very racist.
We forgive you, thank you.
And I remember going to a couple in my church who were huge Trump supporters and respected in the church.
And from experience, with the best tactics to tilt people blue. So that will vary with the person that you're speaking to. In my opinion, the overwhelming majority of Americans like progressive policies such as increased minimum wage, Medicare, like free Medicare, right? Like free healthcare, things like that. Things that appeal to the average person. And if they don't agree with those things, good luck. But like, let's say that that's the baseline, right? You're just dealing with like the average milquetoast, maybe even middle of the road conservative, right? The best thing to do is say, hey, these are the policies that like it's difficult because you don't want to bring up directly a political argument or anything. But if you're going to confront them and ask them like, hey, you know, like the election's coming around, who are you voting for? And they're like, oh, I think I'm going to vote for Trump this time. Then you can be like, okay, well, let's talk. Like I've tried this on my brother. Let's talk about this, right? Like, why are you voting for Trump? Do you know that Trump, do you know about Project 2025? Like, you know, the things that are in it? And they could be like, oh, you know, I've heard of it, blah, blah, blah. Basically, what you're trying to get to is the progressive policies and really nail in that like conservatives, and you can even give examples. There's examples of like conservatives turning down basic lunch programs for children in schools. Like conservatives outright saying like children should have to pay for their lunches or else they go into lunch debt. Like there's literally examples of that. There's examples of, you know, way more examples of conservatives committing sexual crimes. That'll often help. Things like that. So that's really, it's hard to give advice unless it's like case by case. You know what I mean? Because I've tried on my dad and it's just not going to happen. It's not going to happen with my dad. He's too dug in. So good luck with religious people and good luck with people who are pretty hardline in favor of Trump. It's very hard. Not impossible, but sometimes it's just better to focus your efforts elsewhere.
And I remember asking them about this. And I was like, he's appointing these people and they have ties to like white supremacy. Like what do you think about that? And I remember,
I do also want to point out, I did actually convert somebody one time from being transphobic to being pro-trans. And this was a very centrist person. It was at my old work. I did a lesson. It was a cringe lesson, I'll be honest. It was a cringe lesson about trans people. And like, you know, like I was in a room full of men who were like in their 40s and 50s. It was I was doing a lesson basically as a nurse for people who are detoxing from alcoholism and other drug use. Rehab. They usually call it rehab. Thank you, Alec. Finally got there. But anyway, I was doing a lesson about trans people and why like they need to like accept trans people in the workplace and like they can get fired for it and this and that. And then somebody came up to me afterwards and they were like, hey, listen, man, like I've got a kid who's got a friend who was born a girl, but now they're a boy, right? Like I don't get it. Right. So like maybe I could, like I told him, like you can come up to me afterwards for more info. And I gave him research papers. I was like, here's the research on it. Here's like the studies that show transitioning is good for these kids. And he took it. And I didn't really expect anything to come of it. But he came back and he was like, hey man, I read over these papers and like, I don't completely get it, but it looks solid. It looks solid. Like I didn't know that all of this scientific research was out there that exists on trans people. So, you know, just thank you. And like, unfortunately, this trans friend of his daughter's was in kind of a bad situation and there wasn't a whole lot he could do. But I did say like, you know, do what you can, accommodate him when he comes over. But like, don't get yourself into trouble, man. Just don't get yourself into trouble. Just do what you can. So that was kind of how I converted somebody from being a sort of a transphobe to trans accepting. So research can help if they're like intellectually minded, you know, if they're not like anti-science, sometimes scientific research helps, you know, things like that. I'm just speaking from experience. This isn't like gonna work for everybody all the time. But there you go.
They paused. They didn't deny the allegations. They didn't deny the fact that they had these ties, but they said, I think we just really have to trust that God has a plan and that God's going to bring the right people into Trump's life to help lead the country. And immediately something clicked, and I thought, they never gave Obama the benefit of the doubt. I never heard if they disagreed with anything Obama did. We just need to trust, and or we need to pray for him. It was never that. If you remember, around that time, white evangelical Christians in particular, the majority of them actually really hated Obama. So we had
they were literally calling Obama Satan. There's still a meme going around that like not even a meme. It's like serious. People really believe that like Michelle Obama is a man, quote unquote, and which it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter even if she was, but like they're saying that like Michelle Obama's a man and Obama's gay and it's all a cover up and all this stuff. It's crazy. It's insane what some of these people believe. Yeah, Kat, that's Winry. Winry, don't chew on the rubber band. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Good girl. But once you're that far gone, I feel like there's really not a whole lot that can pull you back.
Spent the last 8 years with very racist, Islamophobic rhetoric when it came to Obama and the presidency. I
will say, the fact that she had her mind changed by that stuff is a sign that like I think that she just has a better sense of intuition and self-reflection than most conservatives have. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like, I feel like that she just has something that most people who are conservative or raised conservative simply don't have. Being able to introspect like that and radically change your views because of the fact that the people around you aren't aligning with what you view as good, that takes a lot. Like, that's a big transformation. So I don't think that this is typical, but I do feel good for her. Like, I'm glad that she was able to do that for herself.
Going from seeing their deep hatred for Obama to their deep idolatry for Trump is what started to kind of open my eyes and be like, well, wait, they didn't do that for Obama. They weren't praying for Obama. They weren't, trying to see the bright side for Obama. It was none of that. In fact, the narrative with Obama was that he was trying to make the United States
he was the Antichrist,
that he was actually a terrorist, that he was a secret Muslim, despite the fact that Obama is actually a self-professed Christian. And I'll never forget that moment, because that was the moment I think I literally within myself said, I think I made a mistake. And from there, I really started dedicating myself to listening, watching. It wasn't an overnight thing. I wasn't all of a sudden, I'm going to be more liberal. It definitely took a lot of deprogramming and researching other information that wasn't biased on either side. And that's really...
For me, it was when I really took the dive into conservatism, into socialism. It was because I was just curious. I was like, Kara, why are you a socialist? Because I had grown up learning all of these things about socialism and why it's bad. And I was like, well, I want to learn about socialism. Like, I want to approach it honestly and be like, okay, why is my sister a socialist? Why? And so it was really from there that, like, if you just question it on it, like if somebody's coming to you honestly and questioning it, like, okay, why are you a socialist? Like, I don't understand. Like, I grew up learning that socialism is bad and this and that. You can pull them over, Like, sometimes all it takes is a little push. So just remember that.
Really hard to find that kind of information. That's truly just the very, very beginning. It's a long journey after that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was definitely a long, twisty, windy, turny journey for me. So that's great, though. So just remember, all hope is not lost for everybody. There are some lines that once you cross them, there's no coming back from it. I feel like if you're really truly, there's rarely coming back from it. Let's say that. If you really are like deep into the MAGA hatred the MAGA crowd. Or, let's say that you're QAnon, right? There's usually no coming back from that. Like, once you've lost rationality, that's it. I think my dad, and I love my dad for everything that he is, but I think that he's lost his sense of rationality in a lot of ways. So I don't think that, like, I could pull him out of that. But, for those who do have that sense of rationality, you can appeal to that and say, like, don't you think that these basic rights are good? Don't you think it's good to help the poor? Don't you think it's good that people get Medicare or medical treatment at no price, at no cost? Don't you think it's good when people have roofs over their heads, right? Like regardless of what their ability to pay is, you know? So appealing to rationality and also appealing to their sense of justice is a really good thing to do. So yeah, that's about all I have to say about it. Based former conservative. If you yourself are a former conservative, congratulations. Welcome to the dark side. And, you know, hopefully we can get more of them. Because it's the more people we can pull over, the better. I'm always accepting of former fascists, former conservatives, former... Whatever your past is, if you want good things now, you are welcome here. That's what I got to say about that. I wish both my siblings are still mass attending Catholics. That's not necessarily bad. Like, most Catholics are pro-abortion. Did you guys know that? I think the split is like 60-40. Most Catholics are pro-abortion. That's like the one issue that my dad will never be swayed on. My dad, I managed to pull him over on being... against the death penalty, because he used to be pro-death penalty, but then it's like, okay, well, if you're pro-life, then you can't be pro-death penalty. Like, that doesn't make any sense. And at the same time, the death penalty is really expensive, and I think that's really what pulled him over. You know what I mean? Like, oh, the death penalties cost more tax money. Yeah, well, actually, I'm pro-life, so yeah, okay, man. Like I said, I love my dad, but man, he's got some ideas. He's got some funny ideas. But I love him because I do think that he would do anything for me, regardless of my political beliefs. What's going on here? We're just talking. We're just people talking. Use pro-choice instead of pro-abortion. I mean, like if I'm in a debate, then I would say pro-choice, sure. Okay, I agree. You know what? I agree. I'll try to start doing that, because to be fair, I don't like abortion. I don't like it. Did you guys know that? I don't like abortion. You know why? Because it's an invasive procedure that you should avoid if you can. Getting an abortion is not nearly as safe as just preventing the pregnancy. Hello again. You're all over me today. Uber. You want to say hi? Say hello. Oh, she's purring. Can you hear her? She's purring. Say hello. Say hello. Goober. I don't like abortion because it's an invasive procedure that you should try to avoid. But conservatives are also typically against contraception, so... you know, they can posture all they want about, like, not wanting babies to die. But, like, at the end of the day, they're the ones that, like, their policies are literally causing more what they consider babies to even form in the first place. Stop chewing on my rubber bands. This is Winry, for those who don't know. Hello. Hello. You giving the people some ASMR? Yeah? Some good cat ASMR. Hello, baby. She's on my lap now. Goober. Hi, Goober. Even though their God killed babies? That's true. Put the birth rates. True. We must force birth. We must force the 12-year-old to give birth. I like cats, but I'm scared to pick them up because I think I'll get scratched. You could. But if you own a cat, typically they'll let you pick them up. Maybe not for very long. Who's your baby? Who's your baby? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Let me kiss you. You have to, like, some cats don't mind, but most cats will. So just you have to read them. Cats are finicky creatures. I always think it's a red flag when people say they hate cats. I think that's a red flag. for dating and otherwise, because cats require a little bit more consent than dogs. Dogs, I love dogs. They'll come up to you. They will love you unconditionally, regardless of who you are. I love dogs, but they're a little dumb when it comes to like their boundaries. Like they don't have boundaries usually. They might. Some dogs do, but most don't. Cats have boundaries. I do think dogs are smarter than in most ways than cats are, though. That's why I love you, little dummy. I loved you. Yes. You're perfect. You are perfectly stupid. Making biscuits. She's at the biscuit factory. Be still, let them come to you and learn your scent. Yeah, always reach out your finger and let them smell it. Always let them smell you before you go in. If you let them smell your finger, they'll kind of tell you from there whether they think it's okay or not for you to pet them. Like they'll lean into you. Like if they want you to pet them, they'll tell you. You know what I mean? But they have to want it. I'll take an order of 4 heavy gravy. Okay. We have a neighborhood stray that I can't pick up and sometimes can't pet really, but we love Pumpkin and feed her. Yeah, I've got a few strays outside. It's funny because I've got one stray that loves pets. I've got one stray that will not let you touch her. I've got one stray who is the son of the first stray that I mentioned, the lovable one. So he's her son, and he will only let you pet. Like if you try to pet him, he'll kind of bap you, and sometimes it'll be a clawed bap because you know they're cats. But he doesn't try to hurt me. But like if I try to pet him, he'll try to bat me, except if he's eating. When he's eating, I can pet him. And then we have a fourth cat that just started coming around whose name is Ace. And Ace is like this beautiful... Here, I got a picture, actually. Ace is like this beautiful orange and white cat. I'll show you. I think I put it in... Stream General? Maybe? Why have you guys been talking so much in Stream General? Bye, Winry. I can't find it right now, but... oh, here he is. So he looks angry here. It's just because he's mid-chewing. He's in the middle of chewing, but I thought it was funny that he looked angry. So I took the picture and kept it. And then here he is sleepy. He's a little sleepy boy. So he's the new boy. We have a one-eyed cat that walks around here sometimes. Yeah, one of our cats, I don't think she's one-eyed. The one that really likes pets, I don't think she's one-eyed. But she does always have one eye closed. It opens like a little bit sometimes, but usually it's closed. I did get her fixed. And when they fix stray cats, if they are like a good program, they'll also vaccinate them against rabies and then check for infections and stuff. So like one of the cats that I brought in had a bacterial infection that I had to pay $25 to get an antibiotic. But they didn't say anything for her, the one with the closed eye. So I'm assuming she's fine. Should you get your strays a cat house? Yes, and I can show you. You can make your own pretty easily. See if I can pull this up. Oh, you guys want to see a little brat? This is the little brat we got at work. I work home care, so like this is just their house. And this little butthead is now a full-grown adult. And I love him so much. And he's still tiny. He was tiny when we got him, and he's still tiny. Not as small. He's not as small, but he is small. Where the hell is it? Here we go. Yeah, so if you make something like this, so you just get like a basic bin. What I did was I got a basic bin and I just put some foam in it. It was winter, so I put some insulation in it. Yeah, he was a little nugget. Still is. I put some insulation in it, bought some straw and dumped that into it. And I put a black, like a big black garbage bag and then dumped some straw into it. And they used that all winter. I made 2 of them. They enjoy those a lot. So you can make a very basic cat shelter, or you can buy one. But it's much cheaper to just make it yourself. Very chill stream today, not too much fighting. It has been nice. Yeah, and the lid. Yeah, here, I'll show you. I got a video of their first steps into it. Oh. Well, that's a download. I guess I'll have to open it in Discord. I don't like showing Discord on screen, but this is fine. They're very curious. That's Hops right there. We call her Patches. Patches is the one that does not like to be touched. Hops will let you touch him if he's eating. There we go. The Cat Council. True. We still gotta give Ace the snip. The orange and white boy. See if she'll poke her head out. There it is. She likes it. Beautiful. So yeah. All right. What else we got? Yeah, the little baby, actually, coincidentally, they also named him Milo. Our Milo is the little black and white cat. So they also have a Milo now. And I get to see him every day that I go to work. And he's adorable. I can't believe we call that a cat trap. No, that's not a cat trap. What? No, cat traps, from my understanding, cat traps are literal traps. Like they're cages that you catch cats in order to get them neutered. That's not a cat trap. That's a cat house. That's a shelter. I have used cat traps before. 3 out of the 4 of them that hang out outside are neutered or spayed. The last one showed up relatively recently, like a couple of months ago, and I just haven't gotten around to it. Thankfully, there aren't a whole lot of females in the area. It's mostly males, and all the females are neutered, or spayed, I should say. So yeah. So they can sleep in it, yep. The meme of a random box is a trap to get your house cat. Oh, I got it, okay. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Here, I want to see something.
You know, I've just gone about my business doing a nice.
I'm just looking through Bad Empanada's comments, just out of curiosity. Hitler or he Himmler, very good. Accelerationist Empanada, true. As a Mexican, I have mixed feelings about accelerationism in the form of Trump. We deserve none of the negative consequences of a downfall of the American empire, yet we're going to get dragged down with our northern neighbors anyway. Border jumper. Jesus Christ. Nice one, bot. Oh, okay. I don't know. I don't want to ascribe this to Bad Empanada. Vote Trump, make America worse again. And he's, again, suggesting that it ever stops being worse. Worse than what? Worse than a liberal America. A MAGA America would be worse than a liberal America. Who is this? We just went over Bad Empanada earlier. He's some tanky shit. He's an accelerationist. He told his audience to vote for Trump. I support anointing Xi Jinping as the Lord Protector of the United States. Yeah, okay. Hidden behind irony, Bad Empanada displays a correct line on this issue. I don't think he's being ironic. If it is ironic, then he should have said, I'm not actually serious. Like the entire time he came off as completely serious. He said, vote Trump or vote whatever third party. No, dude, I just vote third party. I do agree with this commenter. What does that do? Anything other than organizing a widespread network of terrorist cells won't amount to anything. Jesus Christ, that's your audience. There you go. Anyone who supports the Dems deserves Trump. Yeah, okay. Yeah, see, this person said he told the truth. I'm glad this video made so many settlers pissed. Bad Empanada does not give a shit about, like, settlers in Israel. He does not. You can't convince me that he does. I just got here maybe a half hour ago. Gotcha. Lots of comments saying the quiet part out loud. True. Very true. Voting for Trump for the sake of a revolution against fascism is flawed in so many ways. Yeah, well, you can't expect logic from a tanky. Apparently the stock market lost a shit ton of money today. Good. I hope it loses more. The stock market never helped me. It never helped me in any conceivable way. I don't give a shit about it. Most Americans don't. Either that or I'm just very misinformed about what the stock market actually is and does. %60 aren't invested in the stock market. I honestly would have expected higher. All right. You guys want to do some more juice? You want some more juice? I got some more juice for you. Let's take a just a quick vote. YouTube and site chat both. We have two videos that we could go over. One is from Redeemed Zoomer. Should church and state be separate? Which he will absolutely say, no, they shouldn't, probably. The other one is First World Problems of TikTok from It's a Gundam. Which one do we want? We want Redeemed Zoomer or It's a Gundam? And for those who don't know who It's a Gundam is, he's basically a media commentator who sounds like this.
Are obese. So basically, we're a fat-ass country, which would explain overweight Disney adult.
He sounds like this. Please not Zoomer. Second. Don't know the latter. Zoomer's insufferable. Okay, we'll do It's a Gundam. It's shorter anyway. You guys will have to suffer less. Zoomer has an annoying ass voice. So does It's a Gundam. So I don't think I've ever gone over an It's a Gundam video on this channel. Excuse me. But here he is. And he's got a video called First World Problems with TikTok. Now, I know It's a Gundam is kind of a chud. Excuse me, I apologize. I know It's a Gundam is kind of a chud who goes over media and basically just gives conservative takes on it. Like, you know, just really cringe. He says, like, if you've ever heard of Critical Drinker, you know, or The Quartering, kind of the same vein as those guys. Except probably, I would imagine at least that he's more entertaining than The Quartering. At least I would hope. The Quartering is insufferably boring, which is why I don't cover him. I think I've tried once and I can't do it. I can't do The Quartering. You can't make me. But It's a Gundam is somebody that I recently watched, if you could guess, Actual Jake cover. He didn't cover him recently, but I watched an old video of Actual Jake and I was like, huh, this guy looks funny. I gotta watch him. So here's First World Problems of TikTok from It's a Gundam.
Another day, another sign of a decline of a civilization. Things are so good. My future's so dark, I'm gonna need a flashlight. Did you know that obesity in America is out of control? Neither did I.
Whoa.
In fact, roughly
Who would've
2
guessed?
out of 3 U.S. adults are overweight or obese. 69%.
I'm sure that he's going to... Nice. I'm sure that he's going to go into the details of why that is. You know? Like, listen, spoiler alert, it's because of capitalism. Really honest, it sounds like a meme at this point, but I promise you it's because of capitalism. Okay? It's because people don't have fucking time to sit down and figure out their diets because they're too busy working, and then they need to go and get like McDonald's or some shit from McDonald's, I guess, right? Like it comes down to capitalism. Okay? I could sit here and explain it, but I've already done that a million times, so I won't.
Percent are overweight. And of that 69%, 36% are obese. So basically, we're a fat ass country, which would explain overweight Disney adults experiencing.
Also, obesity is a problem. It's a real health issue, but it's also not your fucking business. And if you want people to be less obese, then you'll go for systemic fixes, okay? Such as raising the minimum wage, such as making, making cities more walkable would be a great way to do it. Making more, third places, right? There's home, there's work, and then there's the third place, which is quickly dying out, which has quickly died out, basically. There's no third place anymore. You can make public parks more accessible. There's so many things that you can do, basically, to make people less overweight and less obese. Push for public policy that helps people afford healthy groceries, give them more time to prepare their own meals, all kinds of things you can do. So, bottom line is, he's just going to, I can guarantee you, he's just going to blame the fat people for being fat themselves and not think about the deeper reasoning as to why they're fat, or maybe they fucking want to be fat. Who gives a shit? You know what I mean? I'm a little chubby right now. I'm a little chubby boy. I got a little bit of a belly. All right. I'm going to be working it off soon, but for right now, I got a little bit of a belly, and who cares? Who cares?
Their bodies are literally kind of breaking down from being used. I don't know how to explain it.
If you don't know what the Disney rash is, consider yourself lucky. It's also known as exercise-induced vasculitis.
Exercise-induced vasculitis. That basically means that literally their bodies are tripping balls because they're actually outside and being used.
Exercise-induced vasculitis mainly affects one or both lower legs and thighs with single or multiple episodes of a rash with the following characteristics. Okay. Here, let's look it up. Exercise-induced vasculitis. What is it? Harmless form of cutaneous small vessel vasculitis. It's also called golfer's vasculitis. It's a neutrophilic inflammatory disorder involving the small or medium-sized blood vessels of the skin and subcutaneous tissue. When only the small capillary vessels are involved, it's also called exercise-induced capillaritis. Clinical features. Who gets it? Patients that present with exercise-induced vasculitis are often female and over 50 years of age. They are most often otherwise healthy and active. Wow. Wow, look at that. They're otherwise healthy and active. I didn't know anything about this disorder going into it, okay? But that's funny to me. So literally, like, it's more like it's probably because of, like, the, like, estrogen or something. Something like that. Like, it has to do with female hormones, is essentially what I'm getting from this. More than it has to do with being fat. Which is interesting. What causes it? Typically induced by strenuous muscle activity, particularly during warm and humid weather. It's thought that the temperature regulation mechanisms within the calf muscles break down, leading to reduced venous return and blood stasis. The end result is inflammation and vascular injury. Let's see. Obese. Okay. Overweight. Okay. Nowhere on here does it say overweight or obese. Being overweight or obesity is not actually... yeah, it is harmless. And it's not actually a risk factor when it comes... I thought it'd be a risk factor. Because being obese is a risk factor for so many conditions. He just happened to land on the one condition that being obese is not actually a fucking risk factor. Good job, man.
And the whole system is breaking down.
Which are both super common in Disney World because you can walk between 5 and 10 miles a day. The rash typically appears on exposed parts of your lower legs. It can cause an itching and burning sensation and just be downright uncomfortable.
That's how great this country is.
It doesn't have to do with being fat, man. Do your research.
Become morbidly obese and go to Disney all day. America's #1.
Lowering your body temperature and elevating your legs are also
America's #1. Just yell, dude. Use your lungs.
Known to help. It mostly happens in the summer, but can happen on hotter days all year round.
Have you ever thought of, I don't know, not eating calorie-rich foods?
That's not a risk factor. Obesity's literally not a risk factor. Oh my god, this is so fucking stupid, man.
Wild
That's
idea.
so funny.
You want to stop this rash from happening? Try a diet.
He's a monster.
You know, 600-pound life exists for a reason. It's a cautionary tale.
First aid recommended using aloe vera.
Okay, so let's talk about how we can fix the obesity epidemic, right? Let's talk about not blaming the individual necessarily. Like, it does result from a series of certain choices, right? Like, you don't just get fat overnight. Usually it comes from an extended period of making poor health decisions. Okay? That's usually what it results from. But honestly, it's like making those poor health decisions can be influenced by a variety of factors. Usually those that are outside of your control, such as working 12-hour shifts 5 days a week and not having time to prepare your own damn meals. You know, driving everywhere, having an office job, you know, sitting all that. Like, I sit a lot these days. That's why I got a little bit of a gut now. Okay? I don't walk around a lot like I used to in the nursing homes. So that's why I got a little bit of a gut now. Okay? Shit happens. You do what you can. I'm trying to exercise more to get rid of it. But, like, I have the luxury of time to actually exercise. A lot of people don't. So, like, you know, like I said, make conditions easier for people to lose and maintain their weight.
And cortisone to ease the symptoms.
I need to invest money in aloe vera.
We hope that these tips help if you ever find yourself personally victimized by the Disney rash.
Victimized by the Disney rash? What?
It's a turn of phrase, man. Come on.
What the fuck? How do you get victimized by your body going into shock from actually being used?
What are you talking about? You can be a victim of, it's called a, why can't I think of the word now? It's an inflammatory disease. It's, I can't think of it. It's when your body attacks itself. Autoimmune. You can literally be a victim of an autoimmune disorder. Okay? And that's what this is. It's an autoimmune thing.
That's the problem with this culture. Everything is about being a
Your
victim,
body attacks itself.
no matter what.
Yeah.
Stop him!
Yes.
Sometimes you're
Well, oh, you're a victim of cancer. Wow. I didn't... You walking up to the cancer patient, right? The 13-year-old cancer patient and being like, wow, wow, you're a victim of your own body? That's so cringe, man. That's so cringe that you're a victim of your own body. Oh, you're always playing the victim card. Dude, you can be a victim of your own fucking biological circumstances. Yes, that is obvious to me. Shut the fuck up.
Shocked to find the world doesn't revolve around you. And when you live in an echo chamber, this can be
He's
a
a victim
harrowing
of brain
experience.
degeneration.
You become a victim of reality. See what I did there? Well, this brave little tyke decided to become a man, but isn't fulfilling the duties of being a man. What a shocker.
I don't know what to do. I
duties?
have no answers. They're kicking me out of my hotel room because I asked them to wear an N95 mask.
Holy shit,
And they
what?
said that if I wanted that, I was at the wrong hotel and I...
Jesus Christ, that sucks. Yeah, that's a reasonable request during a fucking pandemic. Wear an N95 mask, please. God damn, she must be in like the deep red south. That sucks. Or sorry, he must be in the deep red south. That sucks ass.
an hour to leave.
My God, the hotel attendant is incredibly based. This person
Also, that has nothing to do with being a man. Like, getting kicked out of your hotel when you have nowhere else to go is a serious concern sometimes.
it looks like they're a werewolf that quit halfway through the transformation. That's why there's patchy little pieces.
Uh-oh. Gender neutral pronoun alert. Gender neutral pronoun alert. You use gender neutral pronouns, sir. The gender police has arrived. I'm going to have to see your license and registration. Wow. Gender neutral pronoun alert. Singular use of they.
Of hair all over the place in this terrible iDubbbz haircut.
I don't know where to go.
You're just being rude now.
I'm almost out of money.
There's a cat. You're telling me this hotel allows you...
Oh, you have a cat? You have money to afford a cat and cat food. You don't deserve nice things. You can afford a cat. Why don't you sell your cat? Why don't you sell the thing that you've invested time and emotional resources into? Fuck you, man. Fuck, if anybody ever told me to sell my cat because I was in, like, financial straits, fuck off. Disgusting. How utterly gross of you. Do you know what happens when you get rid of your cat? They go to a pound and they get tortured. Okay? That's what happens. So fuck you.
to have a cat in there. And instead of being grateful, you bitch about N5 masks. You deserve to be thrown out, but the cat can stay. Mr. Jingles did nothing wrong, and I stand by that.
I keep more
Okay, I preemptively got mad because I thought he was going to say you have a cat and therefore you shouldn't be poor. He didn't go that route, but I still disagree with what he said.
scans just keep getting added to the docket. I don't even have one fully functioning arm at this point.
They go to the desk, and they're like, I want everyone who interacts with me to wear a mask. And they're like, not today, Satan. You can take your ass someplace else. I gotta get my kids at 5. You got it now.
Not today, Satan. It's a mask. It's a mask. They don't want you to get them sick. Literally kicking... You could probably sue for that. You know what I mean? Like, that sounds like you could take legal action when you ask somebody, like, reasonably to take a reasonable precaution against an infectious illness and they kick you out of their fucking business. Especially if it's a hotel, somewhere that, like, it can literally be a matter of life and death. Like, if you have to go sleep on the streets, that can be a matter of life and death. You know? Like, that sucks ass. I hope that guy's okay.
Where to go. And then they immediately run back to their hotel room. Instead of packing their stuff and leaving and thinking, maybe I was out of pocket. The correct thing to do is to turn on...
Oh, yeah. The thing that you should do is submit. Right? You should submit. And say, you know what? I'll risk getting a potentially life-altering illness in order to stay here so that I can, actually live, right? Just submit. Just submit to the capitalist system, right? Okay, dude. I'm not a cuck. Sorry.
On your phone.
This is wrong.
And wail to TikTok so that your echo chamber can tell you how brave you are.
Or help him. Or there could be a cry for financial help because he's getting kicked out of his fucking hotel.
The virtual applause. They need to not only respect your gender, but to do what the hell you tell them.
Where do I go?
I hate this guy.
What do I do?
Oh my God. This person is going completely off the rails. This is why I feel when women transition into being men, they really aren't ready. I've got a news
Dude, you literally have a higher voice than most trans men that I know. Shut the fuck up.
flash for you. A man's life is proving himself from the minute he can walk. Being a man means you got to eat a lot of shit sandwiches. And on top of that, also being a man means...
This guy's been to war. He knows. He was there. He was there. He was marching in with the rest of the troops, right, buddy? That's right. He's seen some shit, right? Uh-huh. Sure,
no one cares about you,
sure, man.
Especially in America. If you aren't good looking or rich or famous in America as a man, you don't exist. You're practically...
True. That's why I became famous.
And this person is wailing into the phone, giving us their skill problems. Get good, scrub. Welcome to Dark Souls. This person.
Hey, at least he actually respected the fact that he doesn't know that person's pronouns. Hey, maybe actually that's a point in favor. I don't know. It still reeks of disrespect that he would be like, oh, you want to transition into a man, but you can't actually be a man, just like the rest of us. But, I mean, he did respect, the gender neutrality of the pronouns. So, is he pro pronoun usage? Is that, I don't know. I really don't know him that well. That's cool, at least. I don't know.
Versus is giving me full Starbucks barista. Remember that little dude, quotation marks?
Okay, there we go. Never mind. Fuck you. Fuck you! Transphobic piece of shit. He had me going for a second there.
I'm literally about to quit. I don't know if I'm gonna do it, but I really want to.
I remember this one. Today. I have a video about this one. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. I won't make you guys watch it, but I'll just pull up a... Search Starbucks. Yes, there it is. That's a good ass thumbnail. That was when I was at my old house. Trans Starbucks barista bullied by former Trump admin. Then I ratioed him. Oh yeah, I forgot. I ratioed so I actually ratioed the guy that was shitting on him.
You don't brag about how hard your god boss is railing you, okay?
True, man.
I don't care how wide you dilated your asshole.
Never gets old. Here, let me pull up the tweet. Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah, I ratioed this fucking male nurse.
Middle of my third 16-hour nursing shift. Oh boy. Now, let me tell you something.
Let's let him finish what he was talking about, and then I'll show you.
And I'm crying in the back room right now, and I almost cried on the floor. It's just... And we have 4 people on the floor all day.
This is old news, though. So he's basically, complaining, justifiably, about his work conditions, right? And then this guy's like, me looking at you after my 13-hour shift, third 16-hour nursing shift.
Oh, boy. Now, let me tell you something. As a nurse myself, I have experienced the hellish 16-hour shift. It is no joke. It sucks ass, okay? So I understand the frustration that this person is currently feeling looking at this post. Here is where I draw the line. You do not get to use your struggles, your personal gripes with your workplace as a beating stick for somebody else. A college kid, okay? A child. I'm sorry. If you're in college, you're still a child.
I ratioed both Sebastian Gorka and this asshole. I ratioed both of them in a tertiary tweet reply. A tertiary tweet.
Guys, okay? At least if you're like...
Your voice sounds so different. Is it deeper or is it... Well, it sounds different partly because I was using my Yeti. But I'm wondering if you think it's deeper or worse or better. I'm curious. I must know. I must know the opinions of my audience. This is back when I was a 5-viewer Andy or some shit. Maybe 10 viewers.
18 to 22. So, no, you don't get to do that. This person is
sounds deeper back then. Oh, no. I got to go back to the gym. I got to go back to the
hours
gym.
a week on top of being a full-time student.
I was also in T back then.
No, fuck you. So, I decided, hey, I'm a nurse. I'm a good dude. I think I'm a pretty handsome dude, personally. So I decided, hey, I'm gonna reply to this motherfucker. I'm gonna tell him what for. I'm gonna give it to him, right?
I like your voice now. Thank you.
To my surprise, I got quite a bit more attention than I anticipated. So I said, currently my face while watching a fellow nurse work himself to death to the detriment of both his own health and his patients, and then bragging about it. And this is me. And that's me. That's the handsome mug himself. So why did I say this? Because you, regardless of whether it's your choice or not, and we'll get to the fact that it was his fucking choice to do that, by the way, he chose that shift.
Okay, I won't make you watch all of this, but yeah, he did pick that shift, and then what was the ratio? I forget. So he's got 12.5K
I don't care
likes.
to collect a few
And
extra
I've got-
dollars of overtime, and that's it. All right? So,
39.9K likes. So I ratioed the shit out of him. But yeah, basically the point I was making is that it's not safe to work like that. And you're literally putting yourself and your patients in danger when you do that. My quality is so much worse. It was worse.
Oh my God, there's
For
so
sure.
many people coming.
Did you ever change your mic audio or setup because your voice may not actually be different? It could just be the recording. Yes, I did change my setup quite a bit. Like, I was using a Yeti mic back then, and now I have like a professional, what's it called? I don't even remember what it's called. An Electro Voice RE20, which improves the bass of my voice to make me sound deeper. But for some reason, I still sound deeper over there, so whatever.
Coming into the store, and I wasn't supposed to be working for the Rican. Oh, it's just like, why
You
would
go work
wanna
there
be a
then. You go
doofy?
work there. Go. I guarantee you this guy has never had to work like in a place like that. Because if he has, he wouldn't be bitching like this.
Jesus Christ! James Charles is releasing
You're literally
a
a
new song.
YouTuber, man.
Remember, is James Charles still a man, or is James Charles now a woman? Like the rule.
Oh, that's all owned, bro. You owned the transes. Good job, bro. Very
Rules
good job.
keep changing, and Lord knows YouTube enforces them like the Gestapo.
What are the rules? What are the rules?
This is copyright. This is also copyright.
Could just like, you know, whittle around in it and sing a bit, and then I have my team Photoshop me into a burning version of Hollywood while I say, "Bring me the water."
Yeah, real men act like a badass online while hiding behind an avatar. I show my fucking face, bitch. Fuck you.
Water, Sylvie. Bring me the water. What does this do? Why? James, why do you need this? You're rich. It's over.
Post physique.
You won. You won the game. No, it's not enough. James Charles now has to be Sam Smith.
You guys ever see me in my prime? Let me show you what I look like in my fucking prime, man. Let me show you what we got to return to. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. There's the boy. Ooh, boy. Smoking. I did have some acne on my arms, unfortunately. But other than that, beautiful. We must return. We must return. I must ditch the chubby. I gotta get the traps and the pecs back. Yeah. Yeah, I was buff back then, man. So unless you can hit that level, I'm just saying, skill issue.
What is it with like gay
Don't worry, I took step 1 today. I went back to the gym. I'm going to the gym tomorrow, and I'm going to the gym on Sunday. It's gonna happen.
people and drag queens always
Probably.
trying to be musicians? That's why music sucks now, because there's no respect for it. There used to be a time when people would go, you know what, I don't have a talent for this. Now they're just like, well, I'm already famous, so obviously I'm a singer.
Come with me to the first ever FatCon. Yes, that's right, haters. There is a convention just for us fats now.
Did I really just... This woman said the first
Who
FatCon,
cares?
that's right, haters.
Oh no, okay, let's say that I don't even agree with the FatCon. I'm sure there are problematic elements to it, like embracing being obese. There's a certain point where you get so big that it's not healthy, okay? I can accept that. But at the same time, it's like, who's going to FatCon? Who's actually going to FatCon? You know what I mean? Like, and as far as people are going, it's like, who gives a shit? What, you think they're gonna be less fat if they don't go? Like, who are they hurting? They're just trying to find some fucking solidarity in the fact that they're fat. Okay? That's not a problem. Yeah, I just don't give a shit. Like, who cares?
The FatCon. Literally, the only people who know about the FatCon were fat people interested and assholes like me that didn't know it existed till I saw this video. It didn't need to be broadcast.
There were so many
It didn't, so why are you broadcasting it?
amazing panels ranging from Fat Liberation 101 to Fat Lesk to Fat Nerds.
Can someone explain to me what fat liberation is? Like, you're in a country where literally you could eat yourself to death, and it's cool. Like, you could just get on...
You can be fat and still be nutrient deficient because of economic circumstances. Like, everybody says this, oh, we live in a fat country. You think you're poor? Oh, people are fat. Yeah, poor people are fat. Because all they can afford is calorie-dense fast food. Because they don't have time to prepare their own fucking meals. Because of capitalism! It's literally, it always comes back to capitalism. They just have a problem with capitalism, and they can't understand that. If you want fewer fat people, fix capitalism. That will lead to fewer fat people. So even if you are a fat people hate piece of shit, like I used to be, and I hate you for that, by the way. You're a fucking disgusting piece of shit. But let's say that you are that. If you really are trying to decrease the number of fat people, dismantle capitalism then. Join us in the fight, brother. Help us dismantle capitalism, and people will be a slightly less fat, probably.
Social services or something, and they give you money every month to continue laying in bed and eating.
We got it on the welfare queen
600-pound
bit.
life
Here
is
we go.
proof of it. Literally, these people get out of high school morbidly obese, get on social services, and then they just blow up further until they get to the point of where their bodies are falling apart and rotting. Then they're like, maybe I need help.
So help them analyze their circumstances. How about some preventative health care? You guys know what preventative health care is? Primary health care? That means that you go into the doctor before you're sick or anything's wrong. And then you find out if something's wrong. But you can't do that because that costs fucking money that people don't have. So they just keep getting further and further. They keep digging the hole further into unhealthiness because they can't afford the fucking doctor. It's the same thing I did with my teeth. Okay? My teeth suck for the most part. They're straight at least, but they suck. I got a bunch of fillings and shit. I had to get a root canal at 12. But as an adult, they still suck largely because I didn't go to the dentist for 2 years because I thought it was too fucking expensive. Okay? So if it were free and I didn't think I was going to get ripped off by the goddamn dentist, maybe I wouldn't have teeth as bad as I do right now. You know? It's capitalism. It's always capitalism.
A fireman. Imagine being a fireman. You get a call. You're like, it's an emergency. You're like, yes, I'm going to save some people's lives from a burning building. And then they're like, I'm sorry, a fat person on 600-pound life fell over. And
that fat person's life matters, and they should be saved by the firemen. And if you're a fireman who doesn't want to save a fat person just because they're fat, then fuck you. You shouldn't be a fireman.
It's like,
that's what I have to say.
I didn't sign up for this.
I even talked on a panel with the Plus Bus on 101 ways to lose the weight of fat hate.
Lose the weight of fat hate? What? I told you, oppression everywhere you go.
Also worth mentioning, people sometimes are fat because of conditions entirely outside of their control, like a thyroid problem. Thyroid problems are pretty common, and if you have a hypothyroidism, that means that your body literally does not have as fast a metabolism as everybody else. So if you can't afford the medication to help compensate for that, then you're fat, and you're just fat sometimes. Okay. It's nobody's fault. It just happened. And what are you going to do? You're going to shit on him. You're going to shit on him. You're not going to help at all. Fucking leech, man.
There was an amazing plus-size fashion show featuring multiple designers. This one's Chub Rub.
How do you expect me to take a designer seriously for overweight clothes when they call themselves Chub Rub?
They had an incredible vendors hall with all-fat artists, designers, plus-size vintage. Here's some of my art.
Fat people deserve love too.
Fat pool parties. We did get up to shenanigans.
You know what this looks like? This looks like a loving, embracing, solid community. Maybe I'll go to FatCon one day. They seem like nice people. They seem like nicer than you. I'd rather hang around people at FatCon than around you, you asshole.
Okay, I'm
out.
out.
What do you provide?
I'm done. No. That's it. No.
What do you give me?
Not looking at a fat
What does our
woman
relationship look
cake.
like?
What the hell is this? How could she post that on TikTok? But I post like little jokes and stuff, and I keep getting my stuff taken down.
Oh, little jokes, right?
It's different. She's modeling Chub Rub underwear. You filthy bigot. They're losing the weight of fat hate. It's like, it's not fat hate. I'm just asking a question. Why is this allowed and I'm not? And they're like, screw you. We're literally...
I'd love to see some of your jokes. How about an example? Give us an example of a joke that got taken down. I'd love to see it.
Turning into like, remember the movie WALL-E with the little robot? It's super cute.
Oh!
Humans go off into space.
Never seen that reference. Oh! I've never seen that reference, bro. That was great. Wow. Even though that was more entertaining than the quartering, it still was not that entertaining, I'll be honest. I just enjoyed shitting on him the whole time. So that was It's a Gundam. I think my first and maybe even my last coverage of it. There you go. Alrighty, y'all. I'm going to take another brief siesta. Actually, first, let me do some chat. So, fun fact, you people do weird stuff all day and it affects me in no way unless I'm being weird with y'all. Why is he so mad? If a tree falls and this guy will be... Yeah, if a tree falls and nobody's around to hear it. Well, I understand your point, right? Like, it just doesn't affect him, right? Like, it's stupid. It's not easy way to get away from corn syrup. Yeah, the corn industry has been subsidized to hell and back. So corn syrup's in fucking everything. Athletic bodies are just for show. They're literally, as somebody who has had, let me show you, okay, I showed you what I believe to be my peak, but let me show you even before my peak, what I looked like. I think this is a, this is what I looked like when I was like in my early 20s. And I didn't have as good traps, like my muscles weren't as big, but I was a lot skinnier, like I didn't have as much fat. This is just for show. It's literally just for show. Like you're just trying to impress people. Okay? Like I'm healthy as I am. I could, if I go to and work out for a half hour, 2 to 3 times a week, I can maintain my current physique and my current way of life and be totally healthy and fine. Okay? To look like this takes a lot of time and a lot of effort and a lot of headache. Okay? And I wanted to do that because I wanted to cosplay as Goku. Okay? That's what it came down to. I wanted to cosplay as Goku. That's why I have this physique. But if you're not trying to cosplay as fucking Goku, why do you want this physique? Really ask yourself why you want this physique. Why do you want it? You know? Meh, hair? Yeah, my hairline. You can tell why I cut my hair off. But like, ask yourself, why do you want the physique? Is it because you're being pressured into it? Then fuck it. Or is it because you want to actually do something creative and fun, like cosplay as Goku? Or like go join a muscle building competition or something, like a body show, or whatever it's called, bodybuilding show. You know? The body hair? Oh, I did actually cut the body hair for Goku. Let's see if I can find that. I also cut it for Avatar: The Last Airbender. I don't know if I'll be able to find it. A lot of my pictures are on my old Twitter, which has since been deactivated. Let me try in a different channel. But it's in here. Come on. Where you at? Oh no, not the AI art. I used to be an AI art nerd. Sorry, I'm scrolling back through Discord. Ooh, this was a banger thumbnail. I like that one. My thumbnails these days are so much lower effort than what they used to be. Aha! There I am. That's me as adult Aang. So if you don't like the body hair, there you go. Pumped Gunter. Yeah, it's nice. You get a lot of people coming up to you like everywhere you go, asking like what your body routine is. Pretty cool. Thank you. My dad helped me with the glider. I did every pose exactly the same. I just wish I hadn't done that. But yeah, that's me without body hair if you don't like that. Sick cosplay, thank you. Yeah, it's fun. Cosplay's fun. I used to go so ham on the thumbnails, man. Now it's just like screen grab of the video I watched, and then I can show you the process real quick. I'll show you. Let's make a thumbnail real quick for this one. Actually, not this one. We'll do it for Bad Empanada. Which I don't, I won't do it. Never mind. But basically, I just like take a screen grab from the video. I separate the person from the background. I make the person's contrast greater. And then I put like a little lighting effect on it, and that's basically it. And then I put some text over it. Very effective, though. Work smarter, not harder. Very effective. I make my own thumbnails, and I think I do a pretty good job of them. Like the Matt Walsh thumbnail. Pretty good. This one was, This Ben Shapiro one was really funny. I love that one. Why'd you stop? Stop cosplaying or stop doing like killer thumbnails? Let's see. There's a really good thumbnail. Let's see. This one was pretty banger. I'm basically the king of trans people, if you think about it. This one was funny. Here we go. This one was a fucking banger. It evokes a lot of emotion. But I think artistically, this might be my best one. Because this was about parents' rights. The thumbnails. I stopped because, that is art, thank you. I stopped because it was a lot of work and not a lot of return. OMG, what is this? This is art. This is literally like what it's like to grow up in a Christian household. Especially if you're like gay or trans. I think this was probably my most artistically done thumbnail. And it did not net me very many views. Here's the thing about thumbnails that you guys have to realize, is that it's got to be clickbait. If it's not clickbait, then people won't click on it. This is not clickbait, it's art. I was viewing thumbnails as art, and it's not. It's like it is, but it's not. You have to draw people's attention. So the way that I draw people's attention now is I do thumbnails like this, where I take the person, which is usually a popular person, right? I separate or somebody who looks funny or whatever. I separate them from the background. I heighten the contrast on their skin, right, on their body, and then I like dim the background and make them pop. You got to make it pop out of the person. The white and yellow text you can see, I switched over to that. I never got a stream notification. I literally sent out one, so I don't know why that's the deal. But you got to make it pop. I do my thumbnails in Paint. That's one option. Here, actually, let me... Here, Roman Omen. If you guys aren't subscribed to Roman Omen, by the way, go subscribe. Okay, so here are the thumbnails. Here's one. Roman Omen, I would highly recommend learning Photopea. And then I would really go ham on thumbnails for like videos. Like you can for live streams, you can. But like, it's going to be especially important for videos that you upload. And I would start doing that as well if you have time and the resources to edit your like, you don't even have to do any hardcore editing. Just like start editing your videos into small segments and then uploading those, and then do really good thumbnails on Photopea. Here, I'll show you guys my process real quick. Say we got a Matt Walsh video we just watched, and he looks like... We can take this one. YouTube thumbnail, create, Control V. It's a little small, but it's fine for the purposes of this. So we'll just bring it up. Okay. So what you're going to do here is you're going to copy paste the layer. I lost that website. I'll bookmark it. Yeah. Photopea is great. Photopea is literally just Photoshop, but free. Okay. It's like a little bit worse in some ways, but it's good in all in the important ways. So you copy paste the layer. You select the top layer. You go to select. You remove background. Very simple tool. Remove background. And there you go. The background's removed. It's good enough. So then you're going to take the top layer. You're going to go to Image, Adjustments, Curves. Make sure that you have the actual picture selected and not the mask. Curves. We're just going to drag this up a little bit. Drag this down a little bit. I think that's good right there. And you can see the difference, right? One of them pops a lot more. We're going to take the background, adjustments, hue/saturation. You can also, the background's already blurred for us, but if it's not blurred, you can blur the background as well. But we're just going to decrease the lightness a little bit. Now here's the real, where the real art comes in. We're going to take an ellipse, shift, and drag, and that makes a circle. We're going to go to select, modify, feather. We're going to feather it to 80. Okay. And then we're going to go select inverse, and we select everything around it. And this part is feathered, and you'll see what that means in a second. We're going to go to Image, Adjustments, Hue/Saturation, turn this down. Okay? And now he really pops. You see what I mean? Here, actually, I want to select both layers here. Image, Adjustments, Hue/Saturation, and then both layers will be dimmed. See that? So you can go all the way down, and it looks like a spotlight. And we do want the spotlight effect, but not quite that much. So we're just going to go to like here. Deselect. Good. Then we're going to go to text. Make sure you use a nice thick text. I like to use American Captain. It's my brand of text, but it's not like my like I didn't come up with the text font. So you can use American Captain if you want. And we're just going to say once kids to give birth. Center, edit, free transform. What I like to do with the text is I'm going to decrease this size of the top. And then I'm going to select everything and decrease the space between, like that. We're going to make this part white. We're going to make this part yellow. Edit, free transform. And then the pièce de resistance, we're going to go to drop shadow. Pièce de résistance. I like to angle it at 135. Drag this back, drag this up. Just play with this until it looks pretty good. Boom. We got a good thumbnail. Perfect. Took like 5 minutes. The piece of resistance, yes. Pièce de résistance. I'll definitely get my thumbnail game up. Work smarter, not harder. Work smarter, not harder on the thumbnail. Please stay on topic. What? You forgot the big red arrow pointing at nothing. Hey, when I use red arrows, which is fleeting, but I do use them, I point at something. See, I pointed at his button here. I pointed at Kamala. Okay? Kamala. You don't need the red arrow, but it is useful sometimes. Is there really no benefit to making artistic thumbnails? Unfortunately not, unless you are literally an artist. What flag is that on the right? What flag? If it was an ad, I have no clue. The ads are all random. Make sure you have ads disabled on this website also. But yeah, make the caption say "Hair Man claims smart." You forgot the yeah, I already read that. This is the diapers guy. Yeah. He's the guy who wanted to sell himself, like as a doll in a diaper to children. Yeah, that's that guy. Yep. Very cool. Very normal. Couldn't keep his diaper fetish in the bedroom. I say if the art you are making for the thumbnail is part of said video already, go for it. What flag is that on the right? Oh, I see. This flag? I have no clue. It might be a state flag. See, that gets my attention though? Yeah, exactly. Like, it's very simple. Guys, the thumbnail game is stupidly simple. Don't overcomplicate it. Just make it pop. Have some provocative text. White and yellow. Use the white and yellow. Okay? Just steal my design. Literally steal my design. I want leftists and progressive content creators to steal my thumbnail designs because they work. Okay? This thumbnail design works. So use it. Literally use the American Captain font if you want. I don't care. It's not my font. All right? This is all public domain. So use it. And if you want to modify your thumbnails, like, this is not the only thing that works, mind you. Who's got good thumbnails? Shark. Shark 300 always has had very, very good thumbnails. Wait, he's live! Pog, he's back! He's back! He's back, he's back, he's back! Oh my god, Shark is back.
Polling ever, and then Joe Biden will win. Obviously, he shouldn't have stepped out of the race. His chances of winning.
He's literally live.
Okay, buddy.
Okay, my dude, my guy's back.
You know what? Step through the wormhole.
He's so beautiful. I love Shark 300. If you're not following Shark 300, you should go subscribe and follow him. But anyway, I saw him stream right after you. Yeah, he's great. I love Shark. Man, 483 watching. I got to get my numbers up. But yeah, here's his, he makes his own thumbnails as well. Here's what he does. These are also very effective. So, you know, you can play around with it. Get a style that fits for you. Anyway, I was supposed to take a break a while ago. I got to go pee. I will be right back.
All humans will burn anyway.
The same rubber band I use to identify the weak spots in humans. Hole in one, baby. Hole in one, baby.
Okay, I'm back. I really respect that Shark turned the Zan thing into the disagreement Zan actually wanted to have and not bullshit drama bait. I don't know. Zan did accuse Demon Mama of, like, pedo-jacketing him. So, like, at a certain point, you gotta ask yourself, like, is this guy even stable enough to be an influencer? Like, he's not. He's not. I don't think that he's stable enough to be an influencer. You know, I don't have any personal connections to Zan, so I can't say that I hate him. But, like, what he did was pretty fucked up. And I did look up to him for a while, okay? I did. But, like, there comes a point, you know, like, what he did was pretty bad. And also, what Demon Mama did was collaborate with Cherry, who was the primary victim involved in this whole thing, and say, like, you know, do you want this? Do you want me to come out with this information? And actually, I don't want to speak too much about it, but a content creator that I previously respected came out and was like, well, Demon Mama was withholding this information for a long time, and, you know, like, it's actually her fault. She's like this capital. Like, it was really stupid. And then he said some shit that, like, is frankly pretty disgusting, so I no longer associate with him. What the hell even happened? Basically, Zan was a manipulative piece of shit to his editor, who, Cherry, not the Cherry that was here earlier, that was a different Cherry, But his editor's name was Cherry, who now works, I think, for Nekosaurus, as it were. And Cherry basically did everything for Zan. Like, managed his... When? What do you mean when? When what? Like, she managed his... Sorry, they. She managed his finances. She managed, like, the stream content. Cherry paints a false narrative. I've seen the DMs. What do you want? Like, I've seen the DMs. He was acting very unhinged toward Cherry. Like, that's not... I don't even think that's questionable at this point. I'm sorry, nothing you say can get me to... I mean, let's put it this way. It would take a lot for me to say, like, Xander Hall is, you know, can be, like, forgiven for those actions at this point. Like, the DMs were right there. I don't know what else to say. Not a Zan simp. I like Straw Hat Monty. But I disagree with Straw Hat Monty on this point. I will give you a chance to make your case, though. I just added these songs, and I'm praying that they don't catch a copyright. That's what I do every time I add a song. I'm like checking frantically to be like, okay, did it catch copyright? And so far, it has not. So, I'm praying. I got asked by a tow truck driver I was riding with who I was voting for. Jesus Christ. I was, I don't want to say where or who this happened with, but recently a person that I associate with frequently asked me about, like, men's swimming and women's sports, right? And women's swimming. And I was just like, oh God, not this. Oh God. So I had to have that old conversation, and frankly, it's just not even worth having anymore. So I tend not to. I'm just like, yeah, like, I just don't watch women's sports enough to care, man. Like, I don't care. I don't know what the deal is with Zan, but from my perspective, most streamers are unstable. Hey! Except for me. I'm the only stable one. I'm the only one that is... cool and based and pog and doesn't... I do nothing wrong. I literally have never done anything wrong in my life. You will never find anything that I've ever done wrong. The Daily Show's copyright? Well, then I won't watch that. But it is cool that a former Republican congressman said he's voting for Kamala. That's cool. I'm so tired of talking about trans sports. It's really tiring. I do wonder what Shark is saying about the drama. Here, let's see if we can find a little tidbit. Can't believe he's back. I'm excited. I've missed his streams.
Polling ever, and then Joe Biden will win. Obviously, he shouldn't have stepped out of the race, but never late is better. You know, to say, need.
Somewhere around that, it's a pretty unprecedented thing.
Okay,
some of the streams that you were doing, like,
oh shit, he's actually talking to. Oh, we can get some early coverage, man. Let's go. This will make a great segment. Here, hold on.
Israel's views on Israel are basically the same as other candidates.
Holy shit. We could watch this while we play Risk of Rain. What do you guys think? He's debating Xander Hall.
Zebra, thank you so much for the Prime. The Bezos Bucks joined the frenzy. Being incredibly pog. I appreciate you. Thank you for that. When do we find out the VP? She should be introduced $10 gifty. Glad too, and I'm glad to have you, shitty streamer. Like also gifted subs. It's sick. Impetus, thank you, thank streamer. $4.99. I should be slated to come on to Leftist Mafia sometime. Just tweet that he made that I saw Indians cannot live peacefully amongst that he made that I saw recently that he made. Now it was 2011. Now he's not like literally completely insane on this topic, mind you.
Sorry,
we're talking
I'm trying
about
to
the
find
American framework of like the American overtime. I don't know what the tier 3 sub yourself. Thank you so much. In Israel. Oh, that's not good. I don't think I've watched it from start to finish, but isn't it just some buddies chatting? It just starts.
Alrighty. Sound good.
Here
You
we
sound
go.
good. Do I sound good?
Okay, this is a good starting spot.
Yeah. You sound good. You sound good. Do I sound good?
Okay, we are going over the Shark versus Xander Hall debate. We'll do this while we watch Risk of Rain. I'll need to get it set up real quick. So if whoever edits this, we're mainly just editing to take out the swears and all that. But yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to see what goes on between Shark and Xander Hall. Now, for those who don't know, Xander Hall's been in the midst of some controversy. We are going to put that aside for right now, because I mainly just want to focus on like the juice of this debate, like the actual talking points that come from both Shark and Xander Hall. Basically what they're debating is whether or not Joe Biden should have dropped out, or maybe like whether we should have been supporting him. So this should be really interesting, and I'm really glad to see Shark tackling this. So let's take a look.
You sound good, buddy.
Alrighty. All right, good. Discord setup can sometimes be a
Here,
hassle.
we'll just do a
this
picture in
time,
picture.
we've got our stuff set up. Nice.
Perfect.
Alrighty, how you doing?
Okay. I just I just got back at it with streaming. I've been gone for a while. I was on a health journey. I was on a spiritual journey. I was traveling down the hashish travel paths of Azerbaijan to look for self-enlightenment.
Nice.
I was taking hot air balloons filled with my own dreams to the top of the Himalayas to talk to Sherpas about the matters that be of the universe, here and back from time immemorial. I was in with doctors. I was exploring the depths of my mind, the depths of my heart, and the depths of what connects us all to this great world, the ribbons of life that spin from the spider of fate that we all are trapped in, of this beautiful web that we call
Very
life.
deep.
I was basically surfing human
Also, Shark's been on hiatus for a while, so I'm very excited to see him back.
consciousness to find a wave that was so gnarly that it would blow my lizard brain part of my brainstem, shock it back into order, basically. And I got some new medicine, so yeah, I think I'm doing pretty all right.
Hell yeah! You're telling me you're the new Avatar, the current iteration. I actually heard that you'd gotten into an accident. I'm glad. It seems like you're okay. I hope there weren't any injuries. Are you doing all right?
Oh yeah, my girlfriend got into a car crash, unfortunately, with my
shit.
car got totaled, sadly. Here in Kentucky we got deer, big ones, big deer.
Oh god.
And
That sucks
he
so bad.
he hopped from the darkness while she was driving back home, and goosh, smashed into the car. Bitch exploded like a watermelon. And the girlie was almost inconsolable. Thankfully, the car kept her safe, but not my bank account, because the car is now totaled and I didn't have gap insurance, so it was a cheaper car and insurance won't pay out the whole thing. So I'm just left with a bit of a bill that I need to pay off, and I can't get a new car just yet. So you know, we've had our ups and downs, but the GF is okay, and so that's the most important thing. But yeah, I'm okay. Other than that, I have this bandage on my arm, but it's not because of any injury. I just got bored one day and started scratching my arm and accidentally peeled the skin off of a giant chunk, and so
Jeez, dude,
the Band-Aid
careful.
to keep it clean. But I kind of want to tell people that I was bit by a shark or something.
Yeah, that's a fun. That's
Shark
a more
bit
fun
by a
story,
shark,
I think.
cannibalism.
But, gosh, I'm glad everyone's okay. Although I'm sad the car didn't make it out better. I don't think the deer ever had a chance, though. Oh.
Yeah, deer did not make
sorry
it.
about that.
But yeah, I mean, it's a bit sad. It was the first car I ever bought, and it meant a whole lot to me. Because I bought it with all the money that I made during streaming, and I was like,
Okay,
oh,
I'm gonna be honest. I've literally never formed an emotional attachment to a car. Like the closest was with my first car. I was like very upset when I totaled it, but I was mostly just upset with the fact that I totaled my car. rather than like actual. Like I missed my car mainly because I didn't like the car that I got after. Like it was a shitty car that I got, so that's just me. Hold on.
Man, like I'm not sure if this was the right path, but getting the car felt like an affirmation of all the work that I put into this channel. So losing it was very sad, as well as like it was just a nice. It was a Honda Fit, as well. It fit my my lifestyle perfectly, actually. But now she is
That
gone.
sucks.
But you know,
Yeah, Xan
it
has
is what it
also
is here in
disappointed me
Kentucky.
lately. We won't get into it.
That's just Kentucky for you.
That's not
thank
what
you
this
for that.
segment's about.
Thank you for letting me tell my sap story in a natural way that didn't seem like I'm farming for money. But hopefully,
even granting that Xan has like not been great lately, he might have some good points here. So let's hear him out.
somebody now donates $500,000 to fix all my woes. Appreciate that, buddy.
Oh yeah, I mean, I know how to set up other streamers for a good dono spree.
Yeah, great pass. Great pass. You should be at the Olympics for volleyball with that one. Good set.
It's real smooth. Anyway, yeah, you hit me up on Twitter, I think a week and a half ago, and you said you'd watched some of my content about Biden and the coverage of Biden in the media and the whole like Biden should step down thing. And I guess this is kind of old news now, and I guess that kind of benefits the conversation more because we can look at it more with hindsight. But I was curious what you wanted to talk about in regards to it.
Sure, yeah. While I was gone, just because I was gone doesn't mean I wasn't paying attention to a lot of stuff. So I was covering just about everything and reading through everything as much as I possibly could. And I stumbled upon some of the streams that you were doing contemporaneously, and also like after you made most of your streams. And I was listening through them because you had more of like a stance that was way more on the side of Biden should not step down. It was a bad idea for him to step down, and on top of that, it was a bad idea for people to say that he should step down, which is actually an opinion that I had earlier in the month of July, but after some time, I did change my mind on that topic and was definitely copping for him to step down, even though I didn't say it explicitly on my on like any of my media, but yeah, him stepping down was great, and that old man being bullied.
Objectively, it was very good.
Two step down was also great.
Excellent move.
As well, and from my understanding, you do not believe that's the case.
So I'd say in hindsight, this has been the best possible case scenario, and has definitely gone better than I would have expected it to. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think the last time that an incumbent nominated candidate stepped down, like during the general election, pretty much, was like World War II, somewhere around then. It's a pretty unprecedented thing to happen in politics. And while Biden's approval rating and polling was pretty weak, I didn't think that was going to have as massive an effect on the total outcome of the election as a lot of people seem to have consigned it to.
That's fine.
Like a lot of people were dooming like Biden could not win. Like Trump had this in the bag, he was going to win. And I continuously tried to be that positive voice of, hey, Hillary was also projected to win by a landslide in most projections in 2015 to 2016 as well. I don't know if it's 100% accurate to say the polling is going to decide the outcome of the election, especially when Biden was elected by people that aren't really loud
okay,
about
here's
their
the thing though. Hillary was bad, but she was not a shambling corpse. Okay, so I feel like there's a meaningful difference there. People, like the median voter was literally like, well, I don't know if he's competent to run our country again for another 4 years, let alone the rest of his fucking term. So I feel like in this case, it was worth looking at the polling and being like, yeah, you know, like the media, like he had a horrible showing at his debate against Donald Trump. Like that was terrible. So, you know, like you have to take the polling with a grain of salt, sure, but if it lines up with what you're seeing, then yeah, you should take it very seriously and, you know, like play it cautiously. I feel like that's just smart.
For him, you know, it was just a lot of normies.
Especially if you're running a corpse.
People who just want to return to normalcy of sorts. And that kind of tied in.
It's a bunch of bad faith from Cherry and DM, but whatever. I disagree. I just think if you look at Zan's side, and I've watched as much of his content as I have, it's impossible to come to the conclusion that Zan is abusive. But I saw the DMs, man. I saw the DMs. Okay? I can't not think that he's an asshole. Like, you have to convince me that those DMs were faked or that there's a good explanation for them. And it better be a damn good explanation. You know, because from where I'm standing, it seems like he was sending those DMs in all caps and literally like abusing his fucking editor, and then trying to lie about the fact that like, oh, we send DMs like that to each other all the time. Dude, come on. You know, and DM has the Demon Mama has like she said she has shorts of like when they were together. So like she did go to help Zan out, according to her. Most of the small bits he did say on the topic to me seems he has plentiful justification for the shit. No, I'm sorry. He was being a little bit too slimy about it. Like he was trying to beat around the bush too much. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. It was too much. I just can't get on board with that. I don't like Zan anymore. Sorry. Oh.
Into the heavily.
But we're not. This isn't about that. But I did want to address that real quick.
Biden. And if you want an example, I can give a couple, because that is a pretty bold claim. The coverage of him ranged from outright hostile to neglectful of his accomplishments.
As it should have been.
I don't think that Biden needs to like get glazed or anything like that. It's just that for a good 6 or so years,
it should have been hostile. He was clinging to power like an octogenarian fuck.
The issues that are very popular in this country, and a lot of these issues have been acknowledged by Biden. And I spent years complaining about those issues. So it just feels fair.
Nobody in my audience who was going to vote for Biden is going to be convinced by me that they should not have voted for Biden if he was the nominee. I never said that. I never implied that. I never said that he was worse than Trump. Never, ever, 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 ever. Anybody in my audience knew that I was going to vote for Biden regardless of what happened, and they were also going to vote for Biden because they're in my audience. And I have, you know, like anybody who wasn't going to vote for Biden who was in my audience already, there was no convincing them out of that. There was no convincing them out of that. Okay, because they have eyes, man. They have eyes and ears. They saw and heard what happened on that debate stage, and it was not good. Okay, it was really not good. So, I'm sorry. And then on top of that, he's horrible on Palestine. He's horrific on Palestine. He's kind of a monster when it comes to Palestine. Not gonna lie. Okay? So, like, what are you gonna do? Convince people to vote for the genocidal octogenarian? Like, is that what you're saying? Because at least with Kamala Harris, right? Kamala Harris, you know, she may be, like, even if she is pro-genocide, at least she's not a fucking walking corpse. You know? Like, that's a plus. I'm gonna have to disagree, but please never talk about it. I might talk about it, and if I do, you're just gonna have to deal with it. Sorry. I don't think that I will, but, like, I don't appreciate being told that. Anyway.
To me that after years of covering and complaining
it's hard to ignore,
huge
man.
These problems are that Biden, you know, addressing them at the very least should be given attention. So his waves of student loan debt forgiveness, the PACT Act with benefits for veterans. My mind's a little scrambled.
If you want to DM me about it, you're more than welcome.
Come up with more. Obviously, he's done a whole lot for the economy and job growth, the union stuff, the climate change stuff. I feel like these are all things that Biden should get credit for, because it's not a matter of telling your audience to sort of bite the turd sandwich and vote blue no matter who in that case. It's also reminding them that, you know, that blue vote actually achieved something back in 2020. Like, we got something with that. And so from my perspective then, a lot of the Dem voter base, and even
nobody's saying don't vote blue, man.
Party, and I think what really sealed the deal was Obama calling for Biden to step down. He's kind of the voice of the Democratic Party. That, I think, really brought it all together, and I feel like Biden should get credit as well for stepping down after saying, you know, he wouldn't relinquish that power, because it
no,
seemed like
sorry, I don't like giving him that credit. Like, he kind of deserves it, but, like, at the same time, he clung to power, and the only, like, I'm of the opinion, right, and this is just an opinion, but I'm of the opinion that if he had not gotten COVID, he would not have stepped down. We would have been stuck with Trump and Biden. I think it's the fact that he got COVID that he was finally convinced, yeah, I should step down. So, like, because otherwise I don't think there was any changing his mind. I didn't think Biden should drop out either. Honestly, I didn't believe Kamala Harris, sorry, I'm still correcting myself, was going to have the charisma to win. However, I believe she has been proving me wrong. Yeah, she has. She's been great. you know, and hopefully people recognize that now. But even back then, the polling showed that people preferred Kamala, and that's important. Anyway,
it was best. I don't know. I feel like he still, even now, doesn't get enough credit. But on the other hand, I'm very happy with how things are gone. I certainly don't lament the situation.
Okay.
And that's kind of where I sit on it now. I'm fully on the Kamala train. I feel like now a lot of my pro-Biden coverage kind of, it's also the Biden...
Real talk, is Kamala even an incorrect pronunciation, or is it either or? Because I've heard people say it both ways, and I've been corrected, but only twice. So I feel like it's either or. I'm gonna try to say Kamala because apparently that's how you pronounce it, but I've heard both, and I've not seen other people corrected on it like I've been.
Kamala administration, so I feel it also serves to remind people of what Kamala has been a part of for the last 4 years.
Okay. I see. So let me start here, okay? Hindsight is not going to be needed for this conversation. We don't need hindsight. None of my arguments are going to be based off of hindsight whatsoever.
Okay.
I want to talk about things.
I did say in a prior video that I don't give a fuck if Kamala picks Shapiro. I have learned more about what Shapiro is about, and I do hope that she does not pick Shapiro. I think that would be a liability. So I am of the opinion, yes, that she hopefully does not pick Shapiro.
Things that we knew contemporaneously as it was happening, from the 27th debate to him to Sunday a couple of weeks ago, him dropping out. Right. So even though, we
still
can
better
say
than Trump,
hindsight
but,
here, but that's not really what anybody was talking about, right? And when you were making your comments, that was not, hindsight was not needed there, right? So, the hindsight wasn't possible, right? Because we were living in the moment. We exist in the context of all that came before us, but not all that came after us, though. So hindsight isn't needed here. So you said that normies elected Biden, and I absolutely believe that's true. People
Biden's
who,
charisma
vote
was at
for
zero.
Biden, those normal Democrats in general are less
zero.
online than conservatives are. Yeah, I completely understand that, and I get that. I remember after Biden, I remember Biden's inauguration had less views, both afterwards and during live views, that stream, than Donald Trump did in his farewell speech, and even the speech that he did after Biden's inauguration speech. And there are people under there in the comment section oh, there's no way he could actually win. Look how little views he gets on YouTube. Obviously no one would vote for this guy. No, he has no ground support at all. Obviously all those people are way more offline and older. That's Biden supporters, but conservatives have become wildly more online in recent years in the age of Trump. So I get that. The problem was this started with normie Biden voter Democrats. This didn't start with elected officials. That's where the kindling for this fire to grow happened. You said it was biased media coverage. I would say I wouldn't say the media coverage was super biased. Really, I've heard you talk about how the media coverage was biased against Biden throughout his presidency, and I just personally don't think so. I saw you bring up on stream. What was it? It was something specific about him. You were talking to your editor and you pulled up an article. It was about him joining TikTok, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I remember
different outlets. Yeah.
Yeah. So not only did different outlets say different things, but also, but also I remember that if you look up Biden joining TikTok, most of the articles that come up first were not negative at all. Actually, you kind of just picked out one of the ones that were negative.
The first article that came up.
Oh, for me, when maybe our timelines are just different. When I typed it in, that was not the first one that came up. But also
I agree with Shark here. For the most part, Biden was getting pretty good coverage during his administration. It was only toward the end that people were starting to comment. Especially it was after his debate, after his State of the Union address, which was one of the best ever, honestly. His State of the Union address was beautiful. It was great. Okay, if we had still had that Biden during the Trump debate, I would have no problem running Biden again. A little problem, but no, for the most part, the major problems that I had would not have been as major. But we didn't have that Biden anymore. He was gone. He was not there that night. The Biden that was there for the State of the Union address was not there that night. But anyway, my point is, he was getting pretty decent coverage up until that debate. That debate is really what did him in.
the moment I remember reading articles about it, and most of them were not negative. It was just like Biden joins TikTok. Look at this old man on TikTok, right?
Yeah.
To be fair, it could be that there's some personification. I don't know how that word works for TikTok, or not TikTok, Google.
What?
But I just looked it up again. The same happens, so I'll just post my results
Personification?
Sure, I mean,
when I
that's
look up
sure.
Biden joins TikTok, I just get the top result there.
yes.
So that's, to be fair, a little bit of my own like bias of what comes up first. Like, it seems like this is probably the most high traffic article from what I can tell. But yeah, it's just been throughout his presidency. It seems like
A really good early game
I think
item.
Trump established a very burning 24-hour news cycle, right? Like, there's always something going on when Trump's president that the news media could focus on. And once Trump left office and Biden took office and the 2020 election ended, I think I can pretty easily source this one. Every media outlet, independent, mainstream, left, right, all took a massive hit on their revenue, viewership, click-through rate, everything. Biden just doesn't bring out a desire to engage with news media that 4 years of Trump did, and this sent out, I imagine, some alarm bells at some of...
Yeah, but like media coverage isn't the only thing. Media coverage isn't the only thing that news networks care about. Like, it's huge, don't get me wrong. But like, there are other factors that influence how much money they make, and they still do have to do like at least most of them have to do a decent job of covering the news. So that's not the only factor to consider there. Just because Biden is not as entertaining as Trump was.
Of these institutions, because I don't know, I don't know how a business sees that and doesn't think, we should do something about this. I know that CNN, I think, is under new management now, and they started appealing more to a conservative audience. But I want to bring up the some of the reasoning that I have here. I want to substantiate it because I don't want it to just be coming out of my ass.
But one moment before you go on,
sure.
Because it sounds like you're bringing up a conspiracy about. And tell me if I'm wrong. It sounds like you're bringing up a conspiracy about media figures were getting a lot of money because every word that came out of Trump's mouth, whether it be legible or not, drew clicks, but Biden didn't. And so they had to do something to be able to get more clicks. And negative media pays. So they started covering Biden negatively because they got more money out of it, even though he didn't deserve it. Is that basically what you're saying?
Yeah, but you have to substantiate that they actually did that.
I think it's sort of a journalist's responsibility in a way to frame a story depending on their bias when they're hired by a certain outlet, right? So, for example, a journalist may know a story is a certain thing, like beyond a reasonable doubt, but still has to report it a certain way for ethical reasons or for reasons that have to do with like their own biases, right? And so, take, for example, when Trump had the assassination attempt. I think most people in the crowd, including the journalists who were there taking the photos, who were writing up the articles, I think they knew that Trump had an attempted assassination on him, that there was a shot that rang out from somewhere and it hit him, and that he was on the ground, or at least that it was taken at him. But instead, the articles were framed as, on the initial headlines, as Trump collapses at rally after gunshots are heard, because they don't want to say something super definitive. Even if they knew it was there, they're waiting for information to come out and for things to be official. People framed that as bias, but that is just a changing of the framing of the event, because that is necessary for the news agency to not end up reporting something false. They play it more careful than maybe is necessary, but I'd say it's a good way to go about things. In the same way, I think many journalists may be colored by other biases, especially those having to do with what's going to get clicks, right? So Biden joins TikTok, for example, could be framed as like, we're in the midst of that whole banned TikTok scandal at the time. That would be something to bring up.
Also, I'm sorry, I have to say this. This is gonna sound petty, but like, I used to watch Xander Hall and I just couldn't do it anymore after a while. I'm sorry. He does not have the riz for this. I don't know how people watched him. I know that sounds petty, but like, I've always thought, like, even if I agree with his politics, I've tried watching him, and I watched him for a little bit, but like, I can't. Like, his voice is so monotone, and like, I quit watching him like before any drama came up with him. you know. And I never said anything because obviously I don't want to get like, you know, into drama or nothing, but that's just the truth of the matter. Like I'm trying to keep track of what he's saying, but you know, that's just the bottom line.
Right, we would frame Biden joining TikTok as something a little more negative. People aren't super happy about Biden because they see him as old. How much that has to do with the media really hammering home every gaffe and mistake and misspeak he makes is up to you. But from the perspective of the media, they can frame this as excitement that Kamala has joined TikTok, as there is that, or disappointment as Biden has joined TikTok, because there is that. Neither of these articles are lies. There's no conspiracy here. There's no lies here. This is just personal bias on the part of either the writers of these articles or just a desire to write an article with a title that is going to appeal to the most people. It's why it's so important to read past headlines. Because, you know, the headlines are obviously meant to get your click, but the text of the article, if it's from a, you know, BBC, AP News, anything that's trustworthy, it's going to actually tell you the truth. You're not going to get like conspiracized to. But there's also the choice of what is covered, how frequently it's covered, how prominently it's featured. These are all small factors that I don't think mean conspiracy, but I do think they can lead to a pretty strong bias in a online political community on a smaller scale, and certainly on a larger scale, a change in pre-election polling. I'm sorry if I rambled a lot there, by the way. You can stop me if I do that.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I get that media has biases. Yeah, totally. But I don't know. It just seemed like you were bringing up the fact that
all that rambling for what? Media has biases. Thank you, Shark. Very succinct.
The media properties took a hit.
That's all he was saying the entire time.
And negative coverage of Biden together, like meaning that they wanted to cover more negative stories about Biden to be able to boost their ratings.
Yeah, I mean, none of these things are a conspiracy, I feel. I think that if a news agency is used to a 24-hour news cycle that's very, very hot under Trump and during the election, and then things get really cold and low click rate, and I mean, I'm talking astronomically low compared to when Trump was in office, then I feel it's not unreasonable to think that these news media organizations would tailor their coverage of the president to try and match what was normalized by the previous administration. I think you'd agree that, like, news reporting of the president after Trump, it's different. Like, Trump changed that. Like, his presidency just morphed it. And I feel like they're trying to keep that up.
But then the argument would be that all of CNN and MSNBC's coverage of Trump was that Trump is bad. That he's bad. Okay? Like, so, you know, Trump got way more bad coverage, I think, than Joe Biden did. At least from what I remember. That's speaking from personal experience. I guess I'd have to pull up the statistics, but, like, I mean, as far as they exist. But, like, I feel like I saw way more Trump bad than Biden bad. Like, way more.
Up or re-emulate.
All the Biden bad stuff came from Fox.
What the news cycle was like under Trump. But for Biden, it's gaffes and, like, misspeaks. Because people are talking about it. It's not like it's a false story. It did happen. People are talking about it. While on the other hand, you could equally say that it would be valid to be covering, say, Biden's current... I think right now Biden is actually doing something really based. Hold on, I wrote it down.
That prisoner exchange?
Oh, yeah, the prisoner exchange. Kamala and Biden are like the biggest one ever,
Okay,
I think?
but we're not even necessarily arguing on Biden's policy. Okay? Like, this isn't about, like, the good and bad he's done. This is about whether or not he should have dropped out, which he objectively should have.
Yeah. Pretty big deal. Pretty big deal.
But basically what I'm getting is that, sure, like, I get it. What I'm saying is that we just don't have any proof that that's what's happening. I don't think that the media actually changed after Trump got into office. I don't think it changed much. I think it just it's the same thing with the conservatives. I don't think Biden.
That's all I was saying. Prove it.
Trump changed the Republican Party or conservatives at large. I don't think he changed them. I just think he activated something that was already inside of them. Like, the problem there was already a problem with our 24-hour news cycle. There's a reason why during the Obama administration, they actually made a genuine news story out of the fact that he was wearing a tan suit, even off.
I think the people against Xan are reacting to bad faith commentary and a select choice few DMs with everything that could prove or disprove Xan abusive, deleted Cherry, painted a narrative, and whether it's right or wrong cannot be said because any other context than what Cherry showed Demon Mama was deleted pre-drama, so I don't think you can honestly pick Cherry's side. With that being said, I don't want to see more Okay. I saw the DMs that Xan sent. Okay? That was, even those DMs in a vacuum are bad. Okay? In a vacuum, they're bad, and with context, they're bad. I don't know what context you could provide me that makes those DMs okay. Okay, let's do this. Straw Hat Monty. What context makes it okay for him to say that Keffels should die by his own hand? Not even quickly, mind you. He said he wants to beat Keffels to death with the gun. He said he wants to beat Keffels to death with the gun. Now, please, give me the context that makes that okay, or hinged in any way. Okay? I would love to know. I love you, Straw Hat Monty. You're here a lot. But, like, I don't know that there's any context that makes that okay, unless you can prove there is. Please do so.
Off of Fox News as well. Like, sure, yeah, I get it. The thing is just
Keffels sucks, but I still don't believe that she deserves that.
And everything were really that big of a deal to the establishment, to the media, and even to elected officials before the debate. I just don't think that was the case because those topics about his age, his mental acuity, how long he'd be able to hold up mentally in office, his personal gaffes and all those things was something that was actually personally tamped down by the establishment, whether that be like the DNC, like the Democratic establishment, and also mainstream media itself. Both of those closed ranks around Biden very quickly after it was clear that there was coalescing around him with the more center of the party before Super Tuesday. I just don't think that happened very much. Now, after the debate, yes, because it was completely, it was not something that you could ignore. It wasn't something that you could ignore. And the fact that Congress people were literally asking him to step down as well, and a bunch of other things that were going on. You just couldn't ignore that story. It'd be journalistic malpractice to ignore that story. I mean, even his number one show, the show that we know that he wakes up every single morning.
Yeah, I love this idea that like he was getting bad coverage after the debate because of journalistic malpractice. It's like, no, he deserved the bad coverage, man. Like, it was really bad, okay? And it would have been journalistic malpractice to ignore it, actually, is my opinion.
And he wipes the sleepy out of his eyes, and then turns on Morning Joe with his two actual unironic friends, Joe Scarborough and Mika Brzezinski. He watches that like every single day, and even they were doing the breakup sort of, I love this guy, he's great, he's sharp as a tack, but like if he was the CEO and he gave that performance, I couldn't say that he should keep a job, right? I mean, it was the people, the actual Democratic base of the party, they were way more they were way more anti-Biden. They were way more critical of Biden, his age, his mental.
Here's the bottom line. There came a point that Joe Biden was not a winner, okay? He proved himself to no longer be a winner. Like, for a while he was great at the State of the Union, as I mentioned, and he was a winner, okay? He was a winner at the State of the Union. That was a winner, Joe Biden. And if we had still had that Joe Biden during the Trump debate, I would have stood by him. I would have said he's still a winner. Fuck his age. I don't like his stances on Palestine, but fuck it. This is what we got. He's a winner. And he could not do that. And everybody saw that, okay? Everybody. And so the Democratic base was like, listen, we have to appeal to the median voters. And right now we are not doing that. The median voters want somebody younger and fresher, okay? They don't want a shambling corpse. So let's give them something that's not a shambling corpse, please. And that is not irresponsible to report on that. That's just the fact of the matter. Xander Hall is the one obsessed with drama. He had a small argument with his best friend and said he was going to burn the Ethan bridge. Everything is just content and drama to him. That's what it feels like. Fantasizing about doing a crime is one thing, the detail is another, and wanting to keep going is yet another. Stan still hasn't paid his editor. That is also what I've heard.
Mental acuity, the whole age thing, than the mainstream media was, and the Democratic establishment was, because they actually just shut down.
Ask my editor. I'm only $25 behind.
When it could have happened,
which will be paid on Friday
and throughout his presidency, all the way up until the debate.
Yeah, I think that during during the primary before the 2020 election and during 2020 itself, the original like Joe is old and he's sleepy and he can't keep a line of thought running, that talking point kind of initially started among Democrat primary voters, like lefties and stuff that were, you know, supported Bernie, those that supported Warren, those that, you know, basically like, Sleepy Joe. That moniker, all but that name, started during the primaries, and then once he was the nominee, Trump really popularized Joe's sleepy, and that one famous image of him with the popped blood vessels in his eye, like his brain is melting, started to really become a talking point.
I don't think lefties.
And
Is he
people
saying
thought it would
lefties
be
started
his
it?
downfall, I remember during the 2020 election. And
What game is this? Risk of Rain 2.
Surprisingly enough, as the night went on, the mail-in ballots just brought him into the lead, and I feel like we're likely, I always felt like we're likely to see a repeat of that, if not even stronger, in this coming election, regardless of how negative the media coverage got. But it's felt like it's been a escalating amount of coverage of Biden's gaffes, right? And maybe they're
because it was like
because
they were so bad.
Getting impossible to ignore. Exactly.
And it was also notable. And it also played on the fact that everybody didn't want him to run again, and they were tired of him already, and his age was already an issue back in 2020, and the fact that he didn't commit to not running a second term was already something that your average Democratic voter didn't like. Now, I will say one thing is that
I typed part of a Keffel's justification, but you just spread misinfo on Zan. I have to clarify. Okay, clarify it.
I will say that the idea of him being old and sleepy,
I saw the DMs,
and
man.
all that, sorry, old and whatever, right? His age was a problem among Democratic voters. Yes, I wouldn't say that was like started by like the left or something. I don't even know if we can even factually prove that. What I can say is that it was a big enough problem that it was an issue in.
Is Risk of Rain so yellow all the time? A little bit. Either that or like, yeah, it pretty much is. It's pretty yellow.
Polling that the internal polling through his administration, external polling through third party.
What was misinfo? You said that it was misinfo. I typed part of a Keffel's justification, but you just spread misinfo on Zan, so I have to clarify. Oh, sorry, Jazz Dog. Sorry, I thought that was Straw Hat Monty's.
Wealth, fame,
Hey,
power.
the YouTube one's working. Thank you so much, Joe Star, for the 7 months. I appreciate you. Sorry, Straw Hat Monty's, I'm sure, working on his reply.
Parties and just talking to people generally, they were like, yeah, he's old. He's too
If
old.
I spread misinfo,
Actually,
it's
he
by
was too old in
accident. I'm
2020,
sorry, but I
and
don't
he's
think I
too
did.
old this year in 2024. That's true, and just about everybody believed it. Bernie got the same thing. The problem was the reason why it helps. Well, Trump's involvement was sooner than that because almost everybody believed that Biden was going to be the one to go up against him anyways, no matter really what happened. There was a time when they thought it could have been Bernie, but like I would say like 60% of the primary, everybody was like, oh, it's going to be Joe versus Trump, and yeah, like people were worried about his age and it being like a problem. That was always the case. I think like 50% of the Democratic Party, while polled during 2020, said that age is an issue and he is too old, and the fact that he kind of, I wouldn't say, I won't go as far as say lie, but the fact that he kind of postured that he could step down by being like, oh, my presidency is to pass a torch, to leave that door open and then close it when he was like, I'm not passing the. There's like a lot of
exactly.
So like I can only.
He did not. He said that he would be a one-term president. He implied
obviously
that.
They rose people the wrong way. They didn't want him to run, because he was old. He ran and they voted for him because
it was irresponsible for him to run in the first place.
That he was the best to beat Trump. But I don't think if that wasn't the case, I don't think people would have voted for him near as much.
Well, I think it's worth remembering as well. I don't know how frequent or how unanimous the agreement was that Kamala should be the one to take his place at the time. The most frequent suggestion I was hearing, funnily enough, was Michelle Obama. I think her potential polling was.
You mean this year or 2020?
High, so I get why. No, for this year.
Okay.
That's what people in my
I did
chat
hear
were
about
saying.
that.
If Biden stepped down, then maybe Michelle Obama should take his place. And I was like, is she a politician? Like, I guess she could.
She didn't even want to be first
suppose.
lady. She does not want to be president.
Yeah, I don't know if she would want to. Like that. Why are you suggesting her?
Yeah, that was silly.
Suggested she's running. So I hadn't heard any suggestion. Well, I'd heard some.
That was a little silly.
There was an implication that the party was going to find someone new, like a completely new name. So from my perspective, I didn't know it was going to end up being Kamala, and I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, if you watch my video, I'd say like the only person who could take his place and reasonably have a chance would be Kamala Harris. But the disagreement seems to be primarily sort of like a chicken or the egg kind of thing, you know what I mean? Where I do agree that there was always, and that's why I brought it up, there was always upsettedness among the DNC vote or the Democratic voter base and the DNC, I'm sure, the Democrat establishment of Biden's age. But I think it had less to do with Biden's ability to fulfill the job of the president, particularly within the DNC, and more a strategic thing. And I'll get to my reasoning there in a moment.
I have heard that. I completely disagree.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can make your point.
But
Okay.
you don't think that like Biden might be less useful, like as a kind of mouthpiece for the DNC long term than Kamala? Because I think it's kind of a reasonable choice from that position. Like,
Yeah,
I think they would be smart.
No, it's not that I disagree that it's a position that you could hold and that could be logical. I disagree that like almost anybody was thinking about that when making this decision. That's just not what people were thinking about. They were like, when it comes to
the polling didn't lie.
I think they were. Not.
I don't.
No, no.
No.
I don't think. No.
He's
I don't
too
believe that was a
conspiracy
very
brained.
big thing on their mind. No, because they got Obama. Like they already have Obama. It's fine. Like they're perfectly fine with Obama, right? Joe Biden is worth probably one maybe maybe even 3/5 Obama, but that might even be giving him a little bit too much stock. Actually, he's cool, but that was not going through their mind. Going through their mind was winning this election cycle, not having the top of the ticket drag us down. We want donations. And Joe Biden is not able to do any of this because his candidacy is dragging down everybody and nobody really wants to vote for him. And it's causing a massive problem. That's what they were thinking. It's way more short term of we want to get through this election. And other than, I wonder about how many years we could wheel out Joe Biden to give like 3 speeches for the next candidate.
Shark is 100% correct on this.
Yeah, so like I said before, it feels like sort of a chicken and the egg thing where I think there was always people upset over his age, but...
He paid Cherry in full and for miscellaneous tooth trouble. He even paid Cherry $500 after she stopped editing for him. Do you have like receipts for that? Did he prove that? Because for right now, what I have is DMs of Zan saying that he didn't pay Cherry. In the month, Ethan had edited either most of the video from that month or a vast majority. I do not know which of the two, but point is the money Zan owes Cherry is something he holds himself to. So you're saying he hasn't paid her yet then? Has he paid her yet or not? Does he owe her money or not? Because what I remember is him saying, well, wouldn't it be Giga Chad of me if I paid her anyway? The money that I owe her, right? Like, that's what I remember saying. And Cherry says the tooth thing didn't happen. And I'm more inclined to believe Cherry right now than Xander Hall. Because I've seen his DMs. It all comes back to the DMs. He has made himself an untrustworthy person. So unless he has receipts, he needs to show receipts, or else I will trust Cherry and Demon Mama over Xander Hall. I'm sorry, that's just the bottom line. So if you don't have receipts, I don't trust what he has to say on the matter.
I feel as though it was a sort of escalating amount of attention given to it, which sort of fed into, like, you know, how many people are learning of the fact
he owes her money she didn't work the month for. It doesn't matter if she worked the month or not. If he said that he would pay her that money, then he owes her that money. Otherwise, he's being dishonest.
That Biden is having these gaffes due to the media. I mean, everyone. I don't think most people.
And
are
if he's the one saying that, I frankly don't believe
it.
it.
So the escalating coverage, which is obviously, I feel, fed by escalating interest in that coverage as people get more upset at the idea that Biden is old. I feel like it was sort of a snowball effect, and that the critical mass point was the debate. When Biden did the debate, and like
No,
I don't even know.
I disagree with this wholly and completely. That wasn't the critical mass point. That was the point that everybody was like, oh, he's too old. He's too old. Like, the conservatives up to that point were the ones saying, oh, Biden's too old. The liberals were largely behind him. Like, I didn't hear a whole lot about liberals not being behind him or asking him to drop out until that debate. This was not a snowball effect thing. This was literally the debate happened and then everybody wanted him to drop out. Everybody. Okay? So Zan's just wrong here. I'm not going to make this jump. Why did I try that? Okay. Anyway.
Know how much of the country was watching, and Biden just flubbed it, just absolutely crashed that car. That's when people, I think, realized, oh shit, this guy has a hard time with public speaking. He is not good at it, and his age is definitely catching up with him. And I think that's when the...
Biden was great at public speaking. When he wasn't a shambling corpse. Is the thing.
Desire for Biden to step down really hit at fever pitch. And from there, it was sort of a slow escalation of... We don't really know...
There we go.
Technically when the members of the Democratic Party decided that they wanted Biden to step down, because all we have is the leakers.
I'm inclined to believe Zan due to Cherry deleting every DM from Ethan and Zan that could show his side. I've seen the DMs from Xander Hall. Okay? I've seen what he's sent. There's no excuse for it. Watching him religiously for 2 years? Okay, then you have a bias. Can you admit that you have a bias? Can we start there? Just admit that you have a bias.
Telling us that they wanted them to.
I have no bias in
the
this.
way the leaks came out, it was sort of
If anything, I have a bias in favor of Xander Hall. Because guess what? I used to watch Xander Hall. I've never watched Demon Mama. Not once. Not once. Well, once. But point is, I watched Xander Hall way more. Okay? Okay, we can admit that you have a bias. So, you have more bias than I do. So, now that we've established that, please explain why I should believe Xander Hall over Demon Mama and Cherry. Because what the evidence that I've seen is that Xander Hall has sent horrifically, frankly, just deranged messages to Cherry. Like, let's start there. Start with the messages that we've seen Xander Hall send. Can you acknowledge that Xander Hall sent those messages, yes or no? Can you start there? Can we start there? I just want to know that you believe that those are things that Xander Hall has said, and whether or not they are defensible.
And that could imply that maybe it was a slow,
that's what we have.
Unanimous decision that was come to for Biden to step down, but it also
I believe
decided, and then just long pressure was put on him, right?
Oh no, this was completely, everybody wanted him to, just about everybody wanted him to step down, except for like really big DNC loyalists like Jamie Harrison, the chairman of the DNC. Just about everybody wanted him to step down. The problem is you have to stay in line. Like you don't want to cause any trouble. You don't want to get in trouble with the leadership. And you don't want to be seen as causing discord. There's a reason why Bernie Sanders did like the speech to ask everybody to officiate Hillary Clinton's nomination in 2016. Right? You want to come together, but no, absolutely, just about everybody wanted him to step down before that. Yep. It's just that nobody could say anything because the pot was boiling over, but we could keep a lid on it. The problem is when the debate happened, it stopped from...
I've seen the messages, just heard the context. Let me finish what I have that kind of put sympathy in the Keffels thing he said. Okay, I would love to know what justifies what he said about
just
Keffels.
Spilling out the sides and slowly boiling over to...
I don't like Keffels, but that was not acceptable.
That of scalding water that you couldn't possibly ignore. And so it was...
I personally hate the sand drama. I hate lefty infighting all the time.
We try to live by jumping to a new raft, or we die with Biden, and that was it. And so that's what, like, it's this is incredible for people to come out and like publicly say that they want Biden to drop out, right? Like, and the fact that none of the Democratic leadership from the very beginning of when those talks happened, the fact that wasn't shut down before anybody even said anything said a lot about how everybody felt beforehand.
I'm curious how you feel about Bernie and AOC, because I remember they were getting a ton of flack because they had like kind of called out the calls for Biden to step down, and they'd been called like traitors or like shills to the DNC. I don't know if you saw that, but I was curious what your thoughts were on it. Like, because you implied that like everybody was unanimous, but there were some surprisingly well-liked progressives that were kind of against the Biden stepping down calls.
That is true.
And I don't
AOC and Bernie Sanders were kind of, I think, irresponsible doing that. I know that they were hedging their bets. I get what they were doing, but I don't agree with it. I think that you have a responsibility to your constituency to be honest with them. And the honest truth is that Joe Biden was not fit to run again. Okay? And they owed it. Bernie and AOC and the rest of them owed it to their constituency to admit that. Okay? And they failed. They failed. And I'm disappointed in them.
I don't think it's because they didn't want Biden to step down, much like I think this was a best case scenario, but more so because Biden is not as bad as people tend to frame him as, I feel. And B, Biden at the time seemed to have 100% would be our candidate, and it felt like it was inevitably just throwing stones and weakening our inevitable candidate. I'm glad that's not what ended up happening. I'm glad that like the bullying followed through so hard that he was forced to step down, and now we're seeing a complete polar opposite reaction. I'm very happy to see that. I'm very happy with how things are going. But from at the time, it very much worried me that like the doomer mentality.
Kevels was destroying his livelihood, but not that specifically. That doesn't give him an excuse to say those things. Him being gifted into a fucked shit on top of his mom falling back into previous childhood abusive behavior, and him having to deal with that and all the other bullshit and harassment from Keffel's fans, not being able to do anything about while getting harassment in an abusive relationship that Zan moved to get away from. Zan had a mental episode, and all that stress IMO is enough to maybe not clear-headedly react. He still directed that at his editor. He still directed that inappropriately and abused his editor. Okay? So that's not an excuse, even granting that. And it's still not an excuse to say, I want to kill Keffel slowly with a gun. Like, by beating her with the gun. I wouldn't even say that about fucking anybody. You don't do that. Okay? You don't do that. Certainly not to somebody who's begging you to stop.
Over the idea that Biden couldn't win and we were doomed had transformed into animosity for Biden.
Yes,
and maybe you would
should
agree
have.
there. But
it was justified animosity for Biden, yes.
I think from some people it was an unhealthy mindset. I don't know if it was from you, because it just seems like you were like, yeah, I mean, Biden should probably step down. It doesn't seem like his chances are strong.
How is it unhealthy?
But there were definitely
it's
some
reasonable.
people that were saying Genocide Joe must step down. He can't win against Trump.
He
He's
is
dooming the country.
helping fund a genocide.
If he stays in the race, he is letting fascism win. And I don't think that's true. I feel like that was letting doomerism drive you towards aggression, you know?
Nope. I think it was totally justified.
Okay, two things. One, I completely agree with the framing that the wanting, like the fear about Donald Trump being able to moonwalk into the presidency and the animosity towards Biden was real and palpable. And I also agree that he absolutely deserved it. He should have stepped down to begin with.
Yep.
And we shouldn't have been in this position. It was his fault.
Yep.
And he deserved all the animosity that came his way. I'm glad not only did people throw rocks at him, they stabbed him. To quote an anonymous congressperson who spoke to the media, who gave a comment to the media anonymously, the beatings will
Shark
continue.
is being incredibly based here.
The beatings will continue. And I'm glad that they said that. I'm glad the beatings continued. 100%. I'm glad he turned around one day and said, "Et tu, Barack?" And he got him too, because it was absolutely needed. But I'll circle back around on that in just a moment. And I want to talk about Bernie and AOC, where I'm glad that they did what they did, because they're on the outskirts of the party, and you can't be seen, and you don't.
Okay. This is where I have to disagree with Shark. I don't think that they should have done what they did. I think that they had a duty to their constituency. I understand why they did it, and maybe it was even a good thing that they did it, ultimately. But they lied. They lied. They said that Joe Biden should be the nominee, and we stand behind him 100%. They lied. They knew better. They knew better. Okay? They just didn't have the faith that Joe Biden would actually drop out. So they lied. They lied to their constituents. And I don't think that a progressive politician should be doing that. They should have read the room. Okay? So I disagree with Shark on this.
It would give illegitimacy to the movement to have Biden step down if they were the ones to really be on the front lines calling this, make him step down, because they don't want to be seen as like causing discord. The fact that it was coming from the inside circle of the Democratic Party, people really in the establishment, right? Those people asking him to step down was obviously way better. But both of them didn't want him to step down. AOC came out and said specifically the reason was because she heard inklings of people wanting to sidestep Harris, which would be a detriment, which would be a problem because she was the only one who could inherit all the money, right? And so that it wasn't because she thought Joe Biden would be the best person, just generally, like if we lived in a perfect world. It was because we're 3 months from the election and we don't know if there's going to be any unity. We already have a guy in. We could just throw our weight behind him and then just like Hail Mary and hope for the best. I believe that was the same with Bernie, and he said about as much, where every single time he went out to talk about him, he's like, yeah, he's old and it's like a real problem, but he's all we got. I'm glad that they didn't. I think they played their cards perfectly, and I wouldn't have had them change their mind at all. But
I would have.
That doesn't mean that I think that behind the scenes they're very happy that he stepped down and they didn't want him to run again, just like basically every single Democrat, or at least a large plurality of Democrats as well. But on the animosity towards Biden, he absolutely deserved it. What should have happened is in 2020, he should have realized that his age was a massive problem. And him 4 years from now, he has no clue where he will be as an 81-year-old man. And he should have groomed Harris to be able to be a replacement for him to do better than Obama did when he went in office, and there was literally no talent left to be able to take up the mantle to run against Donald Trump, who had money, who had resources, who had a name. He had no heir, so he should have done better than Obama and had an heir ready to go, who he trained up from his 50 years of experience in office or whatever, that he trained up, that he gave a more more public profile to help out more, to be able to run afterwards, so he can like.
I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I needed to pee and get some food. We're gonna get back to the debate in just a second while I eat. Let's see. Do you not unironically say ridiculous things to subscribe at the end of a video in jest? I watched One Piece blind review for an arc. They started saying subscribing would fix various problems. YouTubers do that. It's supposed to be funny. Okay. He seemed to be making legitimate death threats, man. And Cherry was begging him to stop. Okay, this was after a freak out that he was having. I'm sorry, man. You're defending the indefensible here. You're going to be fighting an uphill battle the longer you do this. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I can't get on board with what you're saying, man. I love you, but I can't. I don't agree. I don't agree.
Like, step down, not run for re-election, and then thrown out the person who was already fully prepared with money and everything and connections, all of it to go to be Donald Trump. Like, after that, and it would have been way better than it is now. It worked out well, but that's not because of anything Joe Biden did right. It's just, we're lucky that Joe Biden didn't fuck up worse than he actually did. So yes, he absolutely deserved animosity. People didn't want him to run originally. He did it, as he said himself in his as he said for himself, that he was doing it for his own personal greed, because he thinks he deserved a second term, not because he thought it was the best thing to have a second term all the time. And now we can see that it not only was it not, that there were better options out there, and we can see that now with hindsight. But most people were on the same page that, yeah, they didn't want him to run, and it was his fault. He deserves it. So, I'm glad he's in his valedictorian stage where they can look back and be like, oh, that Biden guy wasn't too bad. It's good for him. Good, sure. But he deserved it.
I mean, I definitely see a lot of articles that are like, oh, Biden will be remembered as the greatest president in U.S. history and stuff. It's like, yeah, okay. But regardless, though, in regards to Biden training up Harris and relinquishing power to a better candidate, I feel like he's actually spent, I don't think it was due to greed. I think a lot of it has to do with holding a Democratic administration. A lot of Biden's policies and motions he's put into place actually require a 10-year timeline. A big one is the climate change policy. We have to hold 3 terms of Democrat presidency for that not to get axed down by a Republican administration. And if we can hold that, that's
okay. So if that's the case, run the person who's best for the party. It's not Biden. Biden should have stepped aside.
Huge. By 20
to begin with.
That would have been perfect if he ran once and then had his heir run twice.
Sure, but Biden has been building up Harris as and grooming her to be the next VP. In fact, if you go to the WhiteHouse.gov record, the record, which is like their whole list of accomplishments, it's always been the Biden-Harris record. Like all their photos and stuff on the site are like them together. It's always kind of highlighted both of them. I feel the plan from the start, if not for this election, obviously it wasn't for this election, but the plan from the start, at least from Biden's administration's perspective and the way things are framed, does seem that Harris is getting this attention for a reason. I think she was always supposed to be his successor.
Maybe after a second term, but that's not what we were talking about. They didn't want him to run for a second term. He did, but really nobody else did.
Yeah, that was kind of a pivot. His point, Xander Hall's point that he made before, was that they needed 3 terms. If that's the case, you can do Biden once and Kamala twice. Successor, whoever it might have been, but now it's Kamala, we know. So it doesn't make any sense.
And
was that true during the
Biden was running out of
was
selfishness.
that true during the primary?
Yes.
How was the vote during the primary? I guess there wasn't really much of a primary. It was a sham.
Oh, you mean this? You meant this election cycle? Oh, I was talking about even back in 2020. Yes, there was absolutely people didn't really want him to run for a second term. Those were questions on like every. I think every single debate. They asked Bernie and Biden, "You guys are old. will you commit to running for only one term and having somebody else take up the mantle?
Yep.
And both of them had to ask those questions. He was asked that on BET. He was asked that on the debate stage. He was asked that almost every single time he had an article. He had almost every single time he had an interview, had to talk about this. They were they were like, you're really old. People keep telling us you're old.
Who's your favorite RRR2 survivor? It's got to be not Engineer, Loader. It's got to be Loader, because Loader is just broken. Sorry. Like, Loader has no fall damage. She's basically Spider-Man with muscles. Like, it's got to be Loader.
And in polling, everybody was like, yeah,
He's
this dude's
broken.
really old. And like, sure, he's cool, but like, we don't really want him to run a second term. Like, it'd be great if he just, would not. And I do think that he was helping Harris. Absolutely. I'm not saying that he didn't. Like, I read an article not too long ago saying that he absolutely wanted Harris to be in the situation room every time he made an important decision. I get that. I know that. What I'm talking about is more her public persona. Like, he basically gave her fix immigration as like her like day one goal, and then when that didn't go over well, she like basically disappeared, and all the work happened in private, and it really took a big hit to her approval rating when I think she could have been in a much better spot if he did more work publicly to help her in that way. But go ahead.
I don't necessarily disagree.
He really
there.
didn't do anything to build her up.
A lot of the, I feel like Biden's still gotten a really unfair rap of things. A lot of the attention, it feels, has been either dry, low traffic articles going over like genuinely monumental accomplishments that he's made policy-wise, or almost tabloid tier feeling articles about his gaffes. And I get that they're important and people care about these gaffes, and they could be signs of a serious problem.
Yes.
At least a lot of people think they could
were.
be. But it felt so
Listen, I was in denial too about the gaffes. I was in denial. I was like, oh, that happens, right? They were real, okay? They actually did show signs of mental decline, as it turns out. Okay? And I was in denial about it, but then it all came out completely after his debate with Trump. Like, it just came out, and then there was no going back after that. I want to say, drama aside, you finding Zan boring for not having Riz or charisma is interesting to me, because I find him the most entertaining and upright streamer personally, but the entertaining part is what I'm trying to say. I'm just too honest. Like, if you find him entertaining, that's fine. I just don't. I think that he's flat. Like, I just feel like all of his commentary is kind of flat. He has no, like, voice inflection. Like, he's not for me. And I've always said, listen, he's not for me. It's fine if you like him, whatever. But with his recent stuff coming out, now I can't say, like, if you like him, whatever. It's too much, man. It's too much. Like, I'm sorry. I don't want to hate Zan. Like, but I can't unsee the things that I have seen. And he also was trying to accuse White Nervosa of fucking blackmail. Okay, that you can't deny that he was doing that. Okay? Like, everything's about Zan. Zan is just this precious little baby, this little birthday boy, right? Like Demon Mom was saying. That, like, if you poke him, he'll cry, right? Like, that's the impression that he gives me. And I can't deal with that. I can't. And I can't put myself on the same level as that. I respect this position too much. So he's got to answer for the shit that he said, if nothing else.
Rapid, and I couldn't stop myself from calling it out when, like, I've just read an article about Biden doing some, like, game-changing climate change policy.
I don't hate you for still liking him, okay?
And meanwhile,
but
everyone's talking about him.
It's hard
to
do that.
It felt so hollow. And I don't.
I'm
think
also
that's
surprised
actually
his side
an
is still
argument
up.
against you so much, because we're really talking about electability here, and the American people have been, to some extent, I guess, made prone to decide that debate performance and TV appearances and speaking skill amount to a good president, when Biden has been a pretty damn good president from a policy position too. But then again, Kamala taking his place, she's not going to be any worse.
Be great if Cherry didn't delete his shit so Zan could actually make a proper response. I'm sorry, Zan has nothing. Okay? I've seen the shit that Zan has sent, and it's indefensible. It's indefensible. You cannot defend that. Oh, he was having an episode. Fuck that. Fuck that. You saw the shit that he said just as well as I did, Straw Hat Monty, and you cannot deny that. It was indefensible. Oh, he was having trouble with Keffels. Keffels saying this thing about it. Did Keffels threaten him with death? All right? Did he do that to Cherry while Cherry was begging him to calm the fuck down? Okay? Yeah, Keffels sucks ass. I don't like Keffels anymore. She's a piece of shit. But Xander Hall is more so. In my eyes, he's got issues. Okay? I'm sorry. This has reached a point where I can't stand by this anymore, man. I'm sorry. Be great if Cherry didn't delete their shit. Yeah, okay, maybe she did. Maybe she did. That doesn't undo. I don't love Cherry, okay? I don't have any attachment to Cherry. I don't know Cherry. I don't know anything about her. Okay? I know Demon Mama a little bit. And frankly, I don't agree with Demon Mama on a lot of shit. Okay? I think that her arc about you know, didn't she do something about like, oh, you can get insulin from the insulin guy in the anarchist society, right? That was her. Where wasn't it her where she's like, oh well, there's a guy that likes to make insulin, so we'll just get it from him. Like, no, that's not how it works. You need like a proper system to make insulin, okay? Like she was talking about, like it was stupid, if I recall correctly. So I don't particularly. Like, I don't have an affinity for Demon Mama. But what I do know is what I saw. And what I saw was Xander Hall being a deranged piece of shit. All right, I've been very neutral and very nice to you up until now, but you cannot deny the shit that we all saw. Okay? It's indefensible. And it's disgusting. It's disgusting, man. Think about what you're defending. Come on. So stop trying to gaslight me and think that like I didn't see that, or that there was some excuse for it. There's no excuse for that. He said he wanted to beat Keffels to death with a gun slowly. That's what he said. Defend it.
Worse. She will likely be far better, so I'm once again not complaining much. I like how things have turned out.
I'm sorry, really man. I'm sorry. I didn't want to go off,
I'm kind of happy that Biden is, as you said, in his.
I don't have any messages from Cherry.
Like, soak up the
and frankly, it doesn't defend anything that Xander Hall said.
To dunk on him.
This sounds like cope, man. It sounds like cope.
And whether it was good to stab him in the back, it's easy to say it was, since he did step down and he did eventually follow through on his word. But if he hadn't,
then don't trust him.
It would have been his fault.
I saw the DMs.
It would it have been? I suppose
yes.
You could say that. Yeah, that's a. Yes. I think that's a difference of opinion. I don't know if we have that difference of opinion, but I think that's something for people on an individual level to decide. Is it Biden's fault if he had ran anyway and he hadn't stepped down?
Yes.
And all of the media coverage dunked him. I would agree.
Yes,
I would agree.
What'd she do? Keffels had some what is it called? She was spending money from her not her Patreon, her GoFundMe irresponsibly. On top of like she was basically lying about her GoFundMe, which is shitty. On top of like saying in DMs that she was going to poison the well with somebody's debate that she had with them. Like she literally asked her editor, "Hey, can you poison the well a little bit? Like make him look bad in this debate because I know I didn't do well." Like it's shitty behavior, but it's not calling for death. I'm sorry. Her GoFundMe was a fraud? Yeah, which is shitty. Really shitty. She stole money from people. Okay? And you could argue in many ways that that's worse than what Xander Hall did. Listen, you could make that argument. But it's not, like... It's not direct abuse of your editor. Okay? You're basically comparing apples to oranges here. They're both pieces of shit. I'm not defending either of them. Alright? And I defended Keffels for a long-ass time, mind you. So I don't particularly like her. But that's the thing. I defended Keffels for a long-ass time now, didn't I? I said, oh, is her GoFundMe? She's using the money for good shit. I was a dumbass, okay? I wasn't a dumbass. I was reasonably thinking. I was reasonably trusting her. Okay, but the minute that info came out that she was not spending that money the way that she was saying that she was spending the money, I quit supporting her. Okay? And I loved Keffels. I was in Keffels' chat. I watched Keffels' shit. Okay? I was fucking on her. I would brag about how I was on Keffels' stream. I was on her stream way back before she was huge. She had 70 followers. She was a 70 follower Andy, which is more than I have now, by the way. But like, she was a 70 or viewer, I should say, on Twitch. She was a 70 viewer Andy. Okay? And I got her on her stream to talk about diabetes because she was doing a diabetes fundraiser. And I thought that was awesome, okay? Because she was such a big creator. Okay? And I would brag about that. It was great. I loved Keffels. And then shit came out that made her look like a piece of shit. Because she was. I was able to see that shit, okay? So I'm trying to be as nice as I can, man. But there reaches a point where you just got to see the light. You know? Sometimes your heroes are not all they're made out to be. And if I ever do anything bad, God forbid, you know, I don't think I have yet. You can go talk to my editor, Dubsy. I think I treat them pretty well. But maybe I don't. Go ask them. All right? I feel like I'm a pretty open book most of the time. But God forbid, if I ever do anything bad, guys, I swear to God, I'm telling you right now, like, let's take the Jubilee appearance. The Jubilee appearance. Perfect, right? People shit on me for it. I thought that I could have done better, all right? I looked fucking manic. I didn't like it. I can't go back and watch it. I cringe. All right? So I know that I don't do everything fucking correctly. I know that I don't do everything right. I can own my fucking mistakes. And I've yet to see Xanderhall do that. Not once have I seen Xanderhall say, you know what? Maybe that comment was out of pocket. You know what? Maybe I shouldn't have said that. Right? Maybe that comment was not great. Not DMs? I don't give a fuck if it was DMs! Alright? He still did it to somebody who did not... listen, if he was palling around with Cherry and being like, oh yeah, we should kill Keffels. If that's in DMs and that's what they're leaking, yeah, that's shitty. Okay? Because you're just palling around. But that was not palling around. That was Xanderhall abusing Cherry. Cherry begged him to stop. And he didn't. He cannot own his shit. He can't. I've never seen him do it. Never. Okay? Prove me wrong.
It would be Biden's fault. If this was the possibility that was the alternative, I would say, yeah, it would be his fault.
It was his fault for running in the first place when he shouldn't have. It was his fault for not paying attention to how bad that he was polling worse than he was polling worse than any president has in the history of presidential polling.
How the fuck did I get 2 red items?
He should have known when Donald
really
Trump was at the highest point he ever had. He ever had been than a Republican has been, I think, in the history of presidential polling.
You seem really stressed. Listen, it's I get frustrated past a certain point. Okay? And I've been drinking a little bit. I'm fine. Thank you for asking.
As well, and also at his peak even before the debate, and even like wiped out his funding lead, which is what him and his campaign staked their almost the entire election on. It was his fault for not running a single poll in battleground states for 2 months before he stepped down, and that was the big reason for why he actually stepped down. You said earlier that it was Obama that actually did it. Actually, it was the cavalcade of governors and lieutenant governors and senators.
I think Obama and the fact that he got COVID was the breaking point. I think that those were contributing factors, but the real issue is that he was getting pressure from everywhere to drop out, including his own constituency. So it was a good thing that he did it. It was right of people
House
to point out that he should drop out.
And staffers, like after his campaign sprung a leak, Biden was running a really tight ship before the debate, and then everything sprung a leak. Everybody was sneaking off to tell a politician some salacious story about what's going on inside of the campaign, because obviously there was a real genuine problem that people wanted to see addressed. And And yeah, it absolutely would have been. And the reason why I'm glad they did that is because it's the same reasoning for why we want a general strike and not just a normal strike. If just like a couple people strike, sure, I mean, like maybe you'll get something, but more likely than not, you'll get union busted and you'll get obliterated. But if everybody strikes, like obviously there's almost nothing that like the ruling class can really do about it. It's the same way when it comes to Biden. If one congressperson comes out, if one progressive congressperson.
I remember when Ordinary Gamers made the video on Kevels and people call Ordinary Gamers transphobic. I think that what he did with the thumbnail was a little bit transphobic. You could read it that way. But I think the larger takeaway is that Kevels was doing bad shit with her GoFundMe. You know? She had over $100,000 donated under false pretenses that she was in danger for her life. Yeah. It sucks, man. It sucks.
Person, even when it comes to the general populace, right, with all the discontent that he's had, that he just simply ignored throughout the entire election process, even with all of that wasn't enough to get him to step down, as he was polling the worst.
I feel like this is obvious.
As he was polling worse than any president has in presidential polling history. It needed to be so bad that it was impossible for him to run again. They needed to beat him. The beatings needed to continue. They needed to stab him so bad that the bleeding had become terminal, and it was impossible for him to continue his campaign because he wasn't listening. He didn't listen to the people. He didn't.
I'm still coping with Kevels too, Jazz Dog. It sucks.
He tried to run on the whole like, oh, it was really the elites that are doing this, the bedwetters and the chattering class, when it was actually the actual voters, and he only started caring when the media and the Democratic establishment started caring and the donors started caring. That's when it became a problem, not when your average person cared. He didn't give a shit then because he had the same opinion that you did, that, I mean, like, yeah, they're angry, but kind of fuck them and they'll come home. They'll come home. Fuck them, they'll come home. I know they, like, what are you gonna vote for Trump, huh? You gonna vote for Trump? You'll come home, won't you? Of course you will, dumbass. And so, like, if that was the position, people were like, you know, I kind of don't want to vote for this guy.
Yeah, the median, he lost the median voter.
I still believe, like, as I said in the tweet, he had 0 pathways to victory after the debate. 0. He had a 0% chance of becoming, of maintaining the presidency. I would say 100% 0. As Trump was polling better than he has ever polled, and polling better than almost any Republican had polled in the modern era against Biden. I think, I don't want to be, and I'll leave it at this because I've been yapping for a bit. And I don't want to be mean, okay? Just know I'm not mean when I say this. I say this with so much love in my heart. And if you were here in real life, I would hold your hand while I say this. But I believe in some of your coverage, I believe you were genuinely delusional.
Get him! Drag him.
Analysis of how strong Donald Trump is right now. He is the strongest he has ever been. Stronger than 2016, stronger than 2020.
Not at the moment, but yeah.
Polling better than he ever had.
I think, okay, if he's polling better than he ever has, then I can't argue that. But I think that he's been weakening bit by bit.
And he was making moves in states that people didn't even think possible. Biden was heading towards a generational loss that would be written about in the history books for as long as this country was around.
People say that. I will stand firmly on the hill that if Biden had stayed in the race and people had chosen not to vote for him instead of Trump, or just to not vote at all, it would be their fault and not Biden's if Trump won. That's just sort of like, I will die on that hill. That's sort of a matter of opinion, I suppose. But as far as
you don't know what the fuck you're talking about,
man. Trump's strength, I don't know. I don't really know how you could say that Trump has gotten stronger than ever. Because did Trump reach a peak of strength in 2016 and then become weaker in 2020? Because he got more votes in 2020, but he also gained less votes more for the Republicans than than Biden did for Hillary in 2020 for the Democrats. So it's hard to say that Trump really got all that much stronger. And we're now looking at post Roe v. Wade, post J6, which I don't know how much Americans really care about, but I'd say it probably worried a fair few Democrat voters into voting blue no matter who. I don't know. I feel like Trump.
But why would you not want the best candidate to run, man? Okay, the median voter saw Biden. Why would you lie to the median voter? You know, like what? Like in this capacity, obviously, the median voters lie to all the time. But like what? Like you can't lie to the median voter about shit that they've seen with their own eyes and ears, seen and heard. Okay, you can't. And what they saw and heard was a weak, spineless, old, shambling corpse named Biden. That's what they saw and heard. Okay, there's no going back after that. So at that point, you have like establishment Dems calling for him to drop out. You have the the constituency calling for him to drop out. And frankly, I think that it is the politically responsible thing to say, yes, he should drop out because he is old and he is febrile, and there's nothing that can save him at this point because he's polling terribly. So he should drop out. I think that's fine.
Republicans being so mask off, particularly about like health, reproductive health stuff, has really fucked them. I think it's fucked them
Not enough,
really
apparently.
bad now with Kamala. Like I think they're done. Like they are done this election.
Yeah,
Don't get
now with Kamala,
complacent.
yes,
You better
Kamala.
vote, guys. But I think they're really done now, but I think they were done before. I think what sealed the deal for them, regardless of Biden's age, was the reproductive rights stuff. But that's,
Yeah,
I
that's-
think, a matter of sorry.
No, that's basically what I'm talking about. Okay, so what I mean when Donald Trump is the strongest he had ever been. I'm not sure, you don't quote polling very much, but I also found a problem with your analysis of polling as well and the ideas of it. For one, you said that like earlier you said that Clinton was projected to win in a landslide. No, she was not. Actually, she wasn't projected to win in a landslide at all.
Really?
She was projected to win.
I don't know this.
Yeah, but Donald Trump still had like a 20 or 30% chance to win in almost every single almost every single forecast. And forecasts are different than polling because every single model weighs things differently. And even the polling didn't say that she was on track for a landslide victory against Donald Trump either. There are a lot of red warning signs, like her polling in Virginia and her polling in the Rust Belt. Both of those places showed real serious problems, as well as Trump gaining in the polls, closing in.
But it did not, so it was probably just
Yeah, I
OBS
told
or
you
YouTube.
Lotus broken.
Maybe. Although they're still effing though. Twitch is up. We back?
You might
Hello?
Tell them to refresh.
Marco? Yeah, try and refresh everyone. They're still effing.
Are they effed?
Yeah, your internet's spotless. You haven't had like even a click or a robot moment, so I don't think it's your internet.
Yeah, I didn't drop a single frame. I have no clue what happened. We're back? Okay. Yeah, so he wasn't
Hello, Eddie.
projected
Welcome back.
to lose in a landslide in 2016. Absolutely not. And it was way closer to him being projected to win worse, to lose worse in 2020, but that data actually happened at the end. But it was still a relatively close election, if I'm going to be honest with you. Way closer than a lot of people wanted it to be. Way closer than I thought it would be. Trump overperforms his polling almost every single time. But you also said that Biden overperformed his polling in 2020. Did you? Like, do you remember saying that?
On my part, yeah.
Yeah.
It was a complete mistake on my part.
Incredibly wrong. Yeah, that's
Okay,
very,
yeah.
very not correct. He massively underperformed his polling, actually. But yeah, you know that.
What I'm curious about in regards to
Yeah, Adrian, sorry.
Biden
I kinda
and
like
his
him too.
popularity. Is Biden's age having always been a problem? Why do you think
I've asked him to
ended
come on
up
stream when
pulling
I was
the
real
win
small.
from the nomination in 2020?
Oh, it's the same thing that killed him this election cycle, electability. Your average person became. I remember this was said by a talking head. I think it was on MSNBC, that people wanted to become pundits instead of voters, and everybody started to do like armchair punditry about who they believe was best situated to win the election. Remember what everybody said was their number one thing that they were looking for a candidate that, in 2020? Beat Donald Trump. Yes. So that's why he won, because he had connections to Obama, who's popular, because he had connections in general, because he's ran campaigns before, because he was a seasoned congressperson, because he had a relatively good approval rating, because he seemed more centristy and more appealing to the middle, and it seemed like he could beat Donald Trump. That's why he won. Yep. But what I think people get wrong is that he didn't win because he's Biden. He won in spite of being Biden. I
True,
don't think
and
people
Biden
changed
is-
very much. The problem was his age was a problem.
And Biden was under the impression that he won because he's Biden. That's a great point. Dan got salty that Vosh didn't talk to him as regularly anymore. That's a little silly. I don't know if that's true, but that's funny if true. I donated to Zan too. I donated like $5 to him, I think. Maybe. Yeah, Shark coming back is pretty pog. Shark pog. I think Demon Mama's video is probably a little more informative than Mudahar's. I do trust Demon Mama to be... I think she's trustworthy when it comes to drama coverage, yes. I think that out of all of the coverage that you will see regarding drama between leftist streamers, I do think that Demon Mama is extraordinarily trustworthy. Okay? I do believe that.
Problem before, but it got overshadowed by his electability. But now, since his age has jeopardized his electability, they dumped him. Joe Biden.
I made a Shark song?
have-
Nice.
There aren't many Biden bros. There aren't many people who are Biden fans. They were anti-Trump voters, and they didn't want Donald Trump to win again. And Joe Biden was the vehicle to get that done. That's why he suffered such a big polling loss. That's why his polling is so bad, because he never had a real fan base. What he had was being propped up because people wanted to beat Trump. And once it seemed like that wouldn't happen, he was bitten by the same horse he rode in on, and
Yep.
and then his polling was went into free fall, because once again it wasn't because they like Biden, it's because they didn't like Trump. That was always said. There was a reason why when you ask people, when polls came out, and they asked people, why are you voting for Joe Biden? 37% said that they didn't want Trump. 37% said they like Joe Biden. 63% said because they didn't want Trump to win. That's incredibly, wildly,
That's funny,
astronomically low. And so he was just being dragged down by the same thing that he rode into office on, and that's why he was unsustainable, because he has no fan base, he has no supporters. They're just anti-Trump people. Something that anybody else running who's somewhat competent could gain.
He was running on Orange Man
and
bad.
also people who actually want to vote for that person. And Biden isn't that person. He never was. He never will be.
Yeah, I just find it interesting because, like, Biden was just as, maybe not, he literally wasn't just as old, to be clear, but, you know, he was just as aged back then. He was stuttering, like, a lot.
No,
and, you know, even then he was having, like,
that's
the eyeball
bullshit. That's
bleeds and
such
shit.
bullshit.
It
He's
was-
way
so
worse
it's-
now.
I feel like I feel like I got the impression his age was a worse problem then, but that might just be a
No.
perception thing.
That's definitely a
what really stood
perception
out to
thing.
me. And there's a reason I bring it up is his the fucking blood vessel in
The
his
dumb
eye
thing,
popping
really.
during a speech or some sort of meeting. I forget what it was, but it was like the
No, it was on the debate stage. Yeah, it was on the problem
brain
is
melting. Oh yeah.
the problem is that's way more excusable than we beat Medicare.
Yep.
I don't
That
know
was
if you could
pretty
hear
bad.
that, but the Blue Angels are doing a air show above Seattle right now, and they just flew over my house and like
Actually,
F-16 or something.
Actually, we didn't. It was perfect. Noise canceling.
Oh,
worked.
okay. Cool. I'll send you a video I took yesterday when they flew over later after the debate, because it's actually pretty cool. They were flying in a tight formation over my backyard. It was so neat.
Oh, they're doing tricks
yeah,
on it.
If they see you in your backyard, by the way, they see out their cockpit when people are outside, and they'll fly over areas that have a lot of people outside. So definitely wave at them, and they'll fly over a couple times. But
Right.
back to the topic. I actually, could you jog my memory? I'm sorry, I got distracted by the jet.
We were talking about how he didn't have an actual voter base, and he was older now than he was before, and we beat Medicare was way worse than the blood vessel or any
Yeah,
other study.
that was really bad.
Yeah, it just feels as though Biden getting nominated on electability and then following through with a really strong presidency. And I think it would be difficult to say that his presidency, policy-wise, at least domestically, wasn't strong. I would argue that he's had various flaws on a foreign policy level, but domestic policy-wise, I feel like he's just been like going down the checklist of things that like the American people want. And
that's true, but
fact that
he couldn't
so-
argue that because he's so old, and also inflation
Yep.
up.
You couldn't argue that because he's so old is so real, though.
Yeah, and
That's
also
so fucking real.
and also inflation up. Like,
Fair.
you know, remember
But
it's the
like I
economy,
said-
stupid. People
It's
think
all
the economy's
preceded
bad,
by
they don't
he's
like the
really
president.
old.
Well,
Sorry.
and I think inflation, inflation up is what people will repeat, but yeah, I mean, inflation. I don't think the inflation rate is really rising anymore, is it? Where's it at right now? Has there been a recent change?
It's about at 2%. The problem is prices are still high and inflation up, and inflation was up now.
Well, yeah. The problem is the prices being high. I don't think is directly caused by inflation. Still, right? Like, isn't it?
I mean, the
think
prices.
there's a bunch of other factors playing into.
Yeah,
that.
but when
Regardless,
inflation
people are
goes
still
down,
gonna blame
like
it on Biden,
companies.
so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, but when inflation goes down, the prices don't usually go down too. They just stay the same.
Well, they're supposed to stabilize because people like stop buying as much of a thing, and they start buying a cheaper variant, and so they have like the name brand prices start lowering their prices, and the cheaper things like the non-name brands always supposed to be a little cheaper, and people start buying that when prices go up, and things start leveling out even after inflation. But yeah, it takes a while for that to heal, and I guess the nightmare scenario, one that you were quite afraid of, and that's why you wanted Kamala take Biden's place, is that Trump might get elected and inherit a recovered or recovering economy from 4 years of Biden. I am curious to know, also I wanted to clarify because I wrote down some of the points just so I wouldn't lose any in like just the conversation.
Go ahead.
When it comes to the polling for Hillary versus Trump, there was definitely a lot of polling that showed it being pretty close, but the majority of forecasts, which obviously take a lot of things into account, including polling, showed that Hillary had a very strong chance of winning, and by a lot. And because of that, I think most people, and I think you'd pretty easily find that a lot of people who are politically involved
I don't know the
to any
truth of
degree
that,
back
to be
then.
fair.
Granted, I was a teenager, so I'm kind of digging back into my childhood here. It really did feel as though Hillary was projected to win in a landslide, and like Trump was a meme candidate. And even to this day, when you look at a lot of the big polling sites and the election forecast sites that have locked in their 2016 November 8th polling and their forecasting, a lot of them still show Hillary at a very embarrassingly high chance to win. And so I feel as though I've become worried that the American people have started to focus their attention on what matters in a presidential candidate and a good presidency more towards the team sports that the Republicans are so desperate to make politics about, rather than like, holy crap, you hear what Biden did? Yeah, you have student loans still? Oh, wait, I owe less in student loans now, hell yeah. You know, I feel like there should be a little more of that. Maybe I'm too forgiving. Maybe I need to develop a more harsh perspective on currently sitting politicians. But I feel that it's
Does it get spicy with Zan? Probably not. Shark isn't one to make things spicy. So I don't know how spicy this is going to get. But I do think that Shark has hit almost every point pretty spot on, except for the Progressive Caucus being in favor of Biden, regardless of whether or not he dropped out, which is, like I said, it was disappointing. Shark says that it was a good strategy. I used to think that it was a good strategy, to be honest. But, like, I don't care. Like, you have a responsibility to your constituency to be honest about what's going on. And nobody could deny what they saw with their own eyes and heard with their own ears that day. You know, it was really bad, okay? He said we have to beat Medicaid. He said we have to beat Medicaid. Dumbass. Anyway.
important to give people a positive side of what they're voting for, what they already voted for, presumably, right? Like, most of my fans voted Biden, so I feel it's nice to remind them, hey, you know that
I would hope
2020 blue vote you made? It did something.
Or almost
and I
all.
think I agree with most of what you said, but I do think we'll have to agree to disagree on the idea that if Biden had stayed in the race, that if he
Okay, I'm just going to say, agree to disagree is one of my least favorite statements. I do say it now and then, so I won't get on his ass too much for this. But I feel like a lot of the time it's just like kind of a pussy thing to say. I'll only say it when I want the reason that I'll say agree to disagree is when I want to keep somebody's good graces. And like sometimes it really is a matter of agree to disagree. Like we interpret the data differently, whatever. But like in this case, no, Zan's just wrong. He's just wrong. You know? At least that's how I take it.
Lost and Trump had gotten elected because Democrat voters decided, I'm just not going to support Biden at all. I want
I
to
thought
punish him
terminating
for this.
Crochet, yeah, kind
I
of.
would maintain that would be those voters' fault if Trump then won and they were then affected by those policies.
Okay, but regardless of whether or not it's the voters' fault, you still have to appeal to them. They're the voters. So, like, you can't just sit here and blame voters. You can't do, like, it doesn't matter. At that point, it's a moot point. Okay? Regardless of whether or not it's the voters' fault, guess what? Trump still wins. GG easy. Okay? So what Biden should have done if he, like, let's say that Biden had stayed in the race and then Trump won. Okay? We have hindsight bias in that case, sure. But, like, you could easily say, yeah, Biden should have dropped out and let Kamala take it because the polls were showing that Kamala was doing way better. Was doing way better. Okay? I'm still getting over that hump of trying to get her name right. Sorry. You guys got what I mean, though? Like, that's all I'm saying.
That Trump would instate, not Biden's. But I don't really have too strong of an opinion on it now, considering this is like, we're essentially now arguing over like a fictional universe, like power scaling fictional characters, since it's not.
Yeah,
even
but
the
you still
reality that we're
defended
in.
Biden
But it's
not
still
dropping
fun.
out.
It's still a fun like political theory.
Okay,
discussion.
but he still attacked people for saying that Biden should drop out. He still attacked people for that, and he did. He, from my recollection, what I've seen, he said that like Vosh and people like Vosh and Demon Mama wanted Trump to win. You know, like that's kind of fucked up, man. I don't think you wanted Trump to win. I just think you're stupid.
And a test of like polling knowledge and stuff. I think you beat me out on the polling knowledge stuff. I think you got
And an
that in the
abuser.
bag.
I just spent a lot of time going through the polling. That's what changed my mind about Biden staying in the race. I mean, just if you go back through polling from 2020, people just didn't want Biden to run again because he was old. They wanted him, and I remember this from a pundit on I was watching an MSNBC segment. They said he delivered us from Trump, but now he'll deliver us to Trump if he stays in the race. It was his fault because he wasn't blindsided. He knew this. He didn't care. He said, yeah, I know, but what are you gonna do? Vote for Trump?
At least we gave it the old Texas try, right,
I want to
Biden?
run again. You know, kick rocks.
Right, man?
And that's basically it. That was
Shark's correct
his
on this. He
fault
did not give a shit.
because he knew that he was on track to lose the election. I'm once again, I'm not sure if you looked at any of the polling, but
Did you hear about when Zan said a small part of him wants Trump to win, just despite people who disagree with Biden dropping out? Yeah. I have thoughts on that because there are people who like straight up said that they were not voting for Biden, you know? And I was like, well, part of me is like I don't want Trump to win, but part of me is like, you know, like, because people like my sister don't want to vote for him, just like vote for Kamala or any of the Democrats, just because, like, you know, like there is a level of me that wants people to see the consequences of their inaction. There is a part of me that feels that. At the same time, I do agree that it's horrible actors to admit that. I don't know. I feel like I feel like that part is less of the point. The broader point here is that Xander Hall abused his editor. I do stand by that. I do think that Xander Hall mentally abused his editor, like mentally and emotionally abused his editor. I think that's the most important part.
it was so bad. Like, I'm not exaggerating when I say he was the worst polling president in presidential polling history. Only first to Donald Trump, who actually has a fan base, and so he has a floor actually, which is higher than Biden's, and that's why he's polling better than Biden was and is. He just couldn't have won. It is not possible. It's not really even up for the debate, unfortunately, because it was so astronomically horrible. How bad his polling was. It just cannot be overstated. I genuinely, and I know it sounds crazy, it cannot be overstated how poorly it was. Joe Biden,
it was really bad.
So to illustrate, Joe Biden
I mean,
in
okay,
2020,
when it gets to a point that establishment Dems are saying, yeah, you should drop out, that's how you know it's bad. Like, that's how you know it's really bad. Zan definitely did abuse his editor. The message logs make it clear and undeniable. I was defending Zan on this up until I saw those message logs. Yeah, that's my point. And he also, once again, White Nervosa is a great friend of the stream and somebody who, frankly, helps me keep my website alive. So, like, I just don't, I don't feel like it's okay. And frankly, I did, like, that was around the time I quit watching him or paying attention to what the drama was with him. But, like, that was pretty gross looking back. You know, like, he did accuse White Nervosa of blackmail with no evidence. Like, he literally called White Nervosa a blackmailer. Like, that's pretty fucked up.
Won the independent vote by 10 points. He was losing it in the most reputable polls in the aggregate.
Yeah, Shark is correct here.
By between 10 to 15 points. Biden won the black vote by about 90%. He was getting between 50 and 60%. Again, he was losing the Hispanic vote. And some of the most reputable polls, he was losing the woman vote by a couple percentage points, and the male vote by up to 15. He was polling so poorly that a New York Democrats signaled that his campaign would need to start to spend money in New York to maintain the margins because it was possible that he could lose. They had to spend money in Virginia because the rate.
I will grant you this, Straw Hat Monty. I think that people are making a little bit of a big deal out of that statement from him because there is a portion of you. I was saying a similar thing about people who like said that they weren't going to vote at all instead of voting for Biden. Where I was like, you know, part of me wants them to see the consequences of that. Because there are people who straight up believe that like the Democrats and the Republicans are the same. And so I just want to be like, bet. Okay? Bet. Yeah, go ahead. Don't vote for the fucking Democrats. See what happens. You know? Like, part of me wants to say that. So I do think people are making a slightly too big of a deal out of that. But optically, he should have been more careful. I do think that he should have been more careful.
Race has now become because Virginia had then become a toss-up state. He was having to fight in New Mexico and Minnesota, both places that he won by between 7 and 10 points. We were in a Trump +6 environment at the best. And so if you take 6 for Trump, just move it 6 points for Trump in every direction in every single state, it would be a generational loss that cannot be overstated. Donald Trump, and still to this very day, is the strongest that he has ever been. Riding off the backs of the DNC, the assassination attempt, the positive media coverage that he got about trying to become the unity candidate, the fact that all the Republicans have now lined up behind him, and now he has the biggest approval rating amongst even Republicans that he has ever had. Right now his approval rating is, I think, 2 times better than Biden's, and it's in some polls they're even positive at some point. And your average person now believes that Donald Trump did a pretty good job as president, on top of the fact that I think it's now 15% less people believe that January 6th was even that bad. It's like Donald Trump is at his strongest point as Joe Biden is at his weakest, and vibe. It was very possible that we were looking at a map that you can't even imagine right now without understanding the polling. And that's why I changed my mind after looking through even his most positive pollings. Warning signs were flashing red, like wildly.
It was really bad.
Generational loss that he
I don't think Xander Hall appreciates just how bad it was.
I definitely think that you have a point with the possibility for a generational loss, though I still lean more towards the idea of a pretty substantial win. I think that like I mentioned before, a lot of the things the Republicans have pulled even after Trump lost in 2020 have made them weaker. I think that the Democrat performance in the midterms was pretty strong, and I feel like the Democrat voter base has gotten to the point where it will yell and it will complain and it will attack its own, but more often than not, especially when it's Trump that we're up against, or the Trump party, the Trump Republican Party now.
Right, but that's such a fucking somber view of the party in general. It's like, oh, well, you know, they'll come back like fucking dogs, man. You know, they'll return to their master at the end of the day, so fuck it, you know what I mean? Like, no, people wanted Kamala, and the Democrats fucking listened, okay? And it is irresponsible. Frankly, like I said, it's irresponsible as a political commentator to say that Biden had the stuff to win. He didn't. Okay, he didn't. And maybe that's true. You know, I wanted to believe too, at the same time, because I was on the, like, you should still vote for Biden train too. I was still trying to get people hyped about it, whatever. But like, at the same time, I knew, okay, I didn't talk about it a whole lot because I knew that Biden was shit. He was absolute dog shit, all right? And I should have spoken up about it more, to be honest with you guys. I really should have. But like, I didn't want to. I didn't want to because I didn't even want to believe it. Because I knew just how fucking bad it was. Like, did you guys notice? Like, I was all over, like, you should vote for Biden up until that debate. And then I was like, I just didn't talk about it. I just didn't talk about it because I was too afraid to. I was like, oh, God, like, he's terrible. He's terrible. Absolutely abysmal. Like, I don't even want to think about it. I don't want to fucking think about that shambling corpse. Hell no. Okay? But I knew. And so did Xander Hall. And if he didn't know, he's a fucking idiot. I'm sorry. Like, everybody saw the writing on the wall. Shit, what the fuck? What the fuck? God, that was almost really stupid. Okay, that was really stupid. I saw the writing on the wall, and so did Xander Hall, and if he didn't, he was an idiot.
We kind of come out and we vote. Maybe I'm wrong. You know, we can't really see into that timeline. The polling suggests that you would be right. But at the same time, I don't think the polling would have necessarily reflected the outcome of that election. It's possible that economics could have played a really big part in a Trump win. The fact that things are still so expensive. I know that some prices are dropping, but that still takes time. But I don't know. I still think that I think regardless of who our candidate was, we're going to get the W. But regardless, still, at the end of the day, I think we both agree. Glad that Kamala is here and doing well. But I think we still will have to agree to disagree on Biden having stepped down if he had lost in that timeline because people just
every piece of data disagrees with Xander Hall, and he's just like agree to disagree, bro.
Handing the torch off to Kamala. I would still say that would be the voters' fault, not Biden's. But that's a matter of perspective, right?
I mean, I guess I just think it's wrong. Like when you have the option,
exactly.
And you
drag him, King. Tell him he is wrong. This is not agree to disagree. What is this? Earn the Tesla Cybertruck? What the fuck? You know, I didn't turn on Rocket League for this. God damn it. Whatever.
You simply don't. That seems like it's your fault. Like you share. I mean, it's a lot of blame. Like he's not some nice old man. We're talking about
exactly,
whether or not
Brutus.
He should
that
have
was me.
He deserves to have his riding lawnmower stolen after he forgot to lock his shed at night. He's a public servant who knew that he was going to lose.
Rocket League ruined.
Like very, very likely he would lose. Or there's warning signs so bad that it would be impossible to ignore. It would be like incredible incompetence to ignore, and still decided to not care anyways. That's your fault.
It's a pretty strong statement to say he knew he was going to lose. He ran a whole campaign. He did raise before Kamala.
Sorry, all the polling said that he was going to lose.
I think in New York.
It was really bad.
6 months out from the debate, if I recall correctly. So there was a good amount of excitement even within the Democratic base and even within the donor base. There was a pretty strong. Here, I can bring it up.
Shark is killing it.
I can see if I can find it. It's probably
this is some mega coke.
If you want, we can move on to the next point, or we can wait.
No, I mean,
everything's drowned out by Kamala Harris now. Never mind.
It's a lot harder to find that stuff. But what I mean is that, like, I can he got a lot of fundraising, but then they didn't expect Donald Trump to outraise him, and he did by like a big margin as well. Like, yes, there was excitement, nowhere near as much as excitement. There's always excitement for any Democrat. Like, there's always excitement anytime, but what proves that there was less excitement this time than last time was the fact that a much lower percentage of his donations this election cycle was coming from small dollar donors and were coming from much larger donors. It was 60-40 small dollar to large dollar donations for his 2020 campaign. This time it was completely reversed, where it was 60-40 for large dollar versus small dollar donations around the time when he was dropping out. He was losing support amongst and people who wanted to vote for him among the populace. That's just factual. And he lost ground to Donald Trump when Donald Trump had never beat a Democrat in fundraising for for any election that he's ever run in.
Shark's got all the
Do you
facts on
think
his
that,
side. Holy shit.
Biden was
He's done his
losing voters
research.
to Trump, or he was losing voters to not voting at all?
He was losing voters to the couch and third parties. So he was losing voters to RFK, and he was losing voters to for people who didn't want to vote. People would come out and want to vote for Democrats down ballot, but they'd be like, "Fuck Biden. I don't want to vote for him. I hate both of these guys. They're too old, and neither of them should be running. And I don't want this."
And that helps Trump. The fewer people vote, the more Trump is helped.
I don't want to see them anymore. I don't want Joe Biden to run again. He's too old, and this is something we'd known since 2022. It's actually something we'd known since 2022. He just didn't care because once again he thought that they'd just come out anyway. So like, who cares?
Yep.
Until it was too bad to not care.
Yep.
It's hard to predict the alt timeline because of other factors that have happened since as well. Like if Biden was still in the race, how would he respond
It is a debate.
to
Make no
Trump
mistake.
bringing J.D. Vance in as his like vice president? Would we get some like stuttering like, apparently Trump got the guy who fucked a couch? Would we get that line out of Biden and everyone just laughs their asses off and things turn around? Does Trump
No,
move
Biden
his
doesn't have the
campaign, or
stuff
do they have
anymore. He wouldn't have
every one of
even
their
done
talking
that. This
points
is a
ready?
fantasy
I think
scenario
that there's
he's
a few
creating.
other points that we could
This is
argue
fantasy.
that are actually more to your favor as to why it's better that Kamala
Biden would
is
not have
going
done that.
to take the torch from Biden. Because at the end of the day, I don't disagree that this is the best case scenario. I think our disagreement
this fucking
lies
fantasy he's building?
solely in the realm of if Biden deserved the amount of shit that he got throughout his presidency, and it was strongly he did. I believe, a bit of it.
Well, it's not just that, but it's also the fact that Biden should have stepped down, and contemporaneously, we knew he should have stepped down. This isn't something that we need hindsight to be able to understand. It was something we understood.
Yeah, the couch thing was
moment,
false.
which is what made your commentary.
Not that conservatives
about
care about
how
being
it's
truthful,
wrong
but
for people to come out against Biden incorrect, even in the time. That's why I started by saying we don't need hindsight here. We would have known. We knew beforehand that he should have gone a different direction. Yet he decided not to. So our disagreements are on both those fronts. It was wrong of you to say that people should stop criticizing Biden, because what they should have done was stab him to death, which is thankfully what happened.
Rhetorically.
I don't think I said people should stop criticizing Biden. I think I said people should give Biden a more fair shake. So I feel like I'm being a little misrepresented.
They
there,
did at the fucking debate.
Well, what I mean is less of stop criticizing, and more of like the criticism that he's getting is detrimental to the campaign, which is putting him in a worse position to win, because you didn't think that he was actually going to step down. So it was the inevitable. He's not going to step down. We know he's not going to step down.
He
so
really
stop
wants to be
trying to
right.
get him to step down because you're making everything worse.
Yeah, that is a perspective I agreed with at the time. Yes, I thought that we were throwing stones at our to-be candidate.
No, I feel you, Guitar Rocker.
He would be the guy that would be going up against Trump, and that there was no chance of him stepping down. That is something that I was wrong about, and I feel like that's the thing that kind of like makes.
But you can still recognize that he should.
Silly. But yeah, I mean, I still maintain that, but I don't really think it's not really much of a thing. It's just kind of, I think that Biden probably deserved more credit. I feel like his policy achievements didn't get a lot of attention. I don't know if you covered a lot of. Okay, that's two of them.
Dude,
I don't know if you covered a lot of.
The median voter does not give a singular solitary fuck about policy.
Biden's achievements.
It's a vibes
He's been in
contest.
office over the last few years, but
He's just like, the voters
I
didn't
feel
care.
like it's gotten
Literally, here's what he's doing. He's like whinging about how the voters don't give a shit about policy. Yeah. Welcome to America, man. Okay? Where the voters do not give a fuck about policy. It's a vibes game. Obviously, Biden has better policy. Guess what the polls said? Who gives a shit? Okay? What they saw was a shambling corpse. Okay? That's what they saw. And you're trying to tell them no, they didn't. Oh, no, you didn't. No, you didn't. It's fine. No, it's fine. It's fine, bro. It's fine. No, don't worry. Don't worry about it. He's fine. Biden's fine. No, he's not. No, he's not. Okay? No, the fuck he is not. You dumbass. Everybody can see that he is not fine. Everybody with a fucking working frontal lobe. Besides you, apparently. Okay? Everybody saw that. And you just refused to accept it. And now you're trying to make the excuse, trying to back up and say, oh, well, I just thought that he would be... I didn't think there was any chance that he'd drop out. That's pussy shit. Okay? That's pussy shit. You can still recognize objectively the fact that he should. Alright? So shut the fuck up. You're just whinging over nothing. Oh, the voters, they're not giving him enough credit for his policy. Yeah, that's life. That's called an American, as American as fucking apple pie election, man. That's what we're working with. Okay? And there's no changing that at this point. So you might as well just work with it. Dipshit.
Lack of coverage. And I'm curious if you agree. So a good example would be, I believe he capped insulin for seniors at $30 a vial. And this is something I've seen people like...
Exactly, Space Timid.
Like, this has been something people have been asking for a while. It might be for everyone. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is it only for seniors?
No, it is a plan in 2025 for...
Hold on. What did he just ask?
Might be seen cap years, but... I feel like it's gotten a surprising lack of coverage. And I'm curious if you agree. So a good example would be, I believe he capped insulin for seniors at $30 a vial. And this is something I've seen people like this has been something people have been asking for a while. It might be for everyone. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is it only for seniors?
No, it is a plan in 2025 for seniors prescriptions to be capped at $35 a bottle.
Yeah, that's pretty huge. It's not everybody,
and got
but it's
coverage.
pretty huge.
People know, but he's old and inflation up.
Well, I wouldn't say people know. I mean, how many people do you think really know that Biden is capping insulin for seniors by 2025? How many people know that by 2030 the coal industry is supposed to be basically done?
Nobody cares.
80% of our carbon footprint
and also,
per year, and only 20%
here's the
of
thing.
our
If people do care, Biden has to communicate that. When did you hear him say that during the debate? Okay? Was it between his blank stares? Was it when he was letting Trump lie off the chain? Oh, I bet it was right after he said we have to stop Medicaid. That's when he said it, right? Yeah, it sounded great, man. Great candidate you have there. Go ahead, keep standing by his bullshit. Okay? His policy does not matter. People want to know what he's going to do moving forward. And moving forward, what he demonstrated is he's probably just going to flop over and die. Like, honestly.
power output.
Well, well, that's a problem because you're like, oh, he should get more credit from that. But also, climate change is like a 5th or 7th or 8th tier care for people.
Like, even if I know this shit, then he sure as hell should. He's been doing this longer than me.
I don't know. I think I like to make my view of who we have as our inevitable person in power, and that's what I believe at the time. That's something I was definitely wrong about. As positive as possible, because I don't like it when people doomer.
You're still defending him, man.
Opinion is sour.
You're still defending him, though.
But, it was a good.
So stop hiding behind that bullshit.
I appreciate you reaching out as politely as you did, because I know that when my take on the Biden thing was a current thing everyone was discussing, that a lot of people were jumping down my throat, and then you just messaged me
as they should have been.
I saw your video.
You were a dipshit,
and I appreciated that a lot.
Yeah, there is some stuff that I still wanted to go over though, like polling, your views on polling.
Thank you. Drag him, King.
I disagree
Drag him.
with your views on polling, because it seemed like your view on polling is that every time you brought it up, because you never bring up polling too much in your analysis, which I think is a big problem.
Just admit you were wrong, man. You were wrong.
Is pretty good. It's a pretty so.
It's fine to admit you're wrong. I've been wrong.
A snapshot.
It's fine.
Oh no, people are effing again. Is everything okay, chat? Marco?
Oh shit.
Marco? Oh no, I did drop a couple frames.
I bet it's YouTube. Oh,
No, I dropped a couple
it's
frames.
probably OBS.
Reload. But it's less
It
about
wasn't your internet.
No, I did drop a couple frames, so it was me, but I don't know. It might not have been seen completely. Like polling is more of a. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
It was about. I've been getting a thing with OBS lately when I stream, where it's like once or twice every stream, there's like 3 seconds where OBS just.
He said
drops
Vosh
the
is a
stream,
right
and
winger
it's
now.
just
Dumbass.
OBS. It wasn't my internet. Everything's fine on my end, and the chat still continues to move, so I know there's not been a disconnection. It's just OBS is weird lately. I think they need to do a patch update, so it's not your fault.
Okay. Yeah, I have no clue what's going on there. But yeah, polling is more of like a snapshot, a sketchy snapshot of what's going on. And so yeah,
Chart should ask if Zan thinks he's a right winger.
The problem was, and a lot of people said, I think you even said like, oh, 2-point deficit. The problem, like a 2-point deficit for Biden was a 6 to 8 point deficit from where he was, and he won by 4.5 points. Like that is a massive shift in polling when polling had gotten better from even 2020. And now I would say that it might favor Trump these days a little bit more, since they weigh white non-college educated voters more than they did previously. But like polling was so bad for Biden. It's not like it was horrible, right?
Do you think that the polling could have been affected significantly in a positive way before the election?
You mean
could
like
have? Guess what? They are, because Biden dropped out.
No, do you think it could have gotten better?
Oh,
it did, because Biden dropped out.
So remember, I said that
it
I
did.
Actually thought that Biden shouldn't have stepped down originally, and so I was holding out that it could have gotten better. The problem is that it couldn't have. That's why I said he had no pathway to victory.
Okay.
Is that he had no pathway to.
Oh, hold on. To be fair, sorry, it might be hard for me to read this while I play. To be fair, he didn't say Vosh was a right winger. He said that his friend/editor thought Vosh might have been a right winger grifter due to his anti-Biden thumbnails and titles. Still bad for him to say, but different to saying Vosh is a right winger. I guess. It's just still like a gross thing to insinuate. If anything, it's like, oh, well, I don't care what your friend Ethan thinks. What do you think? Do you think Vosh is a right winger? You know, like, let's hear what you think about it. Like, do you think Vosh is a right winger? You know? I'm just saying. I don't know. Maybe I'm being uncharitable, but I don't trust Zan anymore. I really don't. And I feel like that's fair.
Gain more voters. It wasn't possible. Every lane, every like avenue that like almost every political scientist would imagine that he would be able to build up on to gain voters back and to gain in polling was something that he simply could not do. The problem is that a lot of people said that the race was static, the race wasn't moving that much, he didn't fall that much. It was because he didn't have that much further to fall. Joe Biden was already at his floor, a floor lower than we ever possibly imagined, because his polling was so bad and people didn't want to vote for him so much. I like with independents, they are like, how do you get people to vote for you again? You try to offer them something. The problem was he has 100% name recognition and every single belief about him is already crystallized. So how in the world do you get more people to vote for you? The answer is you don't. Like, he's already lost those people.
Yeah.
And they don't really want to come back home. And so now what, right? Like, the answer is you lose. The answer is you lose. The moderate Republicans,
I feel like
that
he insinuated
that helped push him over the edge in places like Arizona and Georgia, gone. The young voters, gone. The minority voters, gone. The women, even after Roe,
hey,
gone.
TP.
Trump was polling 46-53. With Biden in the lead with women. That's horrible. He should be winning women by between 10 and 12. The undecided voters were less likely to even say that they wanted to vote at all, and were going third party. He had no avenue to gain more voters, and he had no avenue for the election to get better. That's why come hell or high water for Trump, he didn't gain voters. Even after Trump's conviction, even after all those things, Biden didn't gain many voters. He was barely in the lead. because he couldn't lead anymore. He can't do it anymore. He couldn't.
Here's where another one of our big disagreements might be, and then after this, I want to let you have like the final word and everything, because then I want to go outside and salute at these fighter jets before they finish up their exercises. I also have a video of it I want to send you if you want to show it on the stream as well. It shouldn't dox me. I think a big part of our core disagreement as well is that when I see this polling,
He's trying so hard to buddy up
my
the shark.
mind goes to this like thought process, like a fork in the road. Either this polling is accurate, and we are so beyond fucked. And I don't mean electorally, I mean as a country, as a people, as a species, we are so fucked.
What?
If like after post-Roe, American female voters are becoming complacent about stopping Trump,
that's not what it's about.
That reality terrifies me.
Oh, but be careful. It's not about complacent about stopping Trump. It's about complacent about voting for Biden.
Thank you.
Sure. It's the same. It's the same. It's undeniable. It's the same, right? Because Trump is already annihilating Roe v. Wade.
Not
Sure,
to
but
this
us,
fucking average
but
voter.
Normal voters want to vote for somebody.
Okay,
and
I've said this before. My brother and his fiance are the median voters, and they told me we just don't feel like Biden is strong enough to lead the country. We don't feel like Biden has the stuff. Okay, and I tried to convince them out of it. I really did. But the median voter has soup for brains. Okay? I'm sorry. Like, politically speaking, the median voter just has soup for brains. They can't think past the optics. They can't. Okay? That's just the reality we live in. So you can say like, oh, I don't want to think about the reality. That's the reality we live in, man. Okay? I'm sorry. Biden is optically a nightmare. And I'm sorry, but like, it's not completely wrong to be apprehensive about him. Not just because he's an optical nightmare, but because he's old as shit and losing his mind. Okay? He's losing his marbles. All right, he cannot run for 4 more years. He can't do it. He cannot run the country for 4 more years. He can't do it. He can't. And I feel like being dishonest about that is just that. It's being dishonest. It's dishonesty. You are being dishonest with yourself, you're being dishonest with your audience, and you're being dishonest as a political talking head, okay? Not a big one, mind you. You're about the same size as me, maybe like slightly bigger, but like a political talking head nonetheless. You gotta be honest with your audience about this. All right? I feel like it's really important. Or burying your head in the sand. Yeah, one or the other.
Vote for Biden.
Either way, the outcome's the same.
Yeah, but like I said, I'm not making an argument here. This is just like my mindset when I see those polling results, right? When I see that Trump is ahead, like 4 points in the polling, or 2 points in the polling, or 6 points in some cases in the polling ahead of Biden, or even in some cases ahead of Kamala, though her lead is growing continuously, and I'm happy to say it. It tells me that there is a possibility.
I'm glad that you're happy that Kamala's the nominee now. Now admit you're wrong.
Unwilling to mobilize for something as simple as a vote.
He can't just admit he's wrong.
It's not even just as simple as voting for Biden. You have to get up and vote down ballot for a bunch of other positions and different laws and stuff that are on the ballot as well. And so,
yeah, they were voting down ballot. They just weren't voting for Biden.
Yeah, it's a scary idea to me that many Americans would let their spite lead them to voting Trump. And then there's the other reality where the polling isn't quite accurate and it's not quite reflecting what the final result of the election is going to be. And that prior, the first path being a reality scares me. I am hoping that we see Kamala.
What does he mean it scares him?
Really overperform.
That's the reality we live in, man.
And I'm curious if you would want to do like a friendly like $5-10 bet or something on it just to make it fun on this election day on if Kamala will overperform the polling, because I want to bet like $10 that she did, and I don't know, like, would you want to? I'm curious.
What? Is that even legal to like bet on fucking election results? I don't think that's legal. Is it? Am I wrong? Like, that seems like a very weird ask. That seems really weird. I don't know. I feel like Xander Hall's being pretty weird. Is it legal? Okay. I still feel like it's weird. Xander's talked about doing those bets before on stream with people. I heard about it being legal somewhere. Okay, maybe it's legal. I don't know. I just feel like it's I don't know. Is this just me? Maybe this is just me. I feel like it's weird though. Right? I feel like the vibe's off there. Maybe it's just me. I'm willing to accept that I'm wrong about that. Unlike Xander Hall, who can't accept that he's wrong about anything.
My dad always told me not to be a betting man. Oh, and also her name's pronounced Kamala.
Kamala? Oh, I always get it wrong. I'm sorry.
It's weird now
Kamala
with the knowledge I have
and
about his behavior. Fair enough.
Yeah, but yeah,
He can't even pay his editors.
I am not a
True.
bettor, but I don't believe that
True.
she's going to overperform the polling at the moment. The reason why Biden underperformed the polling was
Good point.
Response bias. Democrats were more likely to remember that was at the peak of COVID. Democrats were more likely to be at home and more likely to pick up the phone, and Republicans were way less energized. The problem is that Republicans were way more energized and way more likely to pick up the phone, especially after Trump's assassination attempt
That's
to end
great.
the
Thank you.
RNC. And you could be like, oh, well, there's the problem. Well, there's the polling bias. The problem is if you're more likely to pick up the phone and talk to a pollster, you're more likely to go out on voting day. And Democrats just aren't. And that was shown in 2022.
Yep.
Where they also just weren't. But in like people's like enthusiasm and favorability, Biden was even polling worse when it comes to Democrats on favorability. Than every other Democrat like ever, right? And we knew that that action, that fervor, that want to beat Trump, that want to get out there and vote was there. It just wasn't for Trump because we saw after Kamala got into the race, now people opened their pockets and she had the best fundraising day in the history of fundraising.
Crazy fundraising.
What
all
we
grassroots
know
too,
is
most of
that
it.
in the time, Joe Biden's polling was astronomically terrible. It was generationally poor, and poor for a reason that we knew, and poor for a reason that your average American knew, but it was poor for a reason that not the mainstream media before the debate and the Biden campaign didn't want to accept until it was impossible to ignore. And that's how we got into the situation to begin with. And it's something that we could have seen. And it's something that we did foresee, but we just didn't do any action on until it became completely easy to ignore. And the shitting on Biden, I can agree, was not.
It was crazy.
Helpful until there was a movement for it to happen. The
like
machinations
immediate.
of
like a flip,
Pelosi
like a light switch
and Obama
flipped.
and congressional Democrats and everything going poorly for him after the debate was the time to strike at
I could
him,
feel it in my fucking
to make
soul,
it
man.
impossible for him to be able to continue his reelection because it was already impossible for him to win. He just needed to be shown that that's the case. And this
Literally,
level of
Biden
discontent within the party
was more correct by
something
dropping
that
out than Xander Hall was for
which
supporting
made it
him.
impossible for him to continue on. But the polling showed it. The on the ground support showed it. The erosion of volunteers and fundraising showed it from small dollar donors and normal people. It's something that we all knew, and I believe that was something that was undeniable in the time. And I think that's why, and that's a big reason for why people got upset at you when you.
Straw Hat Monty. He was begged to stop. He said, "You are spiraling. Please stop." Insinuating that was not normal behavior. And that Cherry was not comfortable with it. It was really fucked. It was really fucked. Okay? I'm sorry. It just was. There's no getting around that.
When you were like, oh, this sounds like a Trump. This sounds like a pro-Trump argument, because it's not. It's a pro Democrat argument, and it was very good that he got kicked out because there's no possible way that he could win And at that point, it was wrong. It's not even like a matter of disagreement. It was simply incorrect.
Pretty
not
big
to want to
market?
push
I didn't
him
know
out
that.
at that moment.
Links are
It was
allowed.
Simply
I just might not
incorrect.
click on it.
But that is the matter
thank
on
you for
which
the
we
info.
disagree, I suppose. I mean,
Because
I-
you're wrong!
I figure that we probably wouldn't reach
Just
a
say
full agreement, considering that like Kamala.
Just
has
say that
taken
you are
Biden's
wrong!
place and she is doing so well. So it's kind of what I expect. But
Even if
it's
she was
alright.
doing worse at the moment, I would absolutely say it was better because she has a chance. Biden had no chance because he had no ceiling anymore.
I feel like that's a good example of like where the bias. I want to finish up and let you
The
have the
bias.
final
Okay, dude.
speak before I go. But I feel like that's a good example of where some of the bias is. I had also read an article that had described.
He's letting Shark get the last word,
Biden's
by the way.
cap as where Kamala's floor is, and I see where you're coming from if you argue that's his cap. But I feel as though as we get closer to the election and things got more real, it's hard for me to imagine that Trump would gain a lead on Biden as we got closer to the election. Like, and things got got really real. So I want to
You're
wrap
just
things
wrong,
up now,
man.
I don't want to miss
Even
these jets.
even the establishment
I'm
them
also
saw
gonna
it.
send a video of them to you now.
Sure. Yeah. I'll say Trump didn't need to gain a lead on Biden because already the lead he had was a generational lead for a Republican. The normal polls that people were looking at were generic, were general election polls based on who you would vote for. The fact that a Democrat isn't winning in those polls is astronomically terrible because that would mean that he would not win the popular vote. And remember, Hillary Clinton even won the popular vote and lost every single Rust Belt state. If you applied that loss to the election, and so Biden won by 4.5, and if you go with and if you say that a Biden
Shark's done the
regained
homework,
some
man.
points, so
More
he
homework
was
than I
not
have.
no longer like -4 or -3.5. He is now -2. That's a +4. That's a +4 to +4.5 for Trump, meaning that you would have to move every single state 4 points. That way would mean that Virginia would be like 3. He would win Virginia by like 3 or 5 points. It's possible that he would lose New Hampshire. Possible that he would lose Minnesota. He would lose every Rust Belt state. He would lose Nevada. All of those places were just up for grabs, and the problem is those shouldn't be places that Democrats should even be able to. That Democrats shouldn't be able to look back on. So it's the problem is he needed to go.
Yep.
And I don't like to say Biden dead enders, but continuing on with Biden was a dead end
Say it, King.
operation.
Say it.
That was a death
I love
march
Shark.
for the Democrats and our country.
He's being so gentle.
Into absolute
He really
oblivion.
is.
And the fact that people weren't accepting that is a big reason for why a lot of people got upset, and they weren't wrong. And now we can say that in hindsight, but
He's a lot nicer than I am.
To understand that it was wrong in the time if you looked at all the data, and the only way you can come to that conclusion, in my opinion, is if you are incorrect about what's going into this election or why people were feeling what they were, or you were or you were slightly ignorant about how the election was actually going, which is, I feel like your opinion was based on vibes, like, oh, I mean, like Roe's still around, and like January
He's not
6th,
wrong.
and
He's
Trump's
spitting.
still Trump, and yeah, but Biden's still.
He does have the
Biden.
kitty gloves
And
on,
so
but he's
that's-
still being completely upfront with
that's
Xander Hall.
basically
He just doesn't have the same energy that I do.
But thanks for coming on. Thanks for talking.
Yeah, I guess my overall just final point
Last
was
word-
that,
last word
I
for
think
Shark,
Biden
by the
did
way.
a pretty good job.
Shark
of
gets the
keeping
last
Trump
word.
Butts, and I think he had a pretty good chance, and I hope that I hope we're still cool. But yeah, absolutely. Thank you so
He's
much.
trying
for
so
having
hard
me
to stay on his
I
good
hope
side.
everybody enjoyed our convo. Feel free to show the video of the jets flying over. It shouldn't dox me or anything. I was like a couple blocks over, so it's not like it's the top of my house that's shown there or anything.
Perfect.
Okay, he did let Shark finally get
yeah.
the last word.
With all that said, thank you so much for having me on. It was a fun convo. I'm curious if you would be down to have any future conversations about polling stuff, because I was curious what polling, where you get like your updated polling stuff.
Please
because
have me on in the
generally,
future.
I
Please!
have to find it
Please!
through like
I lost
are
everything.
updating
Please.
on big changes in the polling, I have to find like a link to where the polling was done, and it's not always like here is a feed you can refresh. Do you know anything like that? Is there anything like that you use?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, there's
That's
a
what
couple
it comes
Twitter
off
accounts
as,
that do
though.
that. One, what's his name? There's this little gay boy who posts all the time. One is USA polling. There's that one. I mean, Republicans Against Trump does that. Interactive polls on Twitter. Their ad is IA polls. I think that the guy, what's his name? Like Mitch, something along those lines. He helps run a system called Vote Hub US, where they take only the most accurate polls over the last couple of elections and put the in and plug them in to a database, and that's how they get their projections for what's happening. And they are big election nerds. So there's that, and you could just go straight to Real Clear Politics and 538, but they don't update with every single poll that comes out. But yeah, that's how I get my polls from, and then you can just click on the polls themselves, and I just read through all the crosstabs and everything, and that's how I figured out that over time, it's just not. He didn't have the possibility to win again, but those people do great with polling, and they also do interactive. They also have some. They also work with some systems, and they also. You can follow Nate Silver as well. G Morris, who runs 538 now.
Speaking truth to power.
Yeah,
those people love to dig into polling, and so
Damn, the problem is I don't use Twitter anymore. Although I will say,
they'll have websites and stuff too.
At a new high.
Yeah.
Kamala's at a new high. She's continuing to grow.
Yeah, Kamala's doing. Go ahead.
Like I still maintain because right now the polling.
Come on!
I think Kamala.
Last word, my ass.
Would win.
Are you looking at a projection?
Win hard. Yeah, the current projection of Kamala having a 44% chance to win. Yeah,
I still maintain, dude. You said the last word like 3 last words ago.
To go out and see Jets now. I'm like a kid in class right before recess.
I get it. Yeah, I mean, right now she's not at the spot she needs to be able to win the election. When it comes to the aggregate, but I think she's slowly getting there. She's slowly getting to her floor. Some people are calling it a honeymoon phase. I don't believe any data showing that it's a honeymoon phase. This should be Trump's honeymoon phase because he's off the back of he's had a generational run this last couple of weeks, obliterating Biden, the living through the assassination attempt.
Oh, he's just
the
RNC shoving it in,
picking his VP, positive news coverage for the first time in his entire political career. He is absolutely crushing it right now. But he still hit a ceiling. But Biden couldn't pick him. He had fallen and he couldn't get up, and nobody was coming after he pressed the life alert. Until Kamala decided to show up and scoop him and scrape him up off the floor and take his place. I mean, that's just how it is. And she's doing well, but she's not where she needs to be yet. But I think every projection shows that I think she will do well in time. And it was a great opportunity to replace him.
I actually have a final question for you because to me, Kamala not already dominating Trump in the polls is weird to me. Why isn't she already trouncing him pretty much across the board in every reasonable swing state for her to realistically win?
Well, a couple of reasons go into it. One is because the Biden administration's is just an albatross around her neck. Originally Biden putting her in charge of leading the campaigns, leading the administration's effort on how to deal with the Southern Triangle, I think is what it's called, countries where most of the migrants come from, didn't lead to the migrant levels going down generally because it's a multi-decade project that she was on. The fact that got categorized as borders are, that is something that holds her down. The fact that people don't have a crystallized opinion of her holds her down in the polls as well. That's why you see it slowly gaining, but you don't see her jumping up, because for that to happen, people would have to have a crystallized view of her already and already rate her favorably. The thing is that
Shark is amazing. He's so much better at debate than I am.
20 or 25% of people didn't even have an opinion of her. So you see people listening to her and taking time to figure her out, and people are like filtering themselves into I like her or I dislike her. Most people are going into I like her, and the percentage of people who don't have an opinion on her are going down. So that's holding her back from reaching her ceiling and dominating Trump at the moment. And also, once again, Donald Trump is at his absolute peak, his historic peak. He's coming off of a generational run in the last couple of weeks. He's the highest he's ever been. His approval rating is the lowest it's ever been, ever. His job approval rating is the highest it's ever been for his presidency. People are thinking more positively about him than they ever have. Economic outlooks for people are relatively low, and the fact that Kamala Harris is still attached to the presidency, which is attached to people's poor feelings about the economy, is leading to her not reaching her maximum yet, and will be an albatross around her neck for the entirety of the campaign. But it's about whether or not she can distance herself from the Biden administration's perceived losses and connect herself to the administration's wins, and dodge conservative attacks enough, and rebrand herself again in the minds of the populace to be able to win the election. And that's what it's based off of. And that's why she hasn't seen like this incredible boom yet. It's good that people don't have a crystallized view of her, because it would be negative, because she had a horrible approval rating, worse than Biden actually. But it's also bad at the moment because people need to form a view of her.
Yeah, she needs a good platform.
It's going well, and she has the time to do it, and now she has the money and resources to do that as well, because she inherits Biden's ground game that allows her to get the vote out, and she's been doing very well when it comes to her speaking engagements at the moment. But we have to see if that lasts. This doesn't seem like a honeymoon period. I think she's slowly reaching her floor, but I think it's a healthy.
This went so much longer than I thought it would.
That you would not see in a honeymoon period that we are seeing with Trump, and it's already dying down, which is why he reached his peak at 46 in high quality polls and 48 in the general aggregate, and is now creeping back downwards to where he should be at, which is 47%. But it just depends on Harris if she can convince enough undecideds and moderates and independents to hop back on the get coconut pilled. And so that's what's holding her down.
You really got shot and didn't manage to hold on to the hype from that for a month. God.
Oh yeah, people already forgot. They don't care, and it's the funniest thing in the world. You see conservatives like, they're trying to memory hold this. People already forgot. I'm trying to re-up this. Remember, he took a bullet for us. But what's great is actually some polling came out to say that, and I'll leave you with this. Some polling came out to show that after it, what people's views of the shooting were. And even though they thought of Trump more positively, they asked people what was the problem, like what led to the shooting. And obviously people picked the number one thing, which was the guy who shot him. But the number two thing right under that, do you know what that was? His own rhetoric. People believe that his own rhetoric led to him getting shot by, I think, an order of magnitude more than people thought the Democrats' rhetoric about him being a threat to democracy led to him getting shot. So that's a big reason. And also, he got grazed in the ear, and it doesn't even look like it. It doesn't even look like he has a problem. If he got shot, like, and he was in surgery right now still, or like he was in a wheelchair, like then people would do something. But he had a Band-Aid on for a day, and just kept it pushing. And so yeah, like the normal Trump things that happen, it gets in the news, people talk about it for a sec, and it gets memory hold.
Yep. Worst case scenario would have been he got grazed like along the orbital bone, and it gave him a cool scar. It'd be so done. Yeah. In all seriousness, though, it's been a fantastic conversation. Thank you for having me on, and I hope we can talk again in the future, especially about
buddy.
like polling electoral stuff. And yeah, have a good one, man.
Sure. Take care, buddy. Have a good one.
See ya.
I want to hear the afterword.
Okay, I think that went pretty all right. What do you think, chat? Do you think I made my case?
Yes. Shark did a phenomenal job.
Good. But yeah, like if you dig through the polling, there was just no possible way that Biden could.
Xander Hall could never admit that he was wrong, by the way.
And that's something that I want people to understand, is that Biden had no possible pathway to victory. He simply could not win. And it wasn't the media's fault, because people already believed that he shouldn't have run for office to begin with. And that's a completely different conversation about whether or not he deserved another term, or if he would be good for, or if it'd be a good thing for him to have another term.
Exactly.
That's a completely different conversation about whether or not people believed that he should have another term and want to vote for him. And he just did not have the possibility to ever make it that far, because people were sick of him running in the first place and they didn't want him to run again. People feel lied to. And another big problem is that one of his main drivers for people wanting to vote for him over Donald Trump was something that took a massive hit after that debate as well, which is something that people don't talk about. I mean, I wanted to talk about this in the debate as well, but it seemed like he was more like, oh, well, you're gonna have to agree to disagree on some of this stuff.
Yes, thank you.
One of Biden's biggest polls was being seen as honest and trustworthy. Like that polling, the question of honest and trustworthy, is something that
he was in such a hurry to get out of there.
With when compared to Biden, when compared to Trump and other Republicans,
get out of the argument, I should say.
He seemed more right, honest, and trustworthy. The problem is, after the debate performance, people felt like they were lied to about his health and well-being, and how old he was, and how problematic his age was, because he was so quiet during his entire presidential campaign. Is that when that came out, people
really
felt
was
lied
Guitar
to, and he
Rocker.
lost a lot of points when it comes to people believing that he's honest and trustworthy, which is one of the big drivers for people voting for him, outside of him being, not Trump, because he wasn't winning on almost any other on any other like topic that people were casting their vote for, like whether or not where he was underwater when it comes to Trump on who would do better on the economy, on immigration, on inflation, on energy, on like the future, right? He was doing he was unfortunately really neck and neck sometimes, depending on the poll, with Trump on like who would preserve democracy. Crazy, right? All of those types of things were problems for him, which made it so that he could not win the election, and his coalition that he needed to rebuild was not something that he could replicate, because he can't have.
Sock Puppet has a great point on here. Zan is paid to defend Biden, so there really isn't much value to be gained from the convo, in my opinion. True. He was being paid by Progressive Victory to defend Biden. That's very true. And he has to disclose that. Fun fact, if you ask Xander Hall whether or not he's been paid by Progressive Victory for his political opinions, he does have to say yes. He's legally obligated. Zan never admits he's wrong. He's always made a big deal about how he's always correct, and there's a running joke he made about him being a fortune teller and a predictor. I always thought it was just because he was really smart and good in analyzing situations. After this, I just think it's because he has a big ego. Yep. Yeah, he's too proud to admit he's wrong. You're right. Yep. I can see that now. I do think that he's been right about a variety of things. My disdain for him came from the time that he caught out Keffels for like being a drug addict, which was like in poor taste in my opinion. Keffels did not end up being a very good person. Her Patreon ended up, or not a Patreon, her GoFundMe ended up being fraudulent, and it sucked because I looked up to Keffels and I respected her. But that doesn't excuse what he said about her. And I said something about it, and then he blocked me on Twitter. So he can't take opinions different from his own. He can't accept the fact that he's wrong sometimes. He just can't do it. So
those people, because those people don't want to come home, right? You'll need to. I said it before, but this was not a race. This was not a race of Biden versus Trump, because everybody has an opinion on Trump already, and Trump has a ceiling. We know it. It's about 46% of the vote. It was a race of Biden versus Biden. He needed to convince people that his brain isn't melting out of his ears. He can run the election. He can remain in the presidency without any problems. He deserves a second term, and they should come out and support him so that he can get that done. And he couldn't do that. He can't convince people of that. He couldn't. I think he could have beforehand, but after the debate, that became an impossible task. It became a Herculean feat.
Agreed.
And so then he became upset afterwards because he thought that he was doing everything correct when it comes to I need to prove that I'm fit for office and all that. When that wasn't the case. It's over.
Yep.
It was over. Okay, it was over. All right, that debate, it was over. It was Jover. It was over beforehand, but then it became Jover. There was no recovery
It went
that
up a
was
tier.
possible after that.
Sorry if this was
And
quiet,
it
by the way.
something
I
that
know I'm
think
like
people need to
substantially
understand.
louder.
Because everybody was coming out
It'll
saying
be better
like,
in the YouTube
incredibly,
upload.
like, rude and even degrading things about people who were pushing for Biden to step out, when it was just very proven that it was no possibility.
Wait, what did he just say?
I think people need to understand, because everybody was coming out saying like
Everybody
incredibly.
was. I thought he said Xander Hall
rude
was.
and even degrading things. About people who were pushing for Biden to step out, when it was just
It has been a long
very
time.
proven that it was no possibility of him being able to win. He just couldn't win. And let me pull up 270 to win so I can show you something. Because I didn't pull this out before. I didn't pull this out while I was talking. Because I just want to show you this really quick.
Easy. We're gonna end soon here.
Let's pull up the Trump v. Biden. Who's favored to win? Trump or Biden? It got frozen, but at polling. Not sure.
I'm glad Shark is back, by the
paused
way.
it. So let me see. Yeah, so the polling average was Trump plus 3.2. The adjusted average was Trump plus 1.5. But let's go with the 3.2 just to prove a point here. So here is 2024. Okay, this is what 2024 looks like. And after the debate, Biden was polling minus 3.2 on when it comes to the general election national vote percentage. Compared to Trump, that would be like 7 points to the right of where we are here. So let me see if I can pull up let me see if I can pull up the vote share for the 2020 election, so I can see every state. Here, uno momento. The electoral map. I think CNN can do this for me.
Okay, I don't think he's got any more commentary to add, so I'm going to stop it here. But I think that Shark did a phenomenal job in that debate. Much better than I could have done, for sure. He definitely did his research. He brought the receipts. And I think that Xander Hall had a horrible time trying to combat that, because he just could not admit that he was wrong. He couldn't do it. Yeah, W Shark for sure. As for the conversation we've been having back and forth in the chat, I didn't intend to have that, but since it came up, I do think Xander Hall is an abuser. I think he's an abuser. I think that he abused his editor, okay? And I think that the DMs demonstrate that. So I'm sorry to Straw Hat Monty, but like that's just a fact. Like there's no excuse for what happened in the DMs. And you can say that like Cherry deleted hers, whatever, but that still doesn't, like, let's say that I don't have an attachment to Cherry. Let's say that Cherry is like the worst person ever and deleted her DMs to remove the proof. That doesn't make Xander Hall any better for what he said. So like that's my stance on it. So anyway, I don't think Xander Hall's a very good person. I thought this was a very good conversation that Shark had. Shark Pog, Shark W for the win, whatever. And yeah, he brought receipts and he proved that, like, Biden dropping out was the right thing to do. Congratulations, Shark. You won the debate. Good job. It's the soy who worships Moist Critical. Ooh. Ooh, hold on. Maybe we're not done. Arch Lettuce, you want to come on and chat about it? I'll have you on. Your t-shirt is fire. Thank you. Moist Critical and Sneeko are evil. Yeah, and I think that Moist Critical had a great stance. He came out and clarified his stance. Not debating. I didn't ask for a debate. I just asked for a conversation. You said I have an L take, so I'd like to hear more about it. I'm open to criticism, please. Have a good night, Eddie. Thanks for being here. Not debating you? Okay. You're useless to me then. Goodbye. Almost had one. When are you going to continue getting your ass kicked by low-level bosses in Elden Ring? Maybe next stream. I was going to do it tonight, but I didn't really feel like it. Maybe on Tuesday. I've been wanting to do more gaming stuff for stream, but like I just haven't gotten around to it. What did Xander Hall do this time? Oh, God. I'm not going to get back into it right now. If you want to know, watch the VODs. Or go watch Demon Mama's coverage of it. All right. I'm going to go get more soup because I'm hungry. And then I might pass out. In the meantime, the Elden Bling, true. You're living in the shower? Go get your shower. Who's live? Who's live on Twitch? We shall host Beer Bash Johnson. So if you're on YouTube, here's the link. What the hell is that? There's the link for Beer Bash Johnson. Make sure that's the right one. Yeah, that's the right one. Okay. Post. Beer Bash. All right, y'all. I'm out. I had a great time. Thank you all so much for being here. I hope you had a good time as well. And I will see you guys probably, not for sure, but like I hate doing this. I feel like I do this every stream, but like I feel like I need a break and then I don't feel like I need a break. So, you know, probably on Tuesday. Go to my shop. Buy my shit on my shop. Etsy.com/shop/GunterGrabs. You can get some really cool stuff. Spheal-like creature. A Spheal-like creature who is definitely not Spheal. Okay? Go buy stuff. Go buy stuff on my shop. The link's in the description. All right. Good night, everybody. Love you all.